X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time.
Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your face now. Let me show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello. It is so good to see all of you. Oh, I forgot to turn my lights on. To be fair, I don't really see the wall behind me until I turn on my camera and I start the stream, so understandable I forget sometimes. What's up, guys? How you all doing? It's so good to see so many of you. What's up, Onyx Therian? TSW Shadow Wolf, how are you? Stella, what's up? It's good to see ya. War Penguin, how are you doing? Trans Daughter of Water, good to see you again. Scrumpled Milk Skin, welcome. Ride the Rails, what's up? Good to see you. Astronaut Lad 172, how are you doing? Lucky Otter, it's good to see you again. How are you? We stocked up on birth control before the new admin. Yeah, guys, go out and buy all the birth control, all the condoms, all of the sex toys, because good lord. Hey Xanderhall, YouTube side is muted. Huh? YouTube side is muted. I don't think that is the case. Wyvern 13. Yeah, no, everything seems fine. Yeah, a lot of people over in YouTube chat today. Hope you're all doing well. If you want to be in the chat that's on screen and you wonder why I don't read the chat that you're in as much, It's because I have a website chat, and that's where, I don't know if it's where most people are, but it's where the most recurring viewers are. It's like the core of the community. I caught stream near the start for once. Heck yeah, Seth Porifoy. I'm glad to have you here. I hope you're having a good one, brother. I assume brother, because your name's Seth, but you could be non-binary. I shouldn't assume. In which case, sibling. Hey, sorry if this sounds ignorant, but do you think there's a chance they won't have the power to implement Project 2025? I'm a trans guy, and this is horrifying for me and my friends. They will have, by the looks of it, genuinely nothing stopping them. Like, full ultimate control of government, red trifecta is very possible. And obviously the Trump presidency. And it's not just Republicans. It's not just like, yeah, it's majority red, but a good amount of them are never Trump Republicans, and they won't go with what MAGA wants to do. No, it's a lot of MAGA Republicans. Like, mostly MAGA Republicans. And the cabinet are going to be, if they're not all already yes men, Trump's gonna whittle down to the yes men. And then he's gonna start adding more people that will have to prove they are yes men if they want to stay in those positions. I highly recommend you live or stay in a blue state. Highly recommend it. Individual states have a lot of rights in this country. The red states are going to be highly empowered to go against your rights even more. They're going to have federal authority backing their state authority. You need to go to blue states that can protect you from the federal law that might get pretty goddamn crazy in the coming months. Here in Ukraine, we are full-on depressed right now after the election. We're pretty fucked. I'm sorry, Everglow. I listened to Ukrainian Anna, I think her name is. She was talking about the reaction that Ukrainians have had to Trump's election. Man, it's gotta be rough. It's gotta be rough watching, like, Zelensky be like, all right. Hey, Mr. Trump! Yeah, congrats on your victory, man! Yeah, I really look forward to, you know, how we can work together to ensure Ukraine has a bright future. And you can just imagine he's digging his nails into his leather armchair, like armrests. Oh my god. Oh, that shit's gotta fucking... Oh, I feel bad for Zelensky there. Now, here's the thing. There is one silver lining, Everglow. I think Ukraine has one silver lining here. If Putin truly wants to keep America in his pocket, the smartest move he can make right now is to pull all troops out of Ukraine and to simply just to say he is afraid that Trump is going to... of what Trump is going to do to Russia if he doesn't pull his troops out. If Putin does that, he will have America in his pocket. If Americans hear that Putin was so afraid of Trump, they pulled troops out of Ukraine, oh my god, it would be so Jover, guys. That is your saving grace, Ukrainians, is that Putin might just pull troops out in order to own America. Because what's a more valuable, like, token in dominating the world for a maniac like Putin? Owning America by proxy, basically, or literally trying to turn Ukraine into, like, they wouldn't necessarily annex it, but they would own it, right? There are some lands that of Ukraine that Russia wants to annex, but I'm pretty sure they just want to they want to own Ukraine. They want to install a government, and I don't know, maybe they'd call it something else. They've started annexing in the east, yeah, but that's mostly because Russia has this deranged idea that those lands are part of Russia. But there is a line at which they want to be like, okay, yeah, you're a buffer state now. That's probably what Russia wants to do if they continue with the invasion. Everglow would know better, because Everglow is literally Ukrainian, and, you know, I imagine Ukrainian civilians have a pretty decent idea, better than Americans do, of what the current operations are, like what needs to be done and what's being fought against. Xanderhall, the best thing we need to do moving forward is not just run to a blue state. We need to get involved in our local elections more and educate ourselves on legislation and try getting contact with our government representative, and depressuring them. Okay, so Takumi Nightcore, that is true if you're like me, if you are a cis straight white guy with absolutely nothing to worry about. My abortion rights aren't threatened. I'm not an immigrant. I'm not part of a marginalized group. I'm just... The most marginalized group I'm a part of is the working class. So at that point, it's like, you know, I'm pretty safe for at least a while in Trump's America, okay? I think I'm safe for a while. If you're like me, and your identity isn't threatened, frankly, you should be moving from blue states to red states. Or I should say swing states. Move to swing states. We don't even need people moving to the cities. The cities in the swing states are expensive and high cost of living, and there's a lot of work, but like, you're way better off balancing all the downsides and upsides of moving to one of those cities by, as I've said many times, if you're going to just move to escape your identity being threatened in a red state, or if you're going to move to try and help the swing states go blue with even just your vote alone makes a difference, then go towards the edge of the large cities and live in the counties on the very edge. Start turning those counties blue, because that's where it's needed. That's where the work is really needed to be done too. The cities reliably go blue, not always, but pretty reliably. Not as much work needs to be done there. But on the edges, if you can expand the counties that go blue outwards from the cities, because the population steadily decreases the further away you get from a city, generally in America, because the urban sprawl, if you can capture that blue urban sprawl with canvassing, phone banking, just generally being part of the community, or running for local election, or just canvassing and encouraging people to vote in local elections, which, God, people win by such slim margins in those, by the way. Local office is extremely easy to run for. I highly recommend that you guys focus on a county level. This election has made it so clear to me how important a county by county focused campaign politically needs to be. And not just that, but the left needs to start signal boosting the kind of things happening in counties around America that can go viral. This is all stuff I want to save for a later segment, but I think county focus into the future, especially in the swing states, needs to be like half the battle, maybe. Especially for future campaigns. It needs to be like meticulously looking at population maps and trying to like capture these key areas. I'm sure they've already been doing that, but seeing where Harris lost support, it just tells you where the Dems need to be more aggressive with their messaging. There needs to be focus groups to find out what these demographics want, what is effective in messaging towards them. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, both for like the Dems as a political party and for us, me, as a political pundit, for left-leaning journalists that need to lean hard into breaking crazy-ass stories to the public in the coming years. Man, it's gonna be a lot, dude. It's gonna be a lot. Anyway, I do want to say, if you're enjoying the stream so far, as Isabel De La Rosa in chat just said, please consider leaving a like. It's all you really need to do to support the stream or my videos. If you do it every time, I really do appreciate it. It's like tossing a non-existent... You're not taking any money from yourself. You're just tossing a coin that you never really had to me. So I appreciate it. It's like casting a ballot and making YouTube make me president. And by that, I mean, it pushes my stuff in the algorithm. So I really do love every single one of you who got out of your way to hit that like button. You are so based. Is New York safe? New York is a pretty safe place, but you got to keep in mind, Harris lost ground in New York. big time in some areas compared to Biden in 2020. God, it was... New York was surprisingly red this election, despite it going blue. That's a big part of what we need to get deep into in terms of conversation. Even the blue states kinda went red, if that makes sense. It wasn't that it was like a narrow margin, it was that across the board, what people are voting for is crazy. People voted for Trump in many cases, but voted blue all the way, the rest of the way down ballot. Or in a lot of cases, a lot of the things they voted on were blue. The policies, in a lot of cases, were progressive policies, but they still voted Trump. I've been deep diving on all this data in the last day, and it is wild to see. There is so much to learn from the results of this election and where the Dems, and particularly the left, have not really hit the mark. Colm McHugh. I prefer if you didn't spam. It's not ideal. Anyway, as I was saying before, though, I appreciate everyone who supports the stream. It really does mean a lot. For instance, I want to thank Slashy for the $5 donation. You are extremely, extremely kind for that. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Said, I am donating to tell you that JD Vance has plenty of reasons to go after you. Like me, personally? Is it because I said that he had, is it because I said that he fucked a couch? Yeah, he might be real salty about that. Yeah, that might be something for me to worry about. He might send, like, SEAL Team 6 after me, and they're like, he doesn't fuck couches! Before they shoot me. Anyway, Slashy, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Moody Mooney. Thank you, I really appreciate that. Very kind of you, very based. Very much helps the channel so much, thank you. Said, Link, remember the state elections went to Dems for a while, so we are gonna see Republicans get angry at states' rights. Yeah, well, we're gonna see. The Republicans might... Man, you know what would be really funny as a way of, like, everything just flipping around now that the Republicans hold this majority and the Dems are now the minority in a lot of areas of government? Which is a pretty big difference from recent politics. I feel like, man, the Republicans might kill the filibuster. Could you imagine if the Dems start leaning heavy into the filibuster? If the Republicans use their, like, overwhelming political power to kill the filibuster? We finally killed the filibuster, chat! Finally! Because the Dems are using it to block the Republicans from doing shit. Yeah, that would be pretty silly. Oh no, Slashy, we're not watching this. I hate these pitch meeting videos. They're cringe. Sorry, Slashy. I apologize. I must cut down on the amount of links that people donate, okay? If it looks interesting when I open it, I might watch it, but I cannot guarantee that I will because, well, I want you guys to save that for media share streams. Maybe I'll start doing those again in the future. Yay! Yeah, people in chat are celebrating that I'm not playing people's link donos anymore because sometimes they could be a little hyper niche down in terms of the interests, and people didn't like it. A lot of people didn't like how often I played donators' links. I think there's a reason why streamers don't do that as often as I often did, because it's not good for viewership. Yeah, people in chat are like, thank God. Would they not just last minute put the filibuster back in every Senate race? I don't know. It's easy to say that they would, but I can't see into the future. I can't see into the future, but man, we've got a lot to talk about today. Today's stream's going to be pretty crazy. I've got a lot of topics to discuss, most of them, but not necessarily all of them centered around Trump's winning the election, but different discussions that need to be had around it. And then on top of that, I want to record a short today on stream talking about the single biggest reason why Trump won the election. And why the left cannot rely on the Republicans' racism to save their ass in elections anymore. Because racism is getting to be no longer an issue that pushes even POC away from voting Republican as much as it once was. The Dems are going to have to try a lot harder And it's gonna be, it's wild. It's gonna be a scary, but also exciting next few years to see if the Dems can actually, if necessity is the mother of all invention, they say, right? So perhaps the left in this really rough time, like back in 2016, ends up doing something incredible. Maybe it needs to be this scary for that to happen. Super scary, disappointed in our country? Me too. My god, these results, like the popular vote results, are what are truly the most frightening. 2016 was worrying because it was like, man, the Electoral College is a fuck system. I didn't know this could happen. More people voted for Hillary, but Trump still won? How did this happen? But this time around, Trump won the popular vote by a lot. And you can attribute that partially to low Dem voter turnout, but a lot of it was votes that went to Biden in 2020 went to Trump in 2024. I think a big part of it is also, I mean, man, the biggest demographic that saw a bleed from voting Biden in 2020 to voting for Trump in 2024 were Latinos. Trump, despite his overwhelming racism, his economic messaging appeals to everyone, unanimously, in every demographic, so much that the racism isn't enough to push people away. And that is a scary thing. That's a scary thing. It means the Dems have to go back to the drawing board and find a completely new way to communicate economic policy to voters. He has a legitimate government mandate to rule. That is the scary thing. It is terrifying. It really is. But, listen guys, this needs to be a fire under our asses. There's a lot to talk about today that's actually going to relate to what I'm talking about now, and I have like a dedicated segment for that, but this needs to light a fire under your asses. Man, I really hope some of you guys, I've been in my Discord server with a lot of you guys in chat right now, and I heard a couple people in VC the other day, at the way they talk, the way that they are like knowledgeable about topics, they should start a YouTube channel if they haven't already. People in my Discord, I hope that more people start making lefty YouTube channels, because to a degree, like the right's insane media domination of the internet and of like the podcast sphere, like the I think it's 11 of the top 13 podcasts globally on the entire internet are right-leaning. Joe Rogan's #1, and then descend down that line, and you've got like some more like Joe Rogan leaning types like Theo Vaughn, but you like Joe Rogan's podcast, or not Joe Rogan, Ben Shapiro's podcast is in that top 13. And most of those among it are a lot like him. They're explicitly right-wing podcasts. A lot of it is going to require quantity. The internet algorithms have been overwhelmed by a massive quantity of right-wing content. The left is going to have... It's not just that the people who already exist on the left have to do better and get more successful. I want you guys to start making YouTube channels. And you know what? If you make one or already have one, feel free to, like, advertise in my chat. Don't, like, spam and be annoying about it. But I have always had a very open rule about how you are okay to advertise and link your projects, your music, your art, your YouTube channel, your stream, whatever it may be, a new upload you made that you're excited about. Feel free to type it in my chat. Like, do it once or twice in a stream. Don't spam it, but like, if you're tasteful about how much you self-promote, it's completely reasonable. I've never been a stickler for people using my platform to build their platform. That's never been something I've like had a problem with. So I want you guys to do that if you want to. I recommend it. I wish I had recording equipment necessary to create a channel. Well, Max Richards, you don't necessarily need high quality recording equipment. I started doing YouTube on some real scuffed setup, okay? Like my entire YouTube setup was so scuffed when I started, and it still kind of is a little scuffed. I've got like I'm actually using a folding table as a desk right now because I've got a much better, bigger desk in the garage, and I'm just like, man, I don't feel like dragging it. I don't feel like dragging it over the stairs and then getting it all the way around multiple corners because it's so goddamn long, and it's a pain in the ass to like do that whole like getting a truck around a tight corner type deal when you're one person moving something, and it's like, I don't feel like it. I don't feel like it. Yeah. Zan, can we watch Terrifier on Discord? Well, tonight in the watch party in Zan's Theater in my Discord server, we're going to be watch partying the new episode of From that came out last Sunday, I believe. Technically Saturday going into Sunday, my time, and PST. And then we're going to be watching 3 more episodes of The Walking Dead, starting Season 2. It's going to be a great time. You know, I figured, wow, we're in the horror era right now. We're going through the horror. Might as well just watch some horror content. Why not? Holy fuck, Zan, I joined the Discord. I want so desperately to join the watch parties. Heck yeah. It's gonna be a great time. You guys are watching From? Sign me up. Wait, Sterix, are you someone who is a From fan that did not learn of the show from me? Or Sterix? Or Sterix. I watched From about like 6 months ago for the first time. Binge watched it with me, my buddy Ethan, who I know, because there's a character named Ethan in the show. It's very funny. Everything horror has a guy named Ethan in it. I love watching my buddy Ethan play Resident Evil 7 and 8 is just golden. Oh my god, so funny. Anyway, got super into it, and I've been converting people onto that show. It goes so hard. So yeah, we'll be watching the newest episode tonight in the watch party. Oh, man, I've had such a stiff neck lately, guys. You know your neck is fucked when you see, like, some cowboy movie scene where someone gets hung in the town square on YouTube Shorts, and you're like, oh, my neck needs this. Dumb question, but what's contraception? I'm a little bit stupid. Wait, are you ESL? Snake Lover, if so, that's understandable. Contraception is just measures that you take to prevent pregnancy. And I believe it also applies to preventing sexually transmitted infections and diseases. ESL's English Second Language. That's what that stands for. Yeah. Like, ESL means English Second Language. It's just a faster way of saying it. Oh no, just stupid, lol. That is surprising to me you don't know the word contraception. This right here is why we need more sex education in classrooms, goddammit. I don't know how old you are, Snake Lover, but you're old enough to be in my fucking website chat, so that implies that you should probably be old enough to know the birds and the bees and what contraception is. How to, like, put a condom on a banana or whatever. Many contraceptives do not protect against STIs. That is true. The only contraceptive that prevents that is abstaining. We have shit sex education where we live? Oh, that's crazy, Ride the Rails. Damn. Yeah, I grew up in, like, not super rural, but not also not city Florida, you know? And it wasn't... Let's just say that Hernando County went hard red during the election, okay? It went hard red. And, man, they didn't exactly have the best sex ed. You can definitely... I can guarantee you that. I relied pretty heavily on other avenues of learning the basics of health. Though mostly I've always had an interest in medicine, like on just like a basic, like, kind of, you know, curiosity level, because like, that's how you keep yourself alive and can potentially save a life if you have enough knowledge at like the right moment and you're in the right place at the right time. And so that's always been something that was really interested to me. I always, for some reason, I have not the best memory, but politics shit and medical shit, it just stays in my head. I can remember a lot of that shit. And so, yeah. God, man, I had to learn that stuff just from learning about medicine. They did not teach it well. Lol, stop, I don't want to be here, yeah. Yeah, rural Florida is not fun. Rural Florida is not fun. But one thing I did learn moving to California and then moving from California to Washington is that it's actually not that hard. I mean, depending on your situation, it isn't that hard to move and just get to a new place. Unfortunately, the thing about moving from Florida is it's really hard to find anywhere else that is cheaper to live. Good Lord, rural Florida, rural Georgia, Nebraska, Kansas maybe might rival it, but Florida has a lot of other things going for it that make living rurally there kind of nice, you know? And so it's really hard to move from like ruralish Florida or completely rural Florida to somewhere cheaper. Almost everywhere else is more expensive. Zan, did October 6th mess up the election, or is it people not to vote for Biden/Kamala? Did October 6th mess up the election? What happened on October 6th? Remind me again, Big Dick Bandit? I probably know what you're talking about, but don't associate with the date. Do you mean January 6th, by chance? Dude, RFK Jr. with his fucking brain worm and half-eaten brain, with the dead worm inside of it still, like, rotting in there, is now in charge of the Food and Drug Administration. You guys realize that American food was already, like, slop made of, like, half made of high-fructose corn syrup, which is, like, the food equivalent of the shit you put in a 3D printer. Just gunking up all of our intestines and our arteries and everything. We're just poisoning ourselves when we eat American food already, okay? The standards were already abysmally low. Like, Europeans come here and they start shitting their brains out when they eat our food. It's hilarious. I so badly want to get a European to come fly out and, like, visit America and stay with me, and for them to just, like, try all the American fast food. Man, I'm gonna buy so much toilet paper for them. It's gonna be great. They're gonna get the real experience. Now RFK is in charge of the Food and Drug Administration. You're gonna get listeria. You're gonna get infected with listeria. You're gonna get fucking, botulism. I don't even know. All the bacterias, all the horrible infections. Salmonella, it's gonna be in all of our food. You better cook the fuck out of your food, guys. Either start homesteading. Just start homesteading. Just start a garden and start sourcing your own food as much as possible. I'm already on my way there with the quail. You know, I'm getting ahead of those high egg prices, baby. Start homesteading because, dude, American food is about to be so much worse. Holy shit. Vaccines? Oh, man. I don't even want to think. I don't even want to think about the fact that Trump wants to defund every public school that mandates the kids get vaccinated before they can attend. I don't even want to think about it. Because that either means there's not going to be public schools anymore, and it's all going to be private schools that don't mandate vaccines, and some do. Or it's going to be all public schools stop mandating vaccines to keep their funding, and it's voluntary, and we see massive, like, outbreaks. Listen, kids are far better at handling, like, I think everything in measles, mumps, and rubella, I think, are easier handled by kids than adults. I know chickenpox it becomes something worse, like is it shingles or something else when adults get it? That's, like, way worse. Like, I hope to God these anti-vaxxers, their kids just give them, no, never mind. I hope their kids come home from school and give them a beautiful little ornament painted by them in class, that says, "I love my parents," and they take it home, and they and their parents live a long and happy life, and there's no disease or sickness, and I keep my YouTube channel, and YouTube doesn't ban me for Fed posting. I caught myself there. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I caught myself there well. That was a good catch. That was like at a football game when someone, like, saves the ball right before it goes in, and the opposing team ends up getting a technical point. Oh, jeez. I don't watch football. I don't know jack shit about it. I was a swimmer. Anyway, Bidenomics, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Says, we already have POC MAGA, people posting videos on white MAGA throwing slurs at them. It's just a matter of time. Well, listen, we're going to see a lot of crazy political shit go down in the next 4 years. But one thing I want you to understand is that on the internet, culturally, after about 6 to 12 months, it's going to be a rough next 6 to 12 months online, because conservatives are going to gloat, and they're going to gloat, and they're going to be laughing and bullying the crap out of you if they know you're a lefty or you voted to Kamala, right? However, after about a year, the evident impact, it takes a while for running the country well to be evidently borne out to the American people, to really show in your quality of life. Bad leadership, on the other hand, does not take that long to hit hard. Note that Obama took 8 years to get America back from where it was. Well, actually, it took 4 years to get America almost back to where it was after the financial crisis in terms of its GDP. And then after another 4 years, America was doing all right. It was doing pretty well. But despite that, it still wasn't quite as obvious. And the economy wasn't doing as well as people expected after 8 years of Obama. And Obama's entire campaign was so radical that a lot of people were disappointed. A lot of people who were like center-leaning voters, especially, because you got to remember, Obama won so overwhelmingly in 2008 and 2012 that he was winning over Republican voters. He was winning over the undecideds easily. It was wild. And so, because Obama is perceived as not delivering well enough on his message of change, bringing out an era of economic success akin to like the white picket fence era of the 50s, prior, when manufacturing was massively dominant in America and everybody could, get themselves like a 3-bedroom house with 2 bathrooms at like 25 years old, working a factory job or whatever, if that was even real. I'm pretty sure that's a complete myth, but regardless, yeah, it's just that didn't happen, and so people thought Obama and the Dems lied to them about this like ideology of progressive change bringing about a positive impact to the working class, and this allowed for Trump to swoop in. And I've actually got I can prove this. It's not even like, I'm not even just saying this, by the way. Like, to be very clear, I'm not even just saying, oh yeah, the Dems do a good job and then the Republicans sweep it up. Here, let me see. Not the show From. I want... How do you... User... I don't know. I don't know how to find my messages. Here, I'll just Google it and find it raw. Let me bring up this chart really fast. It is actually... Oh yeah, here we go. It came up right away. Damn. I expected it to be a little harder to find. I'm glad it's not. God, I hate how low res it is, but I've seen the high res version, so I'll basically translate what this unreadable text says. So yeah, this is when Bush took his second term. And Bush coasted on a decent economy for a while. Mind you, this is GDP, which is not a perfect representation of an economy's health, necessarily. Keep that in mind. GDP is more so a measure of like how efficient the economy is in outputting a service, right? And America has a very service-based economy, famously so. We develop apps and things. We don't produce things because we don't have resources here. We would have to import a lot of resources to produce a lot of physical manufactured things and start exporting them out elsewhere. And that is why Trump's idea of tariffing imports, or I should say inputs, of raw materials is so stupid when he plans to shut down our imports of every like manufactured good and do all the manufacturing here. He also wants to tariff the inputs, all of the resources that we're gonna have to import to make the manufacturing here, to do the manufacturing here. So I'm not gonna get into it. We're not getting into it right now, but I just want to show you. Trickle-down economics caused the 2008 financial crisis, along with other world-affecting factors that caused the entire world to experience a drop in productivity economically, and that also hit America, because America is also the world. Number one, baby. And then Obama took his first term at the very bottom of the 2008 financial crisis, right? And then slowly, Obama fixes the economy, like at a ridiculously steep slope, by the way, compared to when Bush was president. But despite that, after 8 years, somehow, and after 4 years, it took Obama 4 years to get everything recovered from 2008, which you might remember that being referenced in the famous Obama versus Romney epic rap battle of history from 2012, because it took Obama his entire first term to recover the economy. Thankfully, he got reelected, and we saw maybe even greater economic growth GDP-wise on top of that. Record low unemployment, everything's great. Somehow Trump sneaks out the win in 2016 and coasts off of Obama's success. And because of that, because everything just continued to grow because of Obama's policies on the same rate of Obama's policies through all the 4 years of Trump, we got another third of the success we experienced in the 8 years of Obama compounded on Trump's presidency. So people had a perception of massive financial and economic success during Trump's presidency. And on top of that, due in large part to just we happen to experience a lot of world stability on a lot of levels in a lot of ways up until the end of Trump's presidency, we didn't see the inflation go up like all that much. Like inflation stayed around 2%, which is what the Fed likes to keep it at. And things weren't expensive. People could afford things. Interest rates were low. People were happy. But then Trump mishandled COVID the way he did, and this happened to the economy. And after that, I think Biden was just guaranteed to win. Like, people had this fresh in their minds. They could feel it. People needed stimulus checks to get by. Everyone was losing their jobs. But Biden got the Obama effect. But it was even harsher. I should say Harris got the Obama effect, but even harsher. Obama thankfully managed to secure a second term because of his overwhelming popularity and likability, compared to Romney especially, who challenged him in 2012. But he could have easily, running against a right-wing populist, running on the economy and claiming Obama failed to fix it, he could have easily lost in 2012. If he ran against Trump in 2012, I think Obama would have lost. I think the American people would have seen Obama's work on the economy as a failure, because they did, after 8 years, enough to elect Trump and not another Democrat. And then this is what happened, and they re-elected him despite having a memory of this. That is, I think, a very important path you guys need to know. And I am happy to tell you, I need to do a segment about this. All the things that Biden is going to get, or not Biden, Trump is going to get to take credit for in the next 4 years that Biden did. Remember the infrastructure bill? You guys know that. The biggest infrastructure funding bill in American history. Biden passed that, and it won't be until 2026 that it's fully funded and put into place. So there's going to be roads, bridges, buildings, everything's going to be getting fixed up and built, and all the potholes are going to get filled in, and Trump's going to take all the credit, despite the fact Biden did it at that point 4-5 years ago. But good change takes time in politics, and so bad actors get to take the credit when it finally comes through. It's such a tragedy, man. It's such a tragedy. Mr. Krabs, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. It says, I have a gut feeling that Trump and the GOP will fumble hard, and that it will make them implode, as right now their leader, Mitch, is retiring. So infighting. I don't see a lot of infighting ripping apart the Republican Party in the coming years. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope so, though. Max Richards, thank you for the $2. Message retracted, but I appreciate it. Max Richards again with the $5 says he meant October 7th when Israel made an excuse to commit genocide. Oh, okay, that makes sense, yeah. I don't think if anything, October 7th had the largest impact on older voters that felt that Kamala Harris giving any ground to pro-Palestine protesters was like giving ground to Hamas. You gotta know that, like, America's a very Zionist country, and it's the young progressive people in most, like, my age demographic and younger that tend to lean less Zionist. Like, Kamala Harris didn't do too badly with the young people, necessarily, especially young, already Democrat voters. It was really the older demographics that didn't turn out to vote for Harris, or even bled to Trump. like Gen X and older, really bled or didn't turn out. Either bled to Trump or didn't turn out for Harris, compared to Biden. Biden had record turnout, like the biggest Dem turnout, I think, ever in American history. It's really crazy how much I have been gaslit about how weak of a candidate Biden is when you consider that no president has ever gotten as many votes as Biden did. But you got to remember, in 2020, Trump got the second most votes ever as well. Because that was the most high voter turnout election in all of U.S. history. Biden got the most votes of any president ever elected. Ever in U.S. history. Man, we gotta stop. Why did I let you guys, and just the media and everything, gaslight me about Biden being a weak candidate? They tried to make it the case, but Biden was, like, unbelievably successful. His, like, amount of likability with the right demographics and the right groups in the right areas. We won fucking Georgia. Hard red Marjorie Taylor Greene electing Georgia went to fucking Biden. Come on, man. Like, Biden was the man. I'm so glad that we can all... The guilt is now setting in for you guys, right? Like all the Biden haters in chat, is the guilt setting in now? Like all the shit talking about Sleepy Joe and everything? You're starting to feel it, I hope. You didn't get gaslit, you were one of the few that weren't gaslit? That's true. I mean, I was getting... No. Getting gaslit, like, you don't have to fall for gaslighting for it to still be gaslighting. Like, you're still getting gaslit even if you're like, what are you doing? This isn't working. So there's, like, if someone's doing it, they're still gaslighting you, even if you're not falling for it. I think historians have already agreed Biden is, like, at least the 13th or 14th best president ever in history. I don't even know if it's, like, U.S. presidents. It might be, like, best presidents of any country ever, maybe. But, like, man, like, Biden is very quickly going down in the history books as one of the greatest presidents, if not the greatest president that America's ever had. Certainly the most progressive in terms of policy. Yeah, Daniel and Kona, it's hard to say whether or not Biden would have done better based on the fact that he drove such high turnout in 2020, or if the Dems were just fucked from the beginning due to the economy and couldn't have won this election no matter how populist and hardcore they went with it because they didn't prove themselves well enough in the last 4 years. Then again, yeah, it's hard to say. I do think it was a major mistake by the DNC to not do another primary. It made the Dems look so bad, demotivated people from politics. Man, there needed to be another primary, yeah. It, like, people justified there not being another primary by saying it would have divided or fractured the Dem voter base too close to the general election, but I think it really would have just been a good way to find out who the most liked candidate was. Like, most people, I align with the Dems politically more. Most Americans align with the Dems more than the Republicans. Turnout has always been the big problem with the Dems, especially this time around. And so you need to do a primary to find who is the strongest candidate that will get the most Americans who already typically align Dem to be motivated to vote for that Dem. And a primary is an important thing for that. I know we all want to root for our guy to win the primary, but looking at it on a much more objective level, we should just want the candidate that wins to win the primary. The strongest candidate, I mean, we should obviously want the one with the best policies and the most left-leaning, progressive, good takes to win. That's what we hope for, to get the most votes. But whichever one gets the most votes, we should want to back, because they have the most viability to stop whatever insane fascist bullshit the Republicans are about to throw at us, you know? There's more to being president in the economy and domestic policy. Biden did nothing to divest Elon from NASA and the Defense Department. His AG did next to nothing about January 6 leaders. Ganger World, I don't know if what Trump did in particular... obviously, Bush was one of the big people to start privatizing space in the 2000s, but Trump really leaned into privatizing the space industry. And I don't know if, like, once you start privatizing and taking jobs away from NASA and funding away from NASA and giving it to, like, SpaceX and Blue Origin and other private space companies, like, can you get it back? Can you, like, take... Because, like, SpaceX has been making deliveries up to the ISS, which is going away soon, by the way, and the next space station will probably be private and not a international, publicly funded space station. So I don't know if you can, like, undo those kind of things. Like, once you privatize that, I don't know if you can just say, sorry, private companies, we're taking that back now. Maybe they can. Maybe the government has that authority. But, yeah. NASA is nothing without SpaceX. Raptor engine, that's only because for several Republican terms now, Republicans have been defunding NASA, and they have been taking away work, like jobs and work from public space agencies and giving them to private space companies because they want to help private corporations. They are in the pocket of private corporations. Oh, man. The whole world needs to be afraid of climate change now, because now that we're not, like, the coal industry is coming back. Biden would have, by 2030, coal would have no longer been a thing we did in America anymore. Would have eliminated 80% of our carbon footprint alone. That's coming back right quick, before we even get to have the positive effect of that bill getting passed. So that's nice. All of Biden's other cool things, like all the land he protected and everything, that's getting unprotected immediately. So yeah, since America leads the world when it comes to, like, energy production, and what America does, the world follows, and since America is about to drop green energy real fucking fast, we're going to see the rest of the world also drop it, especially China. China's going to drop green energy because they want to compete with America, and yeah, climate change, it's going to happen, guys. Like, get ready for a completely different world in the coming years. We lost the fight against climate change. Like, just it's done. Like, we lost. I'm not doomering right now. I'm just being real with you guys. You guys know how much I don't like to be doomer with you guys. But just straight up, we lost the fight against climate change. It's over. Like, we lost that fight. We as humanity are going to have to adapt as the changes come. And we're going to have to hope that we're able to figure things out. We always have. We've done it before. I think we will again. But that's a fight we've already lost. Climate change, it's done. Unless we can get Trump out of office in 4 years... remember what Trump said at his acceptance speech, drill, baby, drill. Granted, at the very least, it's not oil that's doing as much damage as the coal that Trump's also going to be bringing back, because Trump loves coal. You want to know why Virginia went so hard? You know what? I bet something that made specifically Virginia almost go to Trump, because it did go to Harris in the end, but it was thin. And the performance of the candidate that wins Virginia is a real good tell of who wins the election. If they win Virginia strongly, they'll probably win the whole election very strongly. If they win it narrowly, they might win the election narrowly or not at all. And in this case for Harris, it was not at all. It was so slim. I think Harris lost ground because Virginia is, like, famous for coal. It's like one of the few states in America that does coal as an industry that's big. So I'm pretty sure Harris nearly lost Virginia because of Biden cracking down on coal. That's West Virginia? Oh, is it West Virginia? I thought it was just Virginia. My bad. Wait, Virginia doesn't have coal either? I feel like it should have everything for coal as well, but maybe I don't know the northern part of the East Coast all that well. I have only been there a couple times. I want to travel America a lot more, because I've been a lot in the bottom right part of America, a lot in the bottom left part of a fair amount in the bottom left part of America, and now I'm getting all up in the top left part of America. I need to get all up in the middle parts of America and see it so it's real in my head. It's not like a fantasy world that like the whole Great Lakes region to me and the Midwest just doesn't exist. It's a concept in my head. I need to go there for it to exist for me. You know what I mean? Chill out, DePickle. Don't spam in all caps in the chat. Max Richards, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, as an East Coaster, I'd love to help you out. To help me out with, like, traveling around? I appreciate it. Come to Omaha, best city in the world. Best zoo also. I do hear the zoo is great, actually. Apparently the zoo in Omaha, Nebraska is, like, famous, isn't it? It's either famous for sucking or being really good. I'm leaning on being really good. Anyway, thank you for the $2, Max Richards. I appreciate it. You're based, you're pog, you're epic, you're cool, you're omega lol. Delancer, thank you for the $5 dues. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Very pog. Says, Xanderhall, I have Midas Touch video on how Trump is going to affect the economy. Link. There's also a good Adam Mockler video in Discord chat. Well, Delancer, I appreciate the links. I have already done my own research on how Trump is going to affect the economy, so I'm going to be doing my own... Basically, I'm just going to be rattling it off the dome. I've been deep diving into Trump's economic policy and economics the last few days, so I don't need a video to, like... I'm just going to tell you what it's going to do, because I know what it's going to do. So, with that said, thank you, Delancer. I appreciate it. You'll be happy to know I am covering that topic a little later. Pepper T21, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very base. Says RFK's final form, and then sent a link.
I invented... cancer.
How?
I just did it. Doesn't matter. I created death. People didn't die before I was born. I created heartburn. I created hemorrhoids. I created hangovers. I created gingivitis.
That's a bad one.
I created hair loss. I created acne.
I wish you didn't do that one.
I created bad breath. I created infidelity.
I created long lines. I created the guy who beats you in any online game you play. I created the corner in that one hallway in your house you always stub your toe on.
Did Alex Jones actually say that? Yes, he did. That was when he was having like a self-pity, I'm the victim like meltdown when he was getting massively sued for lying about the Sandy Hook shooting and calling it a false flag and saying the kids were crisis actors and the kids didn't exist and the parents of the dead kids were crisis actors, which of course led to his massive audience harassing those parents of dead children, and they sued the fuck out of him and won, and so he had to play victim. And he started doing the whole, yeah, I'm just the worst guy in the world, I'm just the worst, like just throwing a big old pity party. Anyway, Pepper T21, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. You are so kind. You are so based. So pog. Said the B4 movement be like, what is these?
So I had this date on Saturday and it was going well, but then he kept talking about how nice my skin was, and then later disclosed that he makes leather and asked me if I would ever part ways with some of my skin. No, I stopped responding to that guy because after 3 hours of not responding to him, he found my mother on Facebook, DM'd her and asked her why I wasn't responding. How'd the day go? Not good. Halfway through the date, he looked up at the moon in horror and said I had no idea it was a full moon tonight. Turned into a werewolf and then brutally killed everyone in the restaurant. I was the only survivor. He asked if we could do this again. Yeah, no, sometimes I feel like I should.
No, to be fair, there are a lot of women, like, adjacent to this, that are, like, adjacent to this community that would probably be like, nah, I'd go with that. Yeah, absolutely. I just tried to sip out of a water with a lid on it, a cap on it. I always keep a cap on my water when I've got it at my desk, because God knows if I knocked my water bottle over onto my PC, what a hilarious and tragic way for a stream to end. Alright.
They're gonna stop putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. It's freaking bullcrap.
I can't do the thing that Alex Jones does where he punches the desk, because if I do that here, it might break my desk. What do you think of the Politico and the NYT reports that the America First think tank is fleshing out Trump's agenda, and it apparently doesn't contain the porn ban, but it does contain NB erasure? Well, that's about what I expect. I didn't expect them to really go after porn on a federal level. That would be really unpopular. Man, it's crazy how much unpopular stuff the Republicans did in the last 4 years that just completely got overridden in negative sentiment by the fact that the economy is so bad and people just want that cheap gas. Anyway, Pepper T21, did I click this one? No, I did not. Okay. No, I'm not clicking. No, I'm cracking down on links, guys. I'm cracking down on links. Okay? Pepper T21, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. I really do appreciate it. But I'm cracking down on links, okay? I know in 1984 now. We gotta listen. The link clicking has been a detriment to the streams. It gets overwhelming negativity from the chat. It is not a good idea. We need to be locked in and focused on growing and building up and reaching people and clicking on these hyper niche meme videos that y'all donate. It's just not going to do it, guys. It's not going to do it. People don't like it. I've gotten complaints. Xander Hall, you were literally proven right. Americans did elect Hitler to get lower gas prices. I have my finger on the pulse of the American people, but not quite, because I genuinely thought that even if Harris lost, she'd still get the popular vote, and she so didn't. I was so off the money on that. Like, for a while, I was looking at her losing the popular vote as a good thing. Like, okay, so even if she loses, she's going to get the popular vote. So what we need to see is, when she pulls ahead and gets a couple million more in the popular vote, is that enough votes that are going to get counted that'll go to her, especially in the swing states? I thought it meant there was still hope. Because I did not, in a million years, not in a trillion, billion, gazillion years, would I have bet that Trump would get the popular vote. Never. Not even if he won. Absolutely wild. So off base on that one. So when is Trump going to implement the every incel gets a free big titty goth GF or trad life policy that we all heard about, asking for a friend? Aren't you guys excited for eggs and groceries to cost practically nothing and gas to be free and for us to have zero taxes? Aren't you guys so excited that how it's totally going to happen and it's going to be great for the economy and we're going to do great? Trump is running on that, by the way. Trump has promised, by the way, zero income tax and that the U.S. government will make its money rather than through taxing its citizens, though via like a proportion of their income based on a tax bracket they fall into based on their like general amount that they make and how they make it. Instead, it's going to be through tariffs, which of course other countries do not pay to the United States. The corporations that are receiving the inputs pay to the U.S., and they just end up raising prices for whatever they're using those resources to produce, assuming we're doing that whole domestic manufacturing thing. We're getting too deep into it. I'll talk about it more in a minute. Trump's econ shit is genuinely nonsense, but he's a billionaire, so everyone's going to be like, well, he knows how to run a country like a company. He's going to make us do great. Andrew Zgola, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. It says, I know you don't drink, but the best craft beers are in Wisconsin. Also, we're the dairy capital in the world. I'm not really a beer guy either. I'll admit I've had a good amount of Mexican beer, and it's pretty solid. I definitely prefer it to, like, Bud Light or whatever. But, just not much of a beer guy. Like, if I'm gonna drink to get fucked up fast, so I don't have to, like, choke down as much, like, putrid poison water, you know? Like, I don't enjoy the taste of alcohol, never will. Just get it down the gullet, start digesting it, and get drunk. That's the goal. So ideally some like high, like 80 proof whiskey or I don't know, something like vodka is really good because it's just nothing. Like, it's the most nothing flavored alcohol you can get, but it's still really bad. But yeah, I don't typically drink. Not my cup of tea, but I would love to go to a brewery. I will drink beer if I go to a brewery and I'm, like, tasting samples because I'm there to, like, see how a cool thing is made and to try it, and I can respect I can respect it as a thing in that setting. You know, I want to go to a brewery and do like a tour and try the samples. I've always wanted to do that. I wasn't 21 when I had done that with my parents as a kid, so I couldn't try the samples. But now that I'm an adult and I'm 25, I can absolutely have myself some of them samples. I think during the debate, Kamala should have brought up Epstein. Yeah, we really do need, like, lefty political candidates in the future to just start calling conservative figures pedophiles. The right already opened that can of worms. We need to start, like, bouncing it back, because more often than not, it's not even defamation or libel. Tabernacle Fairy GNV, thank you for the $5 Edu donation on YouTube. Says, I like your stream more and more. Thank you. Oh, I really appreciate it. That is so kind of you. Your support is very much welcome and appreciated. Thank you. Selkie Courts, thank you for the $5 donation over on not YouTube, on my website. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Said, a little late, stream's a bit behind. Posted a video talking about my thoughts about the election, so it's funny you were talking about that. Thank you for inspiring everyday people to make videos too. I really want to see more people make content and, like, come from my community. That would really make me happy. Put a smile on my face. Thank you for the $5, Selkie Courts. And Alex Wooten, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Very base. Says, the horrors persist, but so do I. Based. Based. The horrors may persist, but we will too, guys. You know, it was really cringe when she said it, but you low-key have to respect it, because when you think about the quote enough, it's probably going to end up coming very true. Kamala Harris, during her concession speech, said that only when it's darkest can you see the stars. And it was such a cringe quote. I saw a lot of people, like lefties, cringe at that quote because it was so, like, when politicians make heartfelt, emotional messages like that, lefties tend to cringe. But I actually think that quote, if you take the emotion from it and you just, like, look at it, it's actually a really good analogy for exactly what the left needs to do. Things are going to get real dark. But the fact is that everyone is going to feel how dark it's going to get. At least that's what we're all afraid of, right? And if that is the case, if what we fear so much truly comes to pass, those speaking out against it are going to be the shining beacons that people are going to start gravitating towards. We need to be that. And by the time the next election comes around, if God willing we have one, then we need to have a lot of people gathered around those lights. Reminds me of the last line in the first season of True Detective. You ask me, the light's winning. Anyway. Pepper T21, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Very based. You are so pog, and I really do appreciate it. Said, oh, also, they're making a Death Note game. And then you linked the trailer to a Death Note game. I do appreciate it. I'll look into that on my own time, Pepper T21. As I said before, I gotta veto a lot of links. I'll look at what they are, and if they're super relevant or interesting, I'll play them. But otherwise, I gotta cut down on it. We gotta stay focused on the content. You guys stunlocked me. I gotta prevent it. Can't we just have a normal political discussion? Why has it gotta be Trump? 4 more years. Can't we just have a normal political election with Trump? No way. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Damn, no one got that reference? Y'all are uncultured as fuck. The hell? What the hell? And I thought my audience was old. We're able to make a magic school bus joke, but at what cost? Thank you, Selkie Courts. You got it. Okay, man, you got it too. Good, 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 good. I'm glad to see that y'all were cultured growing up, that y'all were raised right. So I like to see. I was singing along? Hell yeah, that's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. Okay, chat. Okay, one more. Max Richards, thank you for the $2 donation over on YouTube. Said Magic School Bus. Magic School Bus theme. Indeed, I made a reference. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. And I haven't seen that shit in, like, God, probably 15 years. Let's be completely real. It's actually probably been 15 years. Would that math line up? Yeah, I think it does. I was probably like 6 or 7. So yeah, that math lines up pretty well. Anyway, guys, you don't have to donate like the very kind people who have been supporting the stream financially up until now in order to support me. If you want to completely for free, and it only takes a second, support the stream and boost me in the algorithm, please consider hitting a like. Hitting the like button, that little thumbs up button. It only takes a second, and it immensely helps the channel and my streams. So I really appreciate everybody who does that. Trust me, for every one of you guys who don't decide to hit that like button, there are 10, 20, 30, maybe even more conservative content viewers hitting the like button on their favorite right-wing figure or podcaster, and they're going to get seen by dozens more new people as the right grows. So you might want to hit the like button, not just on me, but all your favorite lefty content creators. So I appreciate it if you do. Thank you to everybody that does. Anyway, guys, I think it's time to bring up the first segment of the day because, oh boy, do we have a lot to talk about. Oh, man. All right, guys. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. After reflecting for a while there is a lot that we need to discuss in regards to the outcome of the 2024 election, I think one thing has become obvious to me the more time goes by, and that is one single issue, one single wedge issue won Trump this election, and by a massive margin as well, a very comfortable victory. And that issue was economics, the economy. While I was wrong about who would win the election, that Kamala Harris could still pull through, I mean, I was still trying to be optimistic all throughout election night, thinking maybe things could turn around in the morning, but no dice, unfortunately. I've said, though, in the lead up to the election, that if Harris does lose, the core issue that will have won Trump the election will be the economy. You can go back, or many of you in chat right now, especially the blue names in my website chat, probably remember me saying this so often. One of my favorite quotes has been that if Hitler himself, or Hitler's ghost or zombie, or his corpse ran for president, and Americans knew it would make gas cheaper if he won, they would vote for him, possibly in a landslide. That above all else, Americans are very financially conservative because they believe that financial conservatism equals financial prosperity, and that the Dems just waste money, government money, that they assume somehow goes to, like, businesses and the people and the economy. I don't know. They assume that they're spending government money on wasteful things like the welfare state, which of course many of them benefit from because so many conservatives are themselves older and are benefit from Social Security. So like it's just this moronic cycle of misinfo and cognitive dissonance you got to deal with. But regardless, the perception exists that Trump was better on the economy, and that would be what won him the election. And I squarely believe even now that I was right, and that the economy is what won Trump the election. I think it lost him the election in 2020, and I think that Biden, failing as any good president would to return the economy to a good state, or at least a satisfactory enough state that Americans would be happy. And we'll get into that in a minute, like why prices remain so high, why that was what fucked over Biden, why Biden actually grew the economy immensely in his time, but it wasn't in a way that Americans will respect or appreciate. I'm going to get really deep into all that, but first I want to talk about the policy that almost certainly won Trump the election. What Trump's proposed tax plan could mean for American incomes. Trump is proposing swapping income tax for tariffs. Benefits from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act were to expire in 2025. Some expect Trump's tax plan to increase the national debt. It's going to be substantial, by the way. Since, in fact, it's expected that over 10 years, we are going to be $3.2 trillion in deficit. because the US is, according to his plan, effectively going to stop income tax. There will not be income tax anymore. And because Trump does not understand how tariffs work and believes that a tariff is literally like taxing another country or taxing the civilians or companies of another country and not taxing the companies that are here, they believe that this is going to not only mean that they don't have to pay taxes, but that we're going to steal money from other countries for our own government. Trump has convinced Americans that he's such a savvy businessman that this will work. I need you all to understand that this is the equivalent of, the electoral equivalent of, like, a divorce and a custody battle, where we as a country, the voters, are the children in the custody battle, and the bad parent, who is absolutely not qualified to have kids, has bribed the kid with ice cream for every meal of the day, every day, in order to, like, get the kid to openly want to be in the custody of the worst parent. Now, while the kid may be very happy about getting ice cream for every meal, for a day or two maybe, it's not going to take long before that kid's stomach starts to hurt real bad. And that's what the American voters are going to feel. We've been bribed with no bedtime and ice cream for every meal. And the American people took that bribe. But unfortunately, living like that has consequences. And we're going to feel them. We're going to feel them. The idea of zero taxes, people love that idea. It's like having no bedtime and ice cream for dinner, but oh man, are we going to feel it? Especially when Trump genuinely has no real plan that won't destroy the economy on how the US government is going to acquire funding for, frankly, anything. Anything. It's like, it's genuinely insane. Donald Trump doesn't understand how tariffs work, so I'll explain them for you. Here's what Donald Trump says he is going to do, and why it, and you can probably imagine when I say what he plans to do, or what he has said he plans to do, you can probably imagine why the average American would be so quick to just automatically jump on board with this, and certainly not look deeper into it. Donald Trump wants to make America isolationist and no longer a globalist country. Meaning, no longer will we be involved in world trade, no longer will we be involved in things like NATO, no longer will we be involved with just doing anything with any other countries. Donald Trump wants to make America's resource acquirement, production, and consumption all happen in America. This is effectively the isolationist policy that Trump is running on, because he has convinced Americans that what is causing inflation, what is causing the job loss and the economy to get worse, well, it's actually getting better, but to make it look like it's getting worse, I should say, is America is letting people from the outside world in, and America is letting too much business out. He has convinced Americans that this is the root of all of their problems, and that to solve this, the first thing he is going to do is heavily tariff imported goods from other countries. So if they were produced in other countries and then sold here, that's the first thing getting tariffed, which of course just means that, like, the stores that sell those items, because they're getting them from companies overseas, are going to have to raise the prices because the stores are the ones getting tariffed here in America. The stores here in America, the companies here in America are the ones getting tariffed, not the country or the company producing the thing in the country that they came from. And so that's going to mean prices for those things will go up. Things like electronics are going to be one of the first things you see get real expensive real fast compared to how they were. But then after that, because Trump wants to heavily incentivize all of the manufacturing to happen here in America, he wants to also tariff inputs. Or because he wants resource requirement to happen here in America, and somehow he believes this will also help America, for some reason he thinks it's a good idea to tariff inputs, meaning he wants to somehow bring manufacturing back to America and make it more expensive for American companies to acquire the raw resources they need to manufacture things. Because America does not have all the resources you need that a modern country needs to have a healthy manufacturing economy. We're not China, right? And so with that in mind, Donald Trump wants to bring all the manufacturing here and then tariff all of the inputs. It's acquisition. Sorry, I keep messing up with I have mush mouth today, Stella. I apologize. But Donald Trump wants to tariff all of the resources that would be used to do that. It's not going to work. None of this works. Donald Trump, fundamentally not knowing what tariffs do, can't do this. And the sad thing is, you know what's so tragic about this? You want to know what's so unbelievably tragic about this? Donald Trump isn't far off on the idea that using tariffs to bring manufacturing back to America could be a good policy and would actually be advisable by some economists. Biden even expanded some of Trump's tariffs in certain areas because on a certain level, they can be good if applied right, but Donald Trump doesn't understand what they do, and so he applies them widespread. In fact, he plans to have tariffs range from 10% to 60%. Insane stuff. Genuinely insane. I can't speak today. Insane. Genuinely insane. That would be a ridiculous price hike for Americans on a ridiculous amount of goods. And of course, we're talking about the supply chain getting tariffed at almost every level too. So all of the inputs are getting tariffed, and then all of the, I guess if the manufacturing's here, it won't get tariffed. So it's still just going to be much more expensive from the inputs getting tariffed. Unless it's something that can be sourced here and made here, it's going to be a lot more expensive. And Trump doesn't care. Because to the average American, that entire plan sounds flawless. Genuinely flawless. Now, let me tell you how Biden used tariffs that are actually, pretty good. If you surgically use tariffs in emergent industries in which you are competing with another country that is trying to outdo you in the realm of manufacturing, and you already have a decent supply line of the input needed for that particular emergent industry, for example, electric cars. Biden put a tariff on Chinese electric cars, which of course makes it more expensive to buy Chinese electric cars, so people would instead buy American electric cars because China is desperately trying to outdo us in a brand new emergent manufacturing industry. America is fighting a trade war with China, and Biden was even fighting the trade war with China very healthily. And, obviously if China already has a realm of manufacturing, we're not getting it back. We're wasting money and resources trying to, bring that manufacturing back. But if a new industry that's viable for America to headline in comes about, yeah, we should absolutely tariff the fuck out of China's version of it so that Americans buy American. Yeah, that's absolutely a smart policy. But Trump wants to do it for everything. And overwhelmingly, economists are coming out to say, brace. Americans, brace yourselves. You think you just bought yourselves into the glory days. But no, you have not. And you may be wondering, how did Donald Trump convince Americans that his economic policy was so good when we had 4 years of Trump and at the end of it, the economy went to shit? Well, I want to remind you all of some things from when COVID happened and we started experiencing the financial crash and people started losing jobs and the economy started, and government shut down and the economy started to go to shit. Rent started going up, all these things. Let me remind you of some things. For starters, who remembers what Donald Trump insisted had to be on the stimulus checks before he would sign off on them? Gonna fast forward and say his name. The stimulus checks had his name on them because he would only sign off on the stimulus checks going out on the condition that they had his name on them. That was an investment in Americans believing that Donald Trump was responsible for that lifeline. On top of that, we hadn't experienced a lot of the worst of that financial crash just yet. In fact, one of the biggest benefits that was very weird that came out of that was gas prices, which I've told you a million times. Hitler would get elected if he promised lower gas prices in America, even today. When Donald Trump badly handled COVID and everyone was staying home, they weren't driving anywhere. Globally, they weren't driving. And even in America, people weren't driving. And of course, this meant that stores, gas stations, were not selling any gas. And so gas stations were just they weren't buying after a certain point. For one, gas was so cheap, people were like, it was like the power is going to go off or the water's going to get shut off in a day in Zomboid, and you just start filling every single receptacle with water you possibly can. People were doing that, but with gas, because it was so cheap. Like their mugs, their like fucking gas cans, their pots, their pans, their fucking... The government had to put out notices telling people not to store gas in unsafe open containers because people were bringing everything they could, buckets, to gather up the gas because it was so cheap. Not only that, but oil companies couldn't get anyone to buy their oil. And so on top of that, they were literally scuttling oil. They were scuttling ships. They were selling their oil. They weren't selling their oil. They were paying people to take their oil. They were trading oil at a negative, meaning they were basically paying for people to take the oil because no one was driving because of the midst of COVID. And so gas prices were nothing. And because of that, people didn't associate that with the state of COVID. Looking back on it, people associate that with what 4 years of Trump looks like at the end of his presidency. Gas so cheap that we were collecting it in mugs because it was so cheap. So despite the fact that Trump crashed the U.S. economy, and he did take some pretty hard hits from it. I mean, he did lose in 2020. I think you guys also have to remember that there were some negative side effects of COVID and the financial crash that Trump caused that he's able to take credit for. There were surprisingly weird positive effects like that. Or at least on a surface level, they look like a positive effect. Now, Biden had a record growing economy. Now, I need to explain some things to you about what made Americans believe the economy was so bad, despite the fact Biden had actually record growth in the economy. Bidenomics was amazing. A really good example of Bidenomics is the American Rescue Plan. Are you guys excited for the White House website to no longer be a reliable source of information about the government? The American Rescue Plan. President Biden's plan to provide direct relief to Americans contained COVID-19 and rescue the economy. So this is what's so neat about the American Rescue Plan. If you go to the White House website, let's say you need help finding a vaccine. Click this. All the info you need on finding where to get vaccinated. I need help getting healthcare coverage. Click this. All the help you need to sign up for funded programs to get your healthcare taken care of if you can't afford it. I need help buying food. Sign up for your local SNAP program. Here's everything you need. I have kids. Get a $3,000 tax credit per child for children 6 and over. Everything you need. I need help with rent. Sign up for ways to get help with rent. I lost my job. Sign up for ways to help get a new job. I need help getting a rescue payment. Get a fucking rescue payment from the government, a stimulus check, basically. I want to offer my employees paid time off for vaccines. If you are a boss who wants to be a good boss and take care of your employees and receive government funding in order to let them get vaccinated while they're on their day off, and get paid time off for it. Here's a link. Hold on, what's this one? My small business needs help. Here's another one. Here's another link, right? Dude, the American Rescue Plan goes hard, but the problem is the fact that you even have to learn about the American Rescue Plan to know what Biden did. You already lost. You already lost when Republicans run on the economy that hard. And it requires this much education, even 5 minutes of education to understand what Biden has done. We had record low listen, the Fed has a few targets by which they try to measure whether or not the economy is healing or doing well. And one of those things, at least not a very high-ranking thing on that list, is inflation. It's actually unemployment and other factors like that that actually are far more important for whether or not the economy is doing well in reality, and so that's what the Federal Reserve and the U.S. government typically look at when they're trying to manage and improve the economy. Inflation is subject to so many factors and is frankly oftentimes following the world's economic health. When inflation in America happens, it's usually at the same time as the rest of the world. It's usually due to world trade getting fucked with, not with America's economy getting fucked with. Not always, but usually. And so, because inflation, as a percentage, isn't a number that goes up and down as a representation of how close to some, like, basic value that the US dollar has. It's actually a measurement of the rate of inflation. 2% is the healthy, ideal inflation rate that the Federal Reserve has identified. Unfortunately, during Biden's presidency, he has maintained a 12.5, give or take, average inflation rate. Not great, but not destroying the country. You can still have an inflation rate that high and the economy still be doing very well. However, he still did lower the inflation a lot as of now. The inflation now is actually quite low, but people don't feel it. The prices are still quite high. You oftentimes hear people say, I can barely afford groceries. I can barely afford groceries. How often do you hear that? I can barely afford groceries. Hypers in chat if you've heard that from anybody. Doesn't even have to be a conservative Trump supporter. But since this whole inflation thing happened, how many people have you heard complaining about the price of eggs or meat? Oh my God, meat is so much more expensive now. Yeah, a lot of you have probably heard these complaints, and I'd say they're pretty valid. But do you want to know why you can barely afford groceries? Because even if barely, you can still afford them. At large, the majority of Americans, even if barely, can still afford their groceries. The only thing that's going to control those prices is when the market stops being able to pay those insane prices. And fortunately, wages have risen in Biden's fantastic economy to meet the higher prices. And that is why Americans can still, if just barely, still pay for these things. It's really tight. Money is so tight, but these companies are currently wringing every last penny they can out of the majority of Americans without completely leaving them destitute. They found the ideal middle ground, and they want to maintain it for as long as they can. It is not Biden's fault, short of what would absolutely be blocked by Republicans even now, setting price caps on groceries, which I don't think can be done by executive order. There's not much effect the president can have on grocery prices. The market has to recover on its own, and a large part of that involves the prices no longer being low enough for people to pay. That is when they start undercutting each other again. Right now, the economy is just in a really unhealthy place in regards to the prices of things that people need to live, from rent to groceries, and that is what won Trump the election. And unfortunately, the policies that Trump ran on, despite being a very, hey, kids, don't you want to not have bedtimes and eat ice cream and candy for every meal kind of policy suggestion from Trump, winning over a lot of people, it's going to ruin this country's economy. Like, it is going to be disastrous. If you thought what COVID did to this economy was already horrific, prepare for far worse. Now, if you're a Trump supporter watching this, or you just voted for Trump, you don't even have to be like a dyed-in-the-wool supporter, but you just voted for Trump because you felt like his policies are going to be good for you, I'm not saying this because I hope it's what happens. I'm an American too. I would love for what Trump says is going to happen if he does these things to actually be what happens. You think I don't want grocery prices to go back down to ridiculously affordable levels? You think I don't want everything to go back to being affordable again, like Trump says they will? You think I don't want their, like, do you think I as an American like paying taxes? Like, dog, of course, if Trump was right about none of us having to pay income tax, and that being fine for America, and that being a completely okay thing to do, if that was true, I'd be on board with it. But it's not. These policies are not going to have the promised outcome that Trump has. I want the promised outcome that Trump is promising. I want American financial prosperity, low prices. Like, that sounds amazing. But dude, it's not going to be the outcome. It's wishful thinking. But hey, we can all hope, right? We hope for the best, but we prepare for the worst. Anyway, guys, if you enjoyed this segment, if you thought that it was entertaining, educational, or even enjoyable, then please consider leaving a like, whether you're watching it live or when it goes up as its own video after the fact. up on the channel as a segment. Seriously, please leave a like. Every single like forces YouTube to push my content in the algorithm to more new and old viewers alike, and forces, generally forces YouTube to put my content in the eyes of more people. And don't just do it for me, do it for other lefty content creators too. You guys know that's what we need right now when you consider, like, Trump literally thanked Aiden Ross during his acceptance speech, or during his victory speech. He thanked Aiden Ross and, like, and Joe Rogan as well. You guys gotta understand, we gotta rival what the right's got going on online and in the media sphere. So drop a like, drop a comment, and you will be doing your part in doing so. It's not even just like supporting your favorite content creator anymore. It's about fighting against the right's domination of the algorithm. We gotta do something, guys. So drop a like, drop a comment, subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications if you haven't already. And on top of that, consider following my social medias linked down below to see more from me on other platforms. And if you want to join my fan Discord, the main hub of my community and fan base, it's totally free to do so through the link in the description. I actually host game events, call-in streams, or watch parties at least once a week in my Discord. And on top of that, if you want to support me directly, help me keep the lights on and a roof above my head here at the Xander Hall studio, then please consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch, because I do have merch, through the Streamlabs link down below. But regardless of how you support my channel, even if you're just a lurker, thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. How'd that segment come out, guys? I feel like it was clean. I feel like I did a good job of breaking down not only what won Trump the election, but how his most popular policy is a nightmare. I think I did a good job of explaining, like, the tariffs and the trade stuff too. I've been doing a lot of research on it lately, like even before Trump won, but especially after Trump's won. So I'm hoping I didn't make any, like, dumb mistakes or misremember anything there, because I am still, digging into it all, but I'm gonna have to become super economics brained in the coming years, for sure. Do you think the media did not explain how well Biden handled the economy? Yes. Yes, I absolutely do. And they also had a bias against Harris, which you can literally see in one of my videos I released recently called "They Proved the Media Bias Against Harris is Real." Can't wait for Helldiver IRL. True, we're all going to be Helldivers. Space Force Helldivers, let's go. The media was invested to be against the Dems. That's probably true, to be honest. They probably, like, wanted this outcome. There's a reason why they called states so fast for Trump. I think they wanted it to be true, because, man, when Biden took office, I think it was like a 70 to 60% drop across the board from right and left-wing mainstream media sources in viewership and engagement. Because when Trump was in office, every media apparatus and outlet was doing, like, magnitudes better than they were during Biden's presidency. So they had to do something. Like, whether they just wanted to make money and get views off of shitting on Biden for whatever they could, or they were sabotaging him to try to get Trump back so they could get those ratings again. It's hard to say. It could have been both. They got the best of both worlds in the end. They got to farm as much clout as they could off of shitting on Biden for, like, stuttering for 4 years, whatever they could scrape together during the dry era. And then now they're going to get to profit off of covering the fall of America into fascism. And then you know what? They're all going to become state-sponsored fascist media organizations if America becomes not like Nazi Germany, and they're going to start grifting off of that. We really do have to, like, there's going to be a whole segment about this, actually, because every other progressive figure in this space is making a whole, like, segment about this issue. Is that, like, we lefty figures got to stop playing nice when it comes to growing our channels. Really, like, the figures on the right are so shameless, and, like, their first and number one priority among anything else, above anything else, is growing their platform and reaching more people, and that is what is allowing them to win right now. And so we need to get far more aggressive. And we need to start getting far more shameless with asking our audiences to support. But I'm going to get into talking about that, why, and how in the dedicated segment, not now. Well, no, lefties don't need to grift. That's the thing. Grifting is specifically when you push things you don't actually believe in for the sake of making money, right? I used to think Ben Shapiro wasn't a grifter, that he was sincerely just a nerdy little, like, midwit fuck that believed the shit he was saying, but after seeing him go from calling what Trump encouraged in January 6th an insurrection the next day to now defending it as not an insurrection later whenever he got pushback, it really does go to show even Ben Shapiro, someone who I guess was one of the few right-wing figures I had, like, a shred of respect for in terms of, like, maybe he's genuine, because he just seems so, like, impassioned about it. Nope. Nope. Even he is a grifter. He doesn't believe it. He knows he's lying, and he is lying for money. Come to think of it, I don't even think Hassan's a grifter. I think Hassan's just dumb. To a harmful extent. Do you think it's possible to turn grifters around? No. Someone who's already sold their soul like that and is willing to lie for money to that degree is absolutely not going to be turned around on anything because they follow the money. That is their first and only prerogative. You have to debate them on that premise, and that's a hard premise to debate a greedy motherfucker off of. Xanderhall, you should start a coffee company or diet supplement company. That's what all the successful righties do. Well, ride the rails, that's the thing. All of these successful right-wingers that are now running companies and have reached, like, millionaire status were all, like, they became a millionaire off of YouTube. They started out as grassroots funded and supported by their audiences, and they grew to the point where they had enough money in their pocket that they didn't even have to take out a loan with a bank, I bet, and could start their own business as an extra source of income and a backup plan if YouTube or their online punditry doesn't work out for them. That is not something anyone but maybe Hassan in this space has the platform and finances, certainly, to do right now. That level of doing something requires millions of dollars. I've never seen $1 million in my life. I've never made $1 million cumulatively in my life, okay? Like, yeah. Bro, it's the Democrats' fault they lost. To a degree, I'd actually argue it's mostly the fault of... It's hard to throw blame on anybody. You can look at the voter demographic data, but I don't necessarily think you can blame, say, Latinos who jumped over to vote for Trump because they are more appealed to economically, like in terms of economic policy by Trump. Like, the Dems obviously had the more beneficial policy, as I've just explained, but the Dems failed to communicate that. So in that way, yeah, it is the Dems' fault that they lost. Because it's not enough to have the right policies, you have to communicate them well. Trump shows you that you can have dog shit, awful policies that experts are screaming from the rooftops to the American people, please do not vote for this, it will destroy our country, in unanimous numbers, and they will still vote for it because people don't hear it. Unfortunately, Natalie's cyber tips, we couldn't know unless we did a primary, right? We should have done a primary to figure out who should have been our nominee we ran this time around. But even if we did that, I think because of the state of the economy and people's perception that Biden didn't do enough, the Dems, regardless of who they ran, might not have had the ability to win this election. It might not have been possible regardless of who we ran. We might have been able to run Bernie Sanders, and his populist rhetoric might not have been enough to beat Trump. But hey, one bright side. If Trump eliminates term limits, we could see the legendary Trump versus Obama 2028 election, okay? Guys, oh my god, dude. Holy shit. Oh my god. Obama would get so cooked. I mean, Trump, I don't know. I think it would be a real toss-up. But bro, imagine having Obama as president again. After all this time, imagine Obama being president again. How crazy that would be. Barack Obama knows how to signal on that economic policy stuff. He knows how to speak to the American people. You think Trump would destroy Obama? People want the populist message and the Dems are completely establishment, which is the opposite of populism. Not really, no. The problem, like, populism can be establishment. Populist is rhetoric. Populist is fundamentally rhetoric-based. And the Republicans are now the establishment. Establishment is when you are the ones in power. And the Republicans have almost always been the establishment, barring a few stints in history. And right now, the Republicans are transitioning into being the ultimate establishment. MAGA can no longer throw blame on us anymore. Sorry, guys, you can try, but you got the red trifecta. You got everything you wanted. Presidency, Congress, Supreme Court. You're probably going to get the House. You got the Senate. There is no area of government outside of very hyper-specific local areas in specific towns and cities and districts where you can point to and say, Dems are responsible for this. It's all on you guys now for the next 2 to 4 years. Y'all don't get to blame the Democrats. We're the Dems, us liberals, we're the counterculture now. You're the establishment, or the Republicans are the establishment now. Veronica Wheels, thank you for the $20 super chat. I really appreciate it. Said, longtime viewer and trans woman YouTube creator. I fix old cars for a living, and in the past 3 days, my life has turned into prepping me and other queer people for being victims of genocide and shouting for how bad this could get. Well, Veronica Wheels, I will tell you, thank you so much for the $20, but I would not despair that all is lost. Republicans, as a way of oppressing their citizens in red states, have leaned heavily into building up states' individual power against the federal government for decades at this point. I mean, it goes back to the Civil War if you really want to, get picky with it. And so, because of that, the Dems now have, in blue states, a lot of ability to fight against this overwhelmingly red federal government. And so if you want to escape the worst case possible scenario, go to blue states. Go deep into blue states. I promise you, 99.99% chance, maybe even better, if you move to a blue state, you have nothing to worry about outside of the broad national effect of Trump's policy on the economy, for example. That's going to be bad. Ugh. That's going to be a big worry. I don't know if Michelle Obama would win in a landslide, KC123. Aliakai, good to see you, says, it goes way earlier than the Civil War. It goes all the way back to the colonies. Yeah, fair. I mean, that originally, weren't we going to have, like, the Articles of Confederation instead of a Constitution? Or, we're going to have, like, this idea that, like, every individual colony or state was, like, this confederated, like, group of individual, like, mini countries that would have their own governments and power and everything. It was going to be some weird ass bullshit. I don't remember all the details, but it got kind of got ditched for what we ended up going with. The founding fathers went for, like, more representative democracy, for, like, we've got states that are like a bigger version of districts, and then you just sliced up a whole country, basically. Specifically, they just wanted to mention a nationally abortion, which would override blue states' constitution. Yeah, the blue states won't stand for it, though. Those blue states have that protection. We'll see, though. We'll see. Thank you, Veronica Wheels. Anyway, Slashy, thank you for the $6 super chat. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Very based. Very pog. Said, how will MAGA/Musk try to spin the tariffs destroying the economy? Assuming you are correct, won't that lead to MAGA getting a lot of blame for massively hurting the economy? It's a matter of how long it takes to take effect. Right? If it's 10 years before we really experience the negative side effects of zero income tax, then it's going to make Trump look really good. If he can get 4 years of zero income tax and no negative side effects. I think it was Destiny who used this analogy recently, and I was like, dude, that's kind of on point. You guys know how when you train a dog, if you're going to discipline your dog for doing something bad, it has to be immediately after they do the thing wrong, because they can't conceptualize after like a minute or two that you're mad at them for something they did a while ago. That's why it's like the worst thing to potty train a dog by like coming home, you see they peed on the floor, and then you're like, you rub their nose in it, and you're like, bad dog, that's horrible, because the dog doesn't get it, right? They don't understand that. The American people are it's a lot like training dogs. The American people are like dogs. They have dog brain. If the consequences of their political actions are not immediate, it's really hard for them to recognize them. Because the negative effects of Trump, because they happened under Biden, got attributed to Biden. And massively so. We see the results. The American people are dogs. What can I tell you? Not the fun, like, lovable dogs, but they just have dog brain, you know? We are assuming it is immediate, so how will this be spun? I don't know, man. I don't know if they'll be able to. I think they'll spin it by saying it was the previous administration's fault, but at that point, I don't know how much people will buy it. If it's immediate, the American people will get mad at the sitting administration. They just do. I don't think Trump's rhetoric will be enough to save him. And I think that the fact the left will be seen as a counterculture, criticizing the status quo as it is, and it will be a very unlikable status quo, I think that the left is going to see some pretty spectacular things happen in the next 4 years. If, God willing, we have another election, it could be a massive swing to the left. We saw it happen with Biden's election after 2016. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Anyway, Slashy, I appreciate it. Anyway, let me bring up the next thing that we're going to be covering. And then I am going to be using the restroom and grabbing myself a shake before we move on. Because I am a little hungry, I'm not gonna lie. I could use my calories. And, yeah. Let's see. Where's the video? I think I already covered that one. Yeah, here it is. All right. All right, everybody. You all know what to do when I say action, right? I'm just going to do this segment right away. 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. So we are now reeling from the colossal L that Kamala Harris took and the colossal W that Donald Trump took in the election a few days ago. We are still looking over the results of the election, trying to figure out what, if any, silver lining we can get from it, and that, well, it's data. We can learn what the American people are feeling and thinking and how we can potentially persuade them away from supporting Trump in the future. God willing, we have another election, right? However, in the midst, in the aftermath, I have to admit, I was wrong about how the left would react to Trump's win. I was hoping that more of the left would be angry, like motivated angry. I noticed that after Biden won, not just mine, but every progressive and even some right-wing media outlets, but to much lesser extent, took a pretty significant hit in their viewership when Trump lost the election in 2020 and Biden took office. And so I thought, and I've noticed, a lot of people went on vacation for the last 4 years from certainly engaging with any form of political news content or commentary content. And everyone felt it, right? It was a rough last 4 years. And of course, in the meantime, on the right, as opposed to the left, as the left kind of stagnated and shrunk for the last 4 years, especially online, we have seen the right explode in the alternate media landscape to an extent where I believe it's 11 of the 13 biggest podcasts in the world, the most viewed podcasts in the world, are all right-leaning. Number 1 is Joe Rogan, like number 7 or 8 is Ben Shapiro's podcast, just for a little reference on how, like, fucked the situation is. And so you would hope that, all right, hopefully people recognize we need to build our own left-leaning, anti-MAGA, anti-fascist media landscape at least a media landscape of people that base their thoughts and opinions in truth, and their rhetoric and their reporting in truth, and not an agenda or some kind of ideological, highly partisan populist bullshit like the entire right has been doing with for Trump in the last like 8 years now. We need that. But here's the thing. The exact opposite is happening. Now, it hasn't hit me as hard, but boy, are other left-wing channels experiencing it. There's a video here called... I've brought up David Pakman's channel, and I know some of you might not like David Pakman. I've got a few hang-ups on him. Nothing serious. I generally like him. I think he's a cool guy, but there are some disagreements I've had with him in the past, so if you have had those disagreements too, then trust me, I'm with you. I know. But overall, David Pakman's a fairly reasonable person, and he is one of the larger figures in the left-wing media space. Not very large compared to your average, like, large right-wing figure. He's only got 2.6 million subs compared to, like, the 100 million or whatever Joe Rogan has, right? But regardless, David Pakman is still pretty based, and he has also spoken before making this video with, like, Sam Cedar and a bunch of other progressive, like, commentators and speakers, and he made this video called "I'm Terrified. Is the left about to abandon politics?" And I gotta say, I'm scared for the left too. I honestly have to admit, this is not the result I was expecting the left to have, and if it is, then, well, we might as well just give up entirely, because there's no fighting against the right if the left is at large going to have this reaction for long. Let's watch the video. David Pakman says it best.
I'm going to tell you something that is terrifying me. I always try to come here and put a positive face on everything, but there is something going on that is terrifying me. When I woke up this morning, we had lost 5,000 YouTube subscribers compared to where we were last night. Now, the first thing I thought was, is this a glitch? We've been on YouTube for 15 years or something like that, and subscribers always just go up. They just never go down. They go up. 15K. Is something wrong with my channel? Is someone
Not
attacking
5K.
my channel? What's going on? So I started texting. And I texted Brian Tyler Cohen. And I texted Tyler Cohen and Brian Cohen and Brian Tyler. All of them. I texted all of them. I texted Jesse Dollemore. I texted Luke Beasley and Farron Cousins and Sam Cedar. And every single one of our channels since last night is hemorrhaging subscribers. What is it?
I've had a little bit of sub hemorrhage too since Trump won. Like, most of my subs are a little more dedicated to politics than the more casual viewers of these channels. So I lost like 150, like 175 subs from the Great Purge. But he'll explain what's going on in a moment and what's happening and how bad it is if this is how the left is going to respond. Because the left needs to respond genuinely with the exact opposite reaction that it's having right now. But I'll let him get into it.
That is going on. Here is a graphic. As you can see, subscribers just go up, 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 and they are down. It is not just YouTube subscribers. We are seeing record cancellations of paid memberships. Record cancellations. These are the people that keep the show running. Now, for a moment, I thought, if it's just YouTube, maybe YouTube is purging people who are inactive subscribers. And once a year, usually YouTube does this and you see a little decline and then numbers go back up. They're not doing it. They're not doing it. And if that were the case, we wouldn't be seeing paid membership cancellations on the website. So now I understand what is going on. It's terrifying, but it is happening. A lot of people are checking out. I heard anecdotally from a couple dozen people who said, you know, David,
this is how we lose the war. We've lost the battle, and now it seems the only people with the power to ensure that we don't lose the war, that being like the audience of people who are left-leaning online that can actually support a ecosystem that can rival the right's online media domination, are checking out. They're dropping financial support. They're unsubscribing They're not just like checking out, as in like, I'm just not going to watch the videos anymore. They're going out of their way to harm the channels of the most prominent progressive figures by unsubscribing as they leave. They are like setting these channels behind, but with such massive sub drops, because YouTube like fucks you after that, they're setting these channels behind months, if not more, in being able to grow and reach more people, the people that are leaving and unsubbing on the way out. But holy crap, dude. For him, it's gone up to around 35, 40,000 lost subs for David Pakman, I think is the last I saw on Social Blade. There are a lot of people checking out, and it's terrifying. It's a little less scary for me. I think my situation is pretty stable. I actually expect things to get a lot more energetic around here on the channel now that Trump has gotten elected, especially since, my streams are already doing better since then. I recognize a lot of you here that haven't been here since Biden got elected, for example. But despite that, for the rest of the online left as a space and as an ecosystem, I am terrified. It is so clear that not only, like, we've always been fighting an uphill battle, let's be real. Like, I've watched and I've looked at, like, the engagement rates for right-wing content compared to left-wing content, and it is so low. It's not just that left-wing content gets far less views, but content that gets any views on YouTube has the potential to go viral and get a lot of views. But for that to happen, the viewers that watch have to be motivated to do things like comment and like, because views alone are not enough. They have to comment and like too. Completely free, simple, fast ways of supporting a channel. Something you'll notice, by the way, is that even outside of the realm of politics, all the biggest channels have little tricks and community things they do to boost engagement on all their videos. Have you noticed that? How often have you heard a YouTuber ask, can we hit a certain like goal on this video? Because if you can hit a certain amount of likes, the video is guaranteed to get a certain amount of views, because YouTube pushes videos so much more when they get more engagement. Comments. Comment jokes. How many times have you seen, one of my favorite examples actually is Creepcast, the Creepcast YouTube channel. Nope, this is not a leftist thing at all. This is simply a leftists are lazy. This is the reality of it. Leftists are lazy, and I'm going to explain that in a moment. When you go to a Creepcast video, and I go to them when they first come out, I watch Creepcast content the second they drop a new video, right? I always hit the like button first. I know I'm going to like it. I love that channel. I know I'm going to like it. I want to support them. So the second I click the video, my mouse darts to the like button and clicks it and hits like. And since it's usually pretty early, I like to go down to the comments and I comment as well. And if you look at the comments of any Creepcast episode, you'll see there are countless comments that just say, who's up creepin' they cast? Or some variant of that, like, funny, I find it funny, but let's be real, kind of a dumb little joke, right? But that inside joke is something that everyone comments, or a lot of people, a ridiculous quantity of fans, comment on every single Creepcast episode, guaranteeing a ridiculous amount of engagement. And so Creepcast is one of the fastest growing podcasts on the planet right now, and I myself am a fan. That is a completely apolitical example of how channels grow, and frankly, channels don't grow from financial support. I get that he's upset that he's losing memberships and stuff, but complaining about the money is kind of cringe, like, okay, I get it, the bit of money's drying up, it's scary, I understand, David Pakman, but let's be real. Donations and financial support from audience do not equal more eyes on left-wing ideas. I, nor any of these left-wing figures, will likely be asking you to donate. I mean, I'm not, but they might. I will say. I'm not asking you guys to donate to your favorite progressive figures. You do not need to dip into your funds and give to figures that you do not want to give to or feel, unless you want to, unless it's like truly what you want to do and you can afford it. Obviously. But at the end of the day, that money wouldn't have equaled more eyes anyway. What equals more eyes is completely free. A like and a comment on every progressive video you watch. And if you're really dedicated to helping your favorite progressive figures take off, even if you don't plan to watch the video because you already saw the topic or it doesn't interest you, click it, leave a like and a comment, and dip out. That helps too. right-wing communities lean heavy into making a cult of supporting their favorite figures. And on the left, it almost seems like even in the most hardcore, hyper-knit, tight-knit communities, there is a laziness that I have noticed. And the stats don't lie, you know, even among my own audience, right? Like compared to other figures, like you guys like and comment at a much lower rate than any non-political YouTuber or any right-wing YouTuber would receive. And I mean, you guys like my content, I assume. Y'all are watching it. Y'all are actually giving me a lot more positive feedback than ever lately. And so I'm going to be grinding like crazy. David Pakman's going to be grinding like crazy. Every progressive figure on this platform the day after Trump's election made a video like this one. And it is in our court to grind like crazy to rival the media landscape of the right. Hell, even Philip DeFranco made a segment today talking about how the left desperately needs a Joe Rogan. The left desperately needs to build up something that opposes the right. But there's only so much the creators can do, right? Hell, I upload 3 times a day, you know? Like, my channel's less than 100K subs, and I've been uploading 3 times a day for a long time. At a certain point, the ball is in the audience's court. You'll notice that when left-wing channels go viral, have you noticed it's always because they upload a video that appeals to a general audience? That general audience isn't left-leaning, and so they come and they comment and they engage a ton, and the video goes mega viral, brings that new audience to that channel, and gets them in? Have you ever noticed that? It's because, for some reason, I don't know why. I cannot even pretend to know why. I can only assume, I don't know, laziness or something? At least when it comes to clicking buttons on the internet. Progressive content viewers are notably less likely to engage with the content they watch. And that is always, always bad. So when I tell you guys to like my streams, to like my videos, do it, for starters. This is what I mean when I say that. And on top of that, don't just do it for me. Frankly, you should do it for every content creator. But if you watch left-wing media content, boost it. Boost it, guys. Seriously. It is what needs to happen. I know this sounds like, so self-serving, like you're like all these figures are out here begging for more support. And it's like, yes, at the end of the day, me and all these figures are going to benefit massively if you guys do these things, obviously. But we're also the ones who become left-wing political pundits in this space already. I encourage you guys to become left-wing political pundits too if you think you can hack it. I highly recommend it. Feel free to use my chat to advertise. Just don't be annoying about it. However, if we want to win the culture war against the right, you're going to have to do that. Calling your viewers lazy isn't a good look, lol. Well, the stats don't lie. Progressives as a whole, not my audience. I mean, actually, my audience is probably a little more higher engagement than most on the left, actually. But the left as a whole, as a content viewing block online, is kind of lazy when it comes to like, someone else can click that like button, you know? Like, I used to be like that. Let's be real. Listen, I'm not going to pretend like when I wasn't lazy, when I wasn't hitting the like button and commenting on people's videos. Now, if you watch the right channels, you can find my comments on tons of videos. Because when I watch a video, I leave a like and I comment, even if it's some dumb little quip that's like a running joke in the channel. Because I know how much, as a YouTuber, I know how much it helps that creator. And that even my single like and comment are actually a big difference. And so, that's the simple reality of it. If we're going to counter the right, we have to dominate the algorithms, and that's the way. Massive support from viewers. I was too lazy to hit the like button once, and I stopped doing that because I realized how valuable it was when I became a YouTuber and was like, damn, man, that like button and commenting really does matter. Like, even individual ones. Like, yeah, so there's a reason why all these figures are out here calling for more engagement. Obviously, it's a little self-serving, but it's also the reality of the situation. Like Joe Rogan, the podcast sphere, the right-wing misinfo sphere, it might have played one of the biggest roles in Trump winning the election.
I just can't do it anymore. I just can't do it. I'm checking out. I'm out. And the reason that this is terrifying, not only because it puts everybody
Instead of whining about it, lefty content creators should be telling their viewers if they need to take a break, encourage them to disengage and recover instead of blaming them. Damn, Ganger World. Well, maybe I'm just not being clear enough with the way that YouTube's algorithm works, but like, as I said before, when these people unsub and they're like checking out, it's not just that their support is gone. It's that when YouTube notices a out of nowhere massive drop in support, YouTube's like, oh, people don't like this content anymore. And then it doesn't matter necessarily how hard you work. It's going to take months to recover because YouTube is like artificially, like algorithmically shadow banned you. And this is happening to a bunch of progressive figures right now. And so it's not like, oh, just stop whining, tell your audience to go take a break and not watch your content anymore and come back in a few months. It's like, well, that's how we lose. We need to be doing the opposite. That's just not the solution.
In left-wing media's livelihoods at stake and at risk.
It's also a big problem that even now in my chat, which tends to be one of the most reasonable and chill chats in the entire online left, that there are people getting whiny about this, like just the reality of what the left has to do in order to combat the right's misinformation campaign. Like, and I'm not even telling you just support me. Support every progressive figure you watch, and frankly, if you're a YouTube watcher, you should be leaving a like and a comment on every YouTuber you watch. I watch Creepcasts and I give them a like and a comment. That's just what you should do if you have the time. I know what people's feelings don't care about YouTube's algorithms. If you're sad and depressed, they're going to act sad and depressed. You can't logic people out of that. When have I been sad and depressed? I've been getting shit for not being sad and depressed the last, like, 4 days. What do you mean? I was getting shit all night on election night for being like, Harris can still win. I was getting a decent amount of shit the day after the election for being like, we can prepare. This is motivation. We need to fight harder. We cannot lay down and give up. I've been getting nonstop shit for refusing to be sad and depressed about these results. And you're telling me I'm being sad and depressive about the results? No, I am simply pointing out that we are seeing a worrying response from lefties that at least needs to be talked about.
It terrifies me because our instinct is the opposite of what the right does, and we will get crushed if.
And that's the frustrating thing, right? It's that the instincts are so different, right? Like, when the left takes a big L, progressives get, like, doomer in every way. Like, they want to vote less, even, right? Like, they just say, I'm just not even going to vote anymore. I've seen that before since Trump won. I saw it after Trump won in 2016, too. I'm just not even going to vote anymore. It doesn't even matter. Like, they just check out, right? Lefties, I don't know if it's like a brain, like, thing or like a brain bug that is spread through the left, but it's like, oh, we lost, time to throw in the towel, give up. We lost one battle, time to lose the whole war. But when it comes to the right, man, when they lose, they get angry. Did you saw what happened when they saw they lost in 2020? They were the same day outside of the polling station screaming, stop the steal. They tried to insurrect the government because they were so mad that they lost the election. Am I saying we should be like that? In a lot of ways, no. Am I saying the left is at a massive disadvantage, that we are nowhere near as motivated as the right to win? Yeah. Yeah, it is definitely a pretty unfortunate reality that it does feel like the left is a lot less motivated to get up after a loss and grab another win. It's frustrating because I'm part of the left and I want the left to win. You guys remember that I started doing progressive political content after doing gaming content for years. I just decided to upload a gaming video where I would rant about incels and Notch being like a transphobic right-winger. And people liked my, like, random rant about Notch being a dumb fuck that I made simply because I was mad at Notch. I was genuinely angry at Notch, and I made a video ranting about how mad I was at Notch, and then people liked it enough that I was like, damn, okay, if you guys want me to talk about my politics more, sure. And I entered this space to complain about the right wing's domination of this space, from Notch being a conservative, transphobic piece of shit to the figures that I started out dunking on that were prominent in the space in the beginning, and some still are. At the end of the day, I was just a lefty content viewer that got so fed up with and so full of things to say about how stupid the right is that I started doing it on the internet, and it took off, right? But at my core, I am still a guy who likes watching progressive content, who is left-leaning and wants to see the left succeed. as a viewer of lefty content, I want to see all other lefty figures, even if it's not me, reach tens of millions of subscribers. That is what I want to see happen. That is what I am rooting for. I wasn't saying you were being sad depressed. I'm saying a lot of lefties were. Oh, okay, so they... Yeah, okay, I get what you mean. I see how I misread it. I apologize. I'm saying a lot of lefties were. I get what you're saying, but we're talking about human emotions. They're not acting logically. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I think that more often than not, or more likely than not, when Trump takes office, we're going to see a lot of this start to reverse polls, or start to reverse in the opposite direction. But I will say that for now, it is very sad to see how quickly so many progressives, and I get that, like, for the right, it's all about winning. It's like their sports team winning. It's winning at winning's cost. But that needs to be the case for us too. What we are fighting for is non-negotiably good, right? And what the right is fighting for is non-negotiably bad. If that is the case, then our first and foremost goal at all junctures should be to win, to gain power, to gain prominence, to gain popularity, because that is what the right has done, and it has brought them back from the brink of death as a group in this country. I'm not joking about that, by the way. All trends suggested that in the next few decades, the Republican Party would be unviable unless they rapidly took on, like, pro-working class policies, legitimately. Trump and the right-wing media sphere have managed to reverse the trend of society getting more progressive, and a Republican, a far-right, extremely mask-off conservative fascist, after trying to overturn the election, outed as a sexual assaulter, having multiple allegations of pedophilia and connections to Epstein. Despite all these things, he won the popular vote by a lot. We have to counter the misinformation. It's got to be done, dude. Like, and our number one goal has to be to win. Against these people, yeah. The people that, the rights and the ideas and the things that we fight for and that we vote for cannot be fought for with anything other than the utmost of our effort.
This is the way we respond to a defeat. The right wants us not to exist. The right wants to decimate independent progressive media.
Oh, if you think that, like, every right-wing channel on the internet right now isn't gloating about this, they are. I know for a fact that I've had a few conservative channels make videos just about my channel experiencing sub-loss after Trump got elected. Like, all the, like, smaller drama-oriented right-wing figures are making videos dunking on how all the left-wing figures after Trump getting elected are now losing subs too. So it's like the running the victory lap over Trump's win and the full red trifecta. And on top of that, all the left-wing pundits who need to be pillars of strength right now are getting dunked on right now by conservative pundits as well. Yeah. So yeah, I get if you want to leave the internet if you're a lefty, because, man, the right is just running around trying to bully progressives as much as possible right now because they see it as like a time of vulnerability.
And so when I lose 5,000 subscribers and Brian loses thousands and Ring of Fire loses thousands and everybody's losing thousands of subscribers, understand that when the right loses, they get organized, they fund, and they create insanely effective organizations like Turning Point USA, investing in the Daily Wire and building out this huge network of right-wing ideas and influencers. So if you're feeling burnt out, I encourage you, take a break until the inauguration. It's months, okay? Mental health break, do it.
Yeah,
but
that's
when
fair.
we start canceling the subscriptions, we are in an algorithmic desubscription spiral right now, because when people start unsubscribing on YouTube, YouTube thinks, oh, we probably shouldn't recommend this content because it's generating a lot of unsubscribes. So then the content doesn't get recommended. And then the message doesn't get out. And then next election, they win by even more.
On the bright side, I think this issue will probably fizzle out after Trump takes office. Because once Trump starts doing crazy shit, and the right hold all the power, there's no one else to blame. They control every aspect of our government now. outside of very like niche local levels, right? So like the right, like the middle class, the working class, the people that want to constantly complain about the state of things, and there will always be a lot of people unhappy with the state of things, will have no one to blame but the Republicans in power. And when that is the case, I think that progressive pundits in the mainstream media and alternative media online, just across the board, are going to see an influx of growth. Just naturally, right? Just on a natural level. No matter what happens, that's what's going to go down. But if the left is going to challenge the right in the information war on the most used information distribution system in the world, the internet, if we're going to win the information war on the internet, we have to take advantage of that momentum that is coming hard. Like heavy lean into those free forms of algorithmic boosting, like likes and comments. And like I said, it's not good enough to do it for just me if you guys watch a lot of like other lefty content creators. I really do appreciate it if you like and comment on all my videos, but it's not good enough to do it for just me. It's not. You got to do it for other channels too. If you watch like, I don't know, Midas Touch or Sam Cedar or David Pacman, you got to do it for them too. It's not about my success. It's about the left's success as a whole. A rising tide raises all ships. At this point, I care very little for infighting with the left. There are people that I despise on the left. There are people that I have great personal disagreement on the left. I genuinely, in the next 4 years, have no interest in fighting with other people on the left, with woke scolds, with progressives, with other YouTubers on the left or anything. Genuinely zero interest. It's a waste of time. And even punching back at their punches at me does nothing but create a fight and drawing spectators to divide the left. So even if I'm getting videos getting called out by lefty figures for, I don't know, saying retard or something, I'm going to turn the other cheek. Because frankly, starting a internet fist fight for everybody to watch isn't productive for the future of the online left. It just shrinks audiences, splits apart. It's not valuable. What value does that have? I hate tankies, don't get me wrong, they're cringe, but you know what? Right now, I think more of Hassan's audience probably voted for Harris than didn't vote at all. Especially based on the fact that like a lot of Hassan fans on Twitter were complaining about Harris losing and were like clearly rooting for her based on how they were tweeting. So I genuinely, even Hassan, I don't see myself dunking on too much unless he does something genuinely horrific, because it's just not productive. Our focus needs to be on a number of things right now. At least this is what I plan to do to try and grow my little slice of left-wing punditry and trying to reach more people. I've noticed that what the right does that is so effective, that grows so much, is that they talk about everything that is popular and they discuss any political association that those popular things have, right? If something is if it's the Hawk Tuah girl that is relevant, and that's a meme at the moment, they will make a video about how the Hawk Tuah girl is like, I don't know, the red pillars loved that shit, right? And so anything that ends up being a meme, the left needs to jump on it. It doesn't matter if it's some brain rot, completely incomprehensible Gen Alpha bullshit. It's got to be embraced because the right does. Gaming? Oh my god, gaming. Oh, gaming. Where do we even start with gaming? I mean, I'm already deep in that shit. You know, I've already been doing the gaming commentary, anti-woke gaming debunk stuff for a while. So that's gonna even more of that, I guess. But like, when there is YouTuber drama, these right-wing pundits are out there talking about it. When there is a big event in the world that isn't even necessarily political, these right-wing pundits are talking about it. They're variety creators when they need to gain an audience, and then they're right-wing pundits when they need to radicalize that audience they've gained. And so my plan, and what I hope to God other figures in this space plan to do, is to diversify their content. The fact is that even with a lot of discontent for the Trump administration that we're going to see in the next few years, if you want to do what the right has done, you cannot pigeonhole yourself into exclusively politics. If like tomorrow Jake Paul and some other YouTuber end up in beef, and everyone is talking about it, and it's blowing up on Twitter, if you're David Pakman, you need to be one of the first YouTubers to cover the beef. You want to know who one of the most successful and influential progressive figures in the space is right now? H3H3, a guy who doesn't talk politics probably 75% of the time, but when he talks politics, it's lefty politics the 25% of the time he does, and he's radicalizing a lot of normies to the left. Radicalizing, quote unquote. I guess now, considering the popular vote, being liberal is radical. So yeah, radicalizing. So yeah. I think that that's probably what a lot of these YouTubers, including myself, probably need to do. Like, to really start reaching out to a broader, like, demographic of people. It can't just be politics content. It's got to be what the right does, where they pigeonhole, or not pigeonhole, they worm their way into fucking everything relevant. They get their voice out, their opinion out on everything relevant, and more often than not, it's always the popular opinion. So if there's just some, like, standard, basic, of course, that's what everyone believes opinion on some current drama, then have that opinion. Even if it's like, what value is there in me saying this? Say it because the value is that people will watch it. And they might discover you through it and then end up being more progressive because of it. They might vote differently or be more informed during the next election. They might have a more informed vote. And that is so important. Hell yeah, Max Richards. Thank you for the $5. I'm glad you like those games. They seem cool.
So I do understand the instinct, but if we cede ground to them, they crush us everywhere. Now, we're up against a MAGA Supreme Court potentially till 2050. We'll talk about that later. We're up against a completely uninhibited Trump. I actually have...
Donald Trump is likely going to install 2 30-plus year younger Supreme Court justices to secure the red Supreme Court for at least 50 years. So there is a good chance many of us here will not live to see a non-hard red Supreme Court. I probably won't. At 25, yeah, I probably won't live to see the next non-red Supreme Court. If you're really young in chat, you might, but for the rest of our lives, for the most part, that Supreme Court is going to be really hard red. That's a really grim reality. Lifelong terms are bullshit.
An entire chapter in my forthcoming book, The Echo Machine, about exactly this. It's the introduction. In the introduction, I explain how it's disgusting to me that when you engage in politics, you can't just find solutions. First, you've got to convince people climate change is even happening. You can't just find solutions because half the country doesn't even accept the science of vaccines.
And this is a core, he is kind of shilling his book here, I feel. But at the same time, this is actually a good take. That is the most frustrating thing and the most uphill battle thing about being a progressive figure or a pundit, is that your progressive words, your arguments are not going to get through to a lot of people because they aren't even convinced that the problems that you recognize exist. If they do recognize those problems, they think that you're probably the fault for them. It's like there's so many levels of conversation that have to be had before we can even have the conversation about whether or not we should do the solution. It's insane, especially when the right also has the benefit of they just lie and lie and lie. And if you're going to counter their lies, you have to spend 10 minutes debunking every lie they tell. It seems like a reactive form of, like a reactive meta of content for left-wing figures does not work. Simply basing your platform on dunking on right-wing figures, as that is good stuff, it's not the only thing you can grow on. It only appeals to other lefties at the end of the day. I mean, you get some normie or right-wing like pull, sure, but at the end of the day, what really seems to do it is what the right does. And that's talking about popular, mainstream, in the realm of popular discussion issues, even if it's not politically related.
I outline this in the introduction, but I also make the point in the book that if you actually care about the world for ourselves, children, grandchildren, other people, families, friends, people we care about, when you disengage because they've gotten so extreme, you cede ground to them and you say, do whatever you want. I'm disengaging, do whatever you want. And we really can't do that, okay? So my request to you today is, please resubscribe to the YouTube channel. Don't watch the clips for months if they're not doing anything for you, okay? But all of us.
Yeah, no, it is totally fine to take a break from watching political content, but for God's sakes, don't subscribe on your way out or unsubscribe on your way out, because that's like staying in a hotel and then checking out and then like shitting on the bed on your way out. It's like, well, you could have just left and stopped providing your business, but you ended up costing us money on your way out. You didn't have to do that. You know, we could have rented the place out to someone new right after, and you left a big old turd on the bed, goddamn, or just damaging the property. You know, hard to make an analogy, but that's the best comparison to make. So yeah, Dave Pakman's really cool, but obviously all these progressive figures have a vested interest in telling you to like and sub and, you know, provide financial support where you can. Well, hilariously,
it's rocket money.
You'll find that it's not even just the progressive figures. It's also figures like Philip DeFranco. Here it is. It's actually the first segment of his new episode, of his morning news episode he did today. I clicked it while I was making my breakfast. I had tilapia for breakfast, by the way. Tilapia is one of the few meat things you can get at the store that isn't really expensive. And so I made myself some tilapia fillets for breakfast. If you're wondering what I used, it was lemon pepper seasoning, and I basically ceviche cooked it, like sort of boiled it in lime juice. So it was kind of like ceviche fish, kind of tasted like that, with a bit of lemon pepper seasoning, but it was cooked. Cooked to a bit of crisp, a little bit of a crisp. I like to have some crisp along the edges of the fish. Delicious. I made myself some of that for breakfast, and I listened to the new Philip DeFranco on my TV while I made my breakfast. And I was so surprised to hear that even Philip DeFranco is saying exactly what David Pakman and I are saying about the left needing to dominate the right, or at least rival it, in the alternate media sphere online. We're talking YouTubers, podcasters, streamers. Let's watch.
There is a lot that we have to talk about today, but let's start with how young men have swung so heavily towards Donald Trump in this election, and it's raised questions about a major generational shift to the right, and also sparked a debate about the influence of media, job prospects, and education gaps. Because while people have been looking through the data, talking about all the different demos, I want to focus on young men and their turnout for Trump.
Yeah, Shark's commentary on this election has been great. I saw Shark's tweet the other day. He had a very good takeaway from the results. I imagine Sharks had some pretty good takes on top of that. I'm also thinking I'm probably going to start dedicating the stream more often to shouting out smaller progressive figures as well. I used to do this more back in the day, but with really small channels that were up and coming, like less than even 1,000 subs. Now I want to do this more just like, oh, hey, have you guys heard of this lefty figure? I've watched his stuff. I think it's pretty good, pretty well reasoned, pretty chill guy, or girl or NB. Go check them out. I'm probably going to be doing that a lot more. So if you don't watch Shark 300, then you really should. Great content creator.
With NBC News exit polls finding that men 18 to 29 went 49% for Trump and 47% for Kamala Harris, with that gap being way more pronounced in swing states. Right, CBS News found that men under 30 in Pennsylvania, they voted for Trump 56% to 38%. And ABC News finding that in Michigan, Trump had a 20-point lead with young men. And understand
this young men thing is not just, it didn't pop out of the ground. The young men voting at such a high rate for Trump is almost solely due to the internet. I guarantee you. We have watched this trend. We have watched it. There have been studies talking about the red pill Andrew Tate shit radicalizing young men to the right, and how young Gen Z men are what's the word for it? Diverging away from the progressive trend upwards that both genders, men and women, have had while going up in progressive values over time. They've diverted down, right? Men are getting more progressive. So, or not progressive, the opposite. They're getting less progressive instead of more progressive. That is a big trend switch up that I can only realistically attribute to the internet culture war shit. The Gen X and older voters, those are the people I think were swayed by the economic stuff. But these Gen Z voters were not buying stuff. They were not hit by the economic crash 4 years ago. For these young men under 30, it's the internet that made them regressive. Not the economy. Gen X and older, yeah, I buy it. It's the economy. These younger people were not dealing. They don't know a good economy to compare the bad one they've been living into. Okay, so yeah, I said regressive, Ganger World, not progressive. Don't worry. I said that's why young men are regressive right now.
This is a major gender gap nationwide because Harris got 61% of the vote for women in 18 to 29. And while yes, young people in general went to Harris.
Dude, the fact that it was only 61% really goes to show that abortion is not that strong of a, why does Zan's mouse pointer have such a small schween? It's because I have a 1440p display currently. It's upscaled. And so my monitor is big, but my mouse is tiny. My little mouse thingy is small. So are like all the programs on my desktop. They're much smaller too. It's neat. It's a neat little side effect of having a upscaled display.
Harris, the Democrats hold on young voters, it's shrinking. With, for example, CNN finding that the advantage went from 24 points for Biden back in 2020 to just 11 points for Harris. And Axios noting there that
it really goes to show that women did not come out to vote for abortion. I feel like this really does go to show there are a lot of women out there, like a significant amount of women, even in Gen Z, with such low support for Harris, 61% from Gen Z women. That really, really goes to show that Gen Z women, like a decent amount of them, almost half, are not willing to fight, are willing to vote against their bodily autonomy. Even among Gen Z, there are a lot of women who are themselves. This is a big part of what the left needs to do. Stop being afraid to say what's real. Women fight to uphold patriarchy almost as hard as men do. If over 40% of Gen Z women voted against their right to abortion, for the guy who is platforming people arguing that we need to repeal women's rights to vote, then we need to understand that there are a substantial amount of women out there, even young Gen Z women, who are themselves fighting in order to maintain patriarchy right now. We need to stop talking about demographics of people like they're our allies. We need to talk about how we're fighting for policies that give rights and autonomy and equality to these demographics, but especially now, we need to recognize that these demographics, as on their own, are not a monolithic ally group that we can rely on to just come out and vote for their own best interests. Okay? That's not something we can continue to rely on. We just can't.
That this shift, especially considering the turnout from young men, quote, signals that the MAGA movement, with the support of a great deal of America's youngest voters, has lasting power. And the thing is, right, this shouldn't be a complete shock. There's been coverage of the political gender gap heading into the election. Right? I mean, back in August, the New York Times ran an article titled, "Many Gen Z Men Feel Left Behind. Some See Trump as an Answer." And that is 100% something that Trump's campaign.
You know what's so crazy? For years, there were all these articles talking about how the left needs to speak to Gen Z men. And so much of the left's response was to say, no, they're misogynistic little pricks. Why should we be speaking to them? What, you want us to give lip service to their misogyny? You want us to be misogynistic? You want us to give them privilege or fight for their privilege so they don't stop supporting the left? How do you want us to speak to them? That was always this dishonest response that we'd get. And now, young Gen Z men have, in the majority, fallen behind Trump. The left refused to accept the warning signs that we need to start appealing to edgy young Gen Z men. And a lot of them argue, and this is going to be such a hard pill for you guys to swallow. Do you want to know what a lot of these young men have said push them away from the Democratic Party? They say the Democratic Party is too effeminate. That sometimes even for them, the Republican Party leans too heavy into the machismo, but it's better than the hyper effeminate vibes of the Democratic Party. And I didn't understand what they meant by this at first, but like, it's more obvious when you've got Hillary or Kamala Harris running, but I'll use an example of Biden running so we don't necessarily associate that with like, oh, it's because a woman is running. A lot of these young men, they look at like the vibe of Democrats when they speak, and it's polite, it's nice, they consider it effeminate, and it's unattractive to these young men that are looking for masculine male role models. What the fuck, Lamau? Well, have you noticed that the best way to gain a large audience of Gen Z men is to take HGH and talk about how eating nothing but raw organs all day is the best way to live? Have you noticed that? Right now, the new trend is drinking unpasteurized milk, by the way. Yeah, these young men want big, macho men. That's what they want to look up to. They see the chill, laid-back, kind, effeminate, is what they call it, vibes of the Democrat Party. And this was a vibes-based vote. Never mistake that this election... Trump won this election based on vibes, okay? People had the vibe the economy was better under Trump. People had the vibe that the Democratic Party does not appeal to them because it's too effeminate, okay? I don't know how we do it. This is not like we need to push women out of the focus of the Democratic Party to do this. No. It means that the Democratic Party needs to have had Arnold, who endorsed Harris, by the way. Arnold Schwarzenegger needed to have come up on stage during the last big DNC event, the big Kamala event, and rip off a black and white suit to just be completely glistening and shining with his muscles. He needed to have done that and been like, vote for Harris! Vote for Harris! You know, he needed to be like on the stage yelling with his thick-ass Austrian accent and his bulging muscles. And that is the shit the Democratic Party needs. Because when Hulk Hogan did that shit, the whole crowd cheered, and then Trump won the election in a landslide popular vote victory. Not electoral college victory, but popular vote victory. Damn near landslide. So, yeah, very clearly, this complaint from young men that the Democrat Party is too effeminate, you can say that's cringe, but we're losing their votes. We're losing their votes. Clearly, machismo and leaning into the fact that the aesthetic of being a big macho man and hyper-toxic masculinity, it's not going anywhere. It's not dying. It is possibly a fundamental core value that all men will always have in our lifetimes. And that if we aren't able to use it and turn it into a tool, then we will fail. Because the right is appealing to the most core, primal, emotional, base thoughts of young men, and the left refuses to acknowledge those thoughts as even valid, and we will not win them over if we're not willing to even cede the smallest bit of like, okay, maybe it does suck that you can't get laid, right? Like that, it does suck that men are lonely, or it does suck that men can't get laid, and that does feel like for a lot of men, there's this imbalance in the dating like world where like women are the gatekeepers of sex and men are expected to be like losers, or men are seen as losers if they cannot get through that gate often enough, so to say. This toxic dynamic sucks for men. It does. It sucks for women a lot more, let's be real. But when we're talking to them, we have to be real with the fact that, yeah, the incel movement, it's not something that should just purely be made fun of. It should be seen as a symptom of men's anxieties that need to be acknowledged by the left if we're going to succeed. These election results show that it's not just like a talking point anymore, that young Gen Z men are going right. It's absolutely just the reality. And we have to start winning them over now because we're in that much trouble with them.
Many Gen Z men feel left behind. Some see Trump as an answer. And that is 100% something that Trump's campaign was actively trying to tap into, especially in terms of young men's media consumption. You had Trump just bouncing from podcast to podcast of these big male influencers. And hell, even early in the morning when Donald Trump had won the election, Dana White credited these people.
I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan.
I get it. It's easy to see videos like what David Pakman made. What this video is going to end up being is just a desperate cry for progressive content creators to get more engagement and to grow. And, you know, there is the self-serving factor. It does help. But the reality is that the Republicans are screaming from the rooftops what got them elected. They're telling you what got them to this point, what made them this powerful, what got them the thought what most people thought could never happen again, a red trifecta of a fully red federal government. Aiden Ross, Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn, these big YouTube podcasters. There's Trump on stage behind Dana White, smiling as they thank these figures. We have to rival this. They shouted them out during the victory speech. There is no ambiguity about what the left has to do to beat the right. I'm not trying to convince you. Frankly, the right is telling you what won them the election. If you think we need what they have, or if you don't think we need what they have, then I don't think any argument I can make is going to convince you. But that's pretty much what I want to talk about. This is how, at least online, the left wins. We need a massive platform going into the next election, ideally by the midterms, but especially by the next election, because we can only tell people to vote so much. There have to be a lot of people there to hear it. We can only give correct information so much. There have to be people there to hear it. And so I will once again say, both as an outro to this video and as the fundamental core premise of the video, please leave a like, subscribe, ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications, and comment. And not just on me. Obviously do those things in this video and stream if you enjoyed this segment, but do it for every progressive content creator that you watch, that you enjoy and want to support. A comment and a like on every video if you can. At least every video you watch from them. If you can do that, then you'll see the difference, and you'll see it fast. And encourage others to do the same. Let's say, for example, on my community, we're going to say, how about this? If you guys want to make a comment engagement trend in my comment section, I highly recommend you recommend this to other figures you watch, by the way. If you, like, say, watch Shark 300, West Side Tyler, I don't know, any other lefty figure that you enjoy, go to them and tell them, hey, you should do what I'm about to tell you guys to do. Have them make their own version of this, because every successful YouTuber does this. I don't know why I haven't been doing it, but we're going to start today. A meme comment that everyone leaves even when they can't think of anything to comment. I think for us, it should be, they call me, and then a different play on Anderhall. So for example, in this one, it could be, they call me Streamderhall or something, or they call me Grinderhall or something. I don't know. Like, find a, just, you could do Who's Up Xanning They Hall. I don't know. But if you make that a meme, if a bunch of you guys start commenting that same thing, that same, like, running joke, it will blow up. People will start doing it just because, and it will blow up. Do it for other figures too, and recommend to other content creators that you watch on the left that they do this as well. That they recommend this to their audiences too, because I want them to grow as well. Anyway, if you thought what I had to say was valuable, y'all know what to do. Consider joining my fan Discord if you haven't already, because including tonight, by the way, every single week I either host a game event, a call-in stream, or like tonight, a watch party in my Discord server, so I really hope to see you guys there. It's a great fun time. We're watching the new episode of From, and some more Walking Dead starting Season 2. It's going to be a fun time. It's great. It's like sitting down with a whole bunch of friends, only it's you guys, my fans, and we watch shows and movies together. It's a great time. Hope to see you guys there. And of course, if you want to support me directly, like I said, Financial support does not equal more eyes on left-wing content. None of this is saying you need to donate more of your hard-earned money to left-wing content creators. That's not what I'm getting at. But if you do want to support the stream and you can afford it, then consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub, supporting the channel financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Streamelements, Patreon, or buying merch in the Streamlabs link down below. Regardless, though, like I said, donos, they help individual figures keep their stuff going, keep it afloat, but they do not equal more eyes. That is not what the left needs right now. That's not what you guys don't need to start, like, shilling out money, right? I want to be very clear. But those free forms of support, like comments and likes, start spreading them all around. I want to see the entire left rise over the next few months. That is what will make me happy. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed, regardless of how you watch or support the stream. Thank you, and have a good one. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out really good. The left shall rise like my morning wood. God, I hope so. Hey, Aliakai, holy crap, thank you so much for the tier 4 sub. You mind asking how many, if I ask you how many months that is? I don't want to undercredit you. Jesus. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Aliakai. You are so pog for that. 3-monther. God damn, thank you. That is insane. Thank you so much. That is overwhelmingly generous of you. Thank you. Said, if you want to learn more about Project 2025, hit me up. Read the whole thing last year. We can fight this. Guess maybe I need to come back to YouTube. Oh, a lot of people are going to have to come back to YouTube now. That's for damn sure. Yeah. Oh. We're in some crazy times now. We're in some crazy times. Thank you for the tier 4 sub. I really appreciate it, Aliakai. And I might talk to you about Project 2025. I plan to like basically Project 2025 is going to happen in front of us. So I plan to cover it pretty much every step as it unfolds. Every time a new big thing is coming or happens, I'm going to be covering it. We're going to be looking at Trump's presidency with like a fucking magnifying scope, basically. A fucking magnifying glass, a microscope, whatever you... We're going to be looking at everything that fucker does and covering it, okay? An electron microscope. Yeah, we're going to be looking at that shit. A magnifying glass, exactly. Scapegoat. All right. Thank you, Aliakai. I really appreciate it. And Delancer, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that as well. You're so kind. The support means a ton. Says, we in chat are going nowhere because we are ex-chuds, ex-conservatives, or escaped the pipeline. I'm an ex-chud. Yeah, I've got a pretty hard, like... This is the thing, I've got a pretty dedicated core audience, so I didn't necessarily take a big hit from the people unsubbing, but seeing other big progressive figures take like 5 to 35,000 sub overnight hits to their channels scares the crap out of me. Even though it has no effect on me, it's like, well, no, this is bad for the whole left, dude. Like, this has to stop. Does your neck hurt? Yeah, it's still a little stiff. Not gonna, overnight is wild, not gonna lie, but they'll come back. We can hope. We can hope. Wait, Hassan to use his money. Well, Hassan has no interest in, like, growing his platform for the sake of reaching more people in order to convince them to join the left. Hassan's just a clout goblin, and he's not really willing to spend a lot of money to reach a bigger audience. I've spent as much as I can afford to improve my stream quality and to, like, expand what I can do as a content creator, but there's only so much I can do with, like, my, like, small YouTuber funds, right? And so, you know, if it, like what Hassan could afford to have like 4 YouTube channels, all with individual separate editors uploading multiple times a day, all paid extraordinarily well to do nothing but edit full time. He could pay multiple editors to be able to swap between each other if one of them gets sick and can't keep up with the schedule, which is one of the most difficult parts of being a smaller creator, is even if you can afford an editor, what if your editor gets sick? Or has something going on, or the power goes out, your schedule gets fucked. If you want to have a completely unbroken, consistent upload schedule with no failure, you have to have multiple members, multiple editors on staff, paid just to sub in when your main editor isn't available. That is a level, you have to pay basically 3 living wages just to be able to do that, just to manage one YouTube channel without ever failing. You have to pay your own, you have to be able to live for yourself, you have to be able to pay an editor and a backup editor just to be able to run one YouTube channel and never miss an upload, realistically. That is what it takes. That's why people like Philip DeFranco have entire teams behind them. The amount of money it takes just to reach a point where you're like really able to produce content like a machine is insane, and it costs so much money because you have to hire workers to do that. And even once you've hired 1 or 2 workers, they need replacements that always have to be paid, even when they're doing nothing. That's the realistic thing that a lot of these left-wing figures are going to have to do. Basically, going from being independent streamers to doing what I think Destiny's doing right now, which is effectively starting a media company, using like the base level finances and support and platform they got from streaming. It's what Tim Pool also did. Tim Pool did this a decade ago. As if Hassan is willing to pay his editors fairly anyway. That's what was so insane to me when I got accused of underpaying my editor, because it's like, dog, I paid out of pocket. So many times I paid out of my own pocket, out of my own savings, to make sure that my editor like had a living wage. It's insane. Like, that is the reality. And that's like, dude, it's crazy, dude. Like, to actually start a big industry, like a big company, it's a lot. Hassan might be able to do it. I think Hassan has the resources to do it. I don't think he will, though. I genuinely think Hassan's just in it to improve his own success and standing. And after a certain point, or at this point, the only path forward to him, if he wants to be productive with his platform, is to grow it beyond himself, and he could never do that. He's too egotistical to grow his platform beyond himself. That needs to be the goal of every progressive figure. Like, one day, this channel needs to grow beyond me. Right? Like, like, that is the goal if it's ever going to become as big as what the right has. And Hassan's too egotistical to do that. He won't invest money and lose out on money to make himself not the focus of his platform. He'll never do that. He's never willing to make that sacrifice. And that's the big downside to Hassan right now. If commenting helps so much, shouldn't we avoid commenting on right-leaning videos? That gives them traction? Yes. Have you guys been commenting on right-leaning videos? Because if so, you've been doing nothing but feed the rage bait that is exactly why they blow up. Especially if you don't comment on left-wing videos because you're happy with them and you don't have any problems with them, but you constantly comment on right-wing videos, just know you have been massively benefiting the right and doing not a great thing for the left. So yeah, do not engage, not dislike, do not comment on right-wing content or tweets or anything of their that they can gain from, that the algorithm recognizes as engagement with their stuff. Only report. If they're breaking the rules of a platform, report them. They aren't going to care that you commented a mean thing on their stuff. It's just going to get their video in front of more people who do not know that what they're saying is bullshit. Wouldn't a false report get you banned? No, I've gotten false reported a billion times by, like, brigaders and stuff, and they don't get banned. And on top of that, if it's I just told you, it's not a false report, it's a real report for actually breaking TOS. So if you report them for breaking TOS properly, which is what that report button is there for, then not only is it not engagement, but you're getting YouTube's eye on their rule breaking. That is what you gotta do. The view isn't ideal. Like, giving the video the view, because you gotta view it in order to report it, isn't great. But if you can report it and it's really bad and you saw it, then Might as well. Better than leaving a dislike, which actually acts as engagement on their videos. Let's get the right angry at us and get them to help us. I've already been kind of farming that to a degree. I've had, like, some of them aren't right-wing figures, but they are, like, deranged people that have had, like, a long-standing, like, anti-fan relationship with me. Like, President Sunday and Chud Logic have been really pumping out hate videos on me lately. And I know I got a new hate video by Chud Logic today. And they're not videos like dunking on my takes or anything. Chud Logic's new video was like, Xander Hall's channel is dying. He's quitting YouTube. No one watches him anymore. Something like that. And so I've been getting hate comments from Chud Logic fans. I'm farming that engagement, bro. Thanks, Chud Logic. I appreciate it. Thanks for the engagement, buddy. Zan, considering the large amount of women and queer people looking into getting guns, would you want to capitalize off of that? Yes, absolutely. Guns need to be heavily embraced by the left. The European lefties get super triggered and say, your gun culture is so cringe, guns are so bad. And every time they do that, another American votes for Trump. And they do it anyway. Chud Logic's video is why I started trying to catch your streams again, at least for a bit, lol. Yeah, a good way of signaling to my like fans that have just not watched a video in a bit that they should tune back into my content despite the deranged haters. Because my fans will do that. They'll support me just despite the haters that are so deranged and awful. That's what I love so much about you guys. Have you seen Westside Tyler's impression of President Sunday? It's fucking hilarious. Is it hold on, I can't quite do it. Is it something like this? He doesn't... He talks with a little bit of, like, the, like, neckbeard lisp. I can't quite imitate it. It's like... Oh, fuck, I can't... He's so... It's so, like, in his nasal area. I can't imitate it. I feel like if I, like, pushed my nose all the way in, like, if I could just, like, turn my cartilage into skin and push my nose all the way into my face... and have, like, the nose of the ghoul from Fallout, then I could sound like him. But I can't literally do that without breaking my nose real fast on stream, which I think YouTube wouldn't appreciate. Nor would my pain receptors, for that matter. Xander Hall, if you still watch animated shows, give Invincible Fight Girl some love one of these days. I might end up watching it. I saw the ad for it. It looks neat. I heard the right is pretty mad about it. They're calling it woke. Zan, I thought Lefty Jenna to create Lefty Media Company with you. Perhaps one day. I don't know. This would be way, way in the future to Lancer. Like, we're talking, like, you gotta be Hassan-sized at least to even think about this, so we're talking a long way away. You know, we're hoping, you know? Like, let me see how far away we are from that. Let me check something. To give you an idea, even with it being like the low engagement of left-wing channels being the subject of the entire last segment of... We are at a pretty high like-to-view ratio, don't get me wrong. However, of the 2,700 that watched the stream so far, who have come in and left, only 300 hit the like button. And don't get me wrong, I'm thankful for those 300 likes, but if this is a right-wing stream, it'd probably be closer to 500 or 600 likes. And so there you go. Even when the problem is pointed at, there are still a lot of people who do nothing, who will not lift a finger to try and fight against the problem that they now recognize exists. Liked? Thank you, Samsung Simp. See what I mean? What other left-leaning YouTube channels would you recommend? What about Secular Talk? Okay, I gotta show you a great video from a channel that I recently discovered that I want to shout out. Let me bring it up. Oh no, I doom scrolled through YouTube Shorts this morning. This'll take a second. If only YouTube showed your subscribed channels in the order that you subscribe to them, that would go crazy. I would have found it by now. Let's hope it doesn't count as a YouTube short. Oh, boy. Yes, okay. Here it is. I want to recommend... He's not a super small channel, but he is still up and coming. Under 60k subs. Advice from Lewis. A lot of his videos are like fairly persuasive political videos, only they're not like framed like a persuasive video essay or anything. They're like skits, and they're quite funny. I think this is a really effective way to get messaging out. I think we need a lot more content like this. Check this out.
Will never work. This is a waste of time for everybody.
That's because you can't see the bigger picture.
What's the bigger picture? Women already ignore me, so I'm already used to it.
The bigger picture is women telling America, you are not going to tell me what I can or can't do with my body.
Sorry, Trump won, so we are going to tell them what they're going to do. Why advocate anything for women when it's not your problem?
Do you have a mother?
I do have a mother. I love her.
Did she not raise you properly? How would you not have empathy or compassion for women going through something just because it doesn't affect you?
Because women already treat me poorly, so if something hurts them, it makes me happy. How is a national ban on abortion going to affect me?
That's funny because ultimately it does affect
How
you.
does banning abortion affect me?
Big corporations want to ban abortion because the birth rate in America is declining and they're not going to have workers for the future.
That's not what they told me! They said they wanted to ban it because it was the right thing to do!
Yes, and you ate up every single word because the owners of these big corporations have come out and said this themselves and said they want to ban abortion months ago.
So they want more workers and I want to do what's right for the country. I guess I just don't see what the problem is!
Because if poor people have kids when they're barely getting by paycheck to paycheck, that can render them homeless or worse.
Somebody ends up homeless from a kid, that's their own fault. Get a second job!
Forcing the working class children in crappy situations because they don't want to fix price gouging and home prices. So the solution is banning abortion so they're forced to struggle even more is not the solution.
What? The solution is always going to be to oppress women. As long as I as a male benefit from it.
Well, I think women have spoke loud and clear. They're done with men like you.
I'm a nice guy.
You're like that? Okay, go get...
I'm just gonna go date Republican women. Ha I'm gonna go get a traditional wife. No, I just need to find one.
Okay, go find someone insecure that you can abuse, I guess. But good luck with that because it seems like they're done with people like you.
It's no longer their body, their choice. It's now their body, my choice.
Are you a rapist?
What? No, I was just making a joke. Relax.
I didn't know rape was funny.
Donald Trump won, so now it is. Free speech.
Okay, do me a favor. Go say that to a woman in public you don't know around a man like me and see what happens.
What are you gonna do? Make a video about it? Are you implying I wouldn't do it?
You make these jokes on women because you know there's no threat of violence. You would never do this in front of a man.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but it's too late. Project 2025. Sorry, future daughter. I don't care about you.
I love this guy's videos. I love these videos so much. They're really good. They're really, really good. All right. I subscribed based. Based. I love how insane it makes the right seem. How could anyone watch that and disagree with him? Yeah. Yeah, because that's kind of how the right also engages with the left's arguments. Just like, it's not even straw manning them so much as it is like playing the same game they have. Treat their opinions and takes like it's a foregone conclusion that they're ridiculous. Explain why they're ridiculous, but certainly treat it with a tone and a level of seriousness when you refer to them as if it is a long since foregone conclusion that they're wrong and that you are actually making fun of them for being wrong. That is actually the most that is what the right has done to the left, and it doesn't convince people to join the right. It makes people embarrassed to be on the left. That is what the right needs to feel. For a time, they were embarrassed to be on the right. Not anymore. Not after this popular vote result. A lot of masks are going to start dropping real fast. Man, I hope the 4B movement takes off. True. 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 Anyway, chat, I will be right back. After I read this dono, I'm going to go use the restroom. And then I'm going to go and grab my shake from the fridge. Because I'm hungry, I need a little energy, and then we're going to talk about some more stuff. We're going to talk about some more stuff. There's a lot to discuss, a lot going down that we have to talk about, and so that is what we shall do. And then, of course, yeah, it's going to be great. After stream today, by the way, which is still a while away, stream's going to be a bit longer today, we're going to be doing a watch party, so it's going to be great. How does people never learn how to bully? I mean, we all had to be kids at one point. We're literally dealing with perma children on the right. I'm gonna be honest. I think it's literally Back to the Future 2, if that makes sense. You know that stereotype about how, like, the bully kid in school will probably end up being, like, miserable and having an awful life when they get older? It seems like all those people, like the kids who bullied in school, grew up to become Trump supporters. Because have you noticed that they're bullies as adults, too? Like, they act like children who are bullies in school. Like, they seek out people whose feelings they can hurt on the internet, and then they say things that are meant to hurt their feelings, and they gloat in it, usually with, like, a bunch of laughing, crying emojis. Hell, if you want to see evidence, refer to my chat anytime a Trump supporter has come into it. Talk to any Trump supporter and tell them you voted for Harris in the coming week, and see how quickly they go, ha! Ha! And just start screaming and laughing at you, right? And making fun of you. Because they seem to be the people who always got their rocks off of other people's suffering. That the kids who bullied other kids in school grew up, and they're the ones who vote for Trump. Because he is a bully. He's like them. So yeah, that kid who bullied you in school probably is going to grow up to vote Trump. So that's probably why the left typically tends to be less good at bullying conservatives. Thankfully for you guys, I was a conservative in school. I wasn't as left leaning when I was in school, okay? So I've got a little bit of the bully gene in me, okay? I know how to do it, all right? I know what to do. But for a lot of you guys, it's probably more likely that you were bullied in school rather than were the bully. And that's why. Because the people who are voting Trump were bullies in school and they're bullies now, and y'all were bullies when you were in school and you're getting bullied now. I love the laugh you just did. That's how they typically laugh when they find out you voted for Harris and she lost. Or Hillary in 2016, after she lost. Yeah. Logan Paul's and Aiden Ross's. I also think it's important, if you guys want to know, America loves a bully. Who here knows of one of the most beloved and hated, but still one of the most popular MMA fighters in the world, Conor McGregor? He is 36 years old. He's from Ireland, and he is a massive cunt. Just the worst person you can imagine. I believe he was like, I think he's a woman beater. Listen, I'm willing to talk total shit. He could totally beat me up, and if he challenges me to a fight, my answer to your challenge is no, Conor McGregor. You would beat my ass. Nonetheless, I am going to talk shit. Conor McGregor, massive piece of shit. I believe he's a woman beater. I believe he also was accused of rape. He threatens the families and children of the people he fights, but he always wins. He is unbeatable. He is the biggest heel. You could think you are the best MMA fighter in the world. You go into that ring with him, he's gonna tell you that he's going to like stomp your daughter's head in after he beats your ass, and then he's gonna beat your ass. And then he's going to talk about like how he's going to beat up your daughter afterwards as he's kicking your ass. And there's nothing you can do about it because he's such a piece of shit. He gets under the skin of the people he bullies, his opponents. He bullies them. He starts by threatening their families, saying he's going to fuck their wives. He's going to make their wives come for the first time in their lives. He's going to like he basically threatens to rape the wives of his opponents, and then he beats their asses. They absolutely cannot beat him. No justice. No karma. The bad guy wins when Conor McGregor fights. Didn't that Muslim guy dog walk him in a fight? You're right. Dr. Bardock Gaming, thank you for reminding me that. One guy beat his ass, and it was that one white Muslim fighter that all of Conor McGregor's fans cope about that loss to this day. They cope massively about him losing. I think Conor McGregor, as the most popular MMA fighter possibly in the world, is a perfect example of why men, yeah, I think it was Khabib, yeah, why men are, yeah, Islam beat him. See? Bigotry gets beat by Islam. Let's go. Yeah, he got, like, absolutely, fucked there, but his supporters, his fans, still back him. They cope about that loss, just like Trump supporters coped about his loss in 2020. I think that the success and fame of Conor McGregor is such a perfect example of what made Trump famous. I really do. Lol, Melanin wins again. I thought the Muslim fighter that he lost to, I forget his name. I know his last name was, I think, Khabib, but like, I don't follow MMA. I just know Conor McGregor because he's so big, especially here in America. If you know like a douchey, probably voted Trump guy, if he watches MMA and you ask him who his favorite MMA fighter is, it's probably Conor McGregor. I'd be willing to bet my left nutsack. My left nut sack. I've got two nut sacks, guys. My left nut in my nut sack. That if you went and talked to the nearest conservative, Trump voting MMA fan that you know, just the closest one, just pick one. Don't care. If you ask them who their favorite MMA fighter is, they will say Conor McGregor, because these types of people, literal heels that still cannot be stopped, are what attract these people. The types of people who are bullies that get under like good people's skin, and those good people can't do anything about it. People who buck the very suggestion of karma and justice. America loves a bad boy. You guys must understand this. This is why people get so behind your Andrew Tates and your Donald Trumps. Why their horrible personalities attract particularly men. Khabib is white. Whoever said Melanin wins again is a chud. Yeah, I figured Khabib was white when I heard like the only thing that could stop Conor McGregor was being trapped in the ring with that one white Muslim guy. And they were like, I was just such a weird take, but I was like, okay, I guess he has lost one fight. But I didn't watch the fight. I haven't seen it. It was Khabib and he's Arabic/Persian. Okay, I'm just seeing a lot of arguments about whether or not he's white in chat. It's not very important, but okay. If this is the conversation you guys in chat want to have back and forth about whether or not Khabib was white, then okay. All right, cool. But I'm more so focused on the discussion of the fact that Conor McGregor's personality is the same, and the way it attracts people is the same thing, attracting people to Trump, Andrew Tate, and these right-wing figures. They kind of like a asshole. People kind of like an asshole. They want to be on the team of an asshole who's a winner. An asshole who just can't lose. Anyway, I will be right back, guys. I'm going to use the restroom and grab myself my shake, and then we're going to hop into the next segment. First, I'm going to say thank you, PepperT21, for the $5 E2 donation. It really, really means a lot. Thank you all so much as well for the overwhelming amount of support y'all have dropped on the stream. I really appreciate it. Keep it up, guys. There's never an amount that is enough. More is always good. So if you haven't already hit the like button, then please hit the like button on the stream. Means a lot. Thank you to everybody who does, as always. I will be right back, guys. I'm going to use the restroom, grab my shake. Stay tuned. I'm not going anywhere. Gaming. I'm back, guys. It is good to see all of you again. I was gone for 1,000 years. I'm sorry for keeping you all waiting so long, but I got my shake now. It's all chocolatey and delicious, and it's 1,280 calories. Oh boy, it's good. 56 grams of protein as well per shake, so that's pretty nice. Helps boost that that number since I can't eat during stream. I don't recommend meal replacement shakes, generally, unless it's like there is a time in your day where you absolutely cannot eat, but you can sip on something, and you're trying to get calories in, and you're trying to hit your macros on like protein and stuff, and certain vitamins and stuff. This is what that's for, because I can't eat during streams, so I need to keep my calorie intake up, and this is how. Try to get 3,000 calories a day. My metabolism burns over 2,000 of the calories I take in a day, meaning if I don't have 2,300 to 3,000 calories a day, then there's a good chance I just lose weight. I just end up burning off whatever I've got on me and I lose weight. And so I have to be realistically hitting 3,000 calories if I'm going to start like noticeably gaining weight at like a satisfying speed. And so I've been counting my calories every day for a week and a half now. And I've hit 3,000 calories almost every single day. There was a couple days I missed. Election day was one of them, I think. Or no, I think I got my calories in on election day. I think it was the day before election day. I didn't get my calories in, unfortunately. But other than that, I'm popping off. Lucky? Yeah, I have an insane metabolism. That is pretty nice. I like having an insane metabolism, but it's not great when I want to put on weight, you know? Because look at me, I'm skinny as fuck right now. I need to put on weight, but I've got an insane metabolism, so I gotta cram myself full of calories from the moment I wake up till the moment I go to bed, so I can put stuff on. If you're just aloof with treads about their issues and put the onus on them to be preachy/cringe, they implode. Sometimes they do, yeah. Zan, you got a super chat you forgot to read? Oh boy. Let me scroll through and see. Yo, Mr. Krabs, thank you for the $2 super chat. I really appreciate it. So Zan, I got a Walking Dead meme for you and chat. Alright, go ahead and drop it in chat, One Piece. I love Walking Dead memes. Carl hits the gritty. Oh no. It's only a year old. This is recent. Oh my god, this is recent. Carl. Hopefully there's no spoilers here.
You don't understand. If you don't stop hitting the gritty, the walkers are gonna come right to us. Do you want that, Coral? Is that what you wish upon our community? Coral. Walkers. Coral. I don't think that's what you want.
Let me tell you something.
Coral.
Dude, I'd be watching The Walking Dead, and then Shane rubs the back of his head and says, "Let me tell you something." Every time. Every time. Let me tell you something. Shane. Okay. Alright. Alright. Shut up, Oxpecker. Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. We're in season 2. And the watch party. Not a lot of people in the watch party have seen The Walking Dead before. I am Walking Dead pilling a bunch of people in my Discord, okay? Do not spoil anything, alright? I love you for that joke, Oxpecker, and I am going to say that line when the scene happens. But keep your mouth shut about it until we get to, like, season 5, okay? That shit don't happen till, like, season 5, dude. Can't spoil that far ahead. We're 3 seasons away from that. There's still a chance that the conservatives can be prevented a minority, or that there can be a coalition against them when the numbers are counted. We could still win the House. It's very slim. There's like, I think a 20% chance or something, or a 50-50 chance maybe, of us flipping enough seats or gaining enough seats to win the House majority, we could pull out the House majority still. There's still a chance, but it's pretty unlikely. I would not hold my breath for it. Pretty much consider that foregone at this point and be pleasantly surprised if I'm wrong. But at this point, I would err on the side of we lost the House too. Go to the hashtag updates channel in PV. Oh, damn. Am I not in the same server? Maybe I'm not in the right servers. I gotta organize all my server stuff. My Discord's too cluttered. I've got so many backed up DMs I need to get to as well. I've had such a busy last couple months with like the election coming up and my mom getting surgery and me having to take care of her up until recently. But yeah, it was just so much busyness. Like the time I've spent catching up with people on Discord has been pithy. I've been pretty aloof lately and I feel bad. John McKinney, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Thank you. Said, sadly, the only way Democrats can win in 2028 is for Jon Stewart to run for president. He's likable, charismatic, and rough around the edges. That would actually be a really good ticket, I think. Like, Jon Stewart would probably do really well, realistically, yeah. His rhetoric would probably do really well, and he would probably perform very well in debates and on stage. Hard to say, though. If a celebrity can get big for the Republicans, then maybe it's time the Dems ran a celebrity that, like, clearly can understand politics, clearly, like, has the skills to be president. Like, being president, if Trump can be president, then Jon Stewart could be president. It's very clear that it's a job that even an idiot can do, right? Like, it has to be. It seems like you could literally know nothing and just rely entirely on your administration to tell you what to do, and you could probably come out of it being an all-right president. Yeah, you think we could run Arnold? That would be crazy. The Governator would be wild. Vote for the Governator. Holy shit. You know, he was a Republican, but he's like a never-Trump Republican and endorsed Harris, so basically it seems pretty likely he's probably moved pretty left over time. So I think he's pretty much just a Democrat now. I think he's a liberal now. Based on, like, yeah. Oh, yeah, he can't be president because he's Austrian. You're right. I forgot. Oh. Why couldn't it be like Ted Cruz, who's, like, Canadian, but still gets to run for president for some reason? Dick butt kiss? That doesn't work. You know that's not how it works, right? Like, you can't jar a fart to save for later. Like... Because if you could do that, you could just, like, go and, like, you could fart into a jar, quickly seal it, and then, like, toss it into a crowd of like, your friends or something, and it would be like a stink bomb, but it doesn't work that way, I'm afraid. Dick butt kiss. Richard Buttkiss. Richard Buttkisserson. Ted Cruz is Canadian. Why do all of your worst people come from up there? It really is. Yeah, no, legitimately. You're British, right? Ride the rails? Aren't you British? Are you a Britbonger? Some of the worst conservative cucks have come from Britain. I'm Canadian. Oh, yeah, okay, never mind. Yeah, like, no, some of the worst of the right wing come from your country, and they come here to fuck with our politics because people in your country aren't insane enough to grift off of. But here in America, any Canadian grifter piece of shit who wants to make easy money shilling right-wing politics, they just come here, or they make an audience for people who are here. And they don't even talk about Canadian politics. There's no money in it. A great way to tell if a public figure is a grifter is if they are a non-American right-wing pundit who talks about nothing but American politics. Because American politics online actually make money. And if you're not American and you exclusively talk American politics and it's not because it has like a strong direct tie to your country, like say Ukraine, for example, would have a pretty good reason to talk US politics a lot, Ukrainian like right and left-wing figures. But if you're like a British or Canadian left-wing figure or right-wing figure and do nothing but talk American politics, they're doing it for the money. Because Canadian politics isn't making big bucks on YouTube. Being a Canadian talking about American right-wing politics will, though. So it's a really good red flag. You know who's based from Canada? Lance of the Surfs? Oh no, BK7796 ULG. Listen, like I said before, I'm not dedicating a lot of my effort to dunking on other lefty figures, but I will let you know that Lance is a shitty person and has been quite shitty to me, notably. I do not like Lance at all. The rest of the Surfs, like the people associated with that channel, I think there are other people there. I haven't had any issues with them, but Lance specifically, has been very dishonest about me and has made multiple hit piece videos on me, specifically because I called him out when his podcast host and close friend Illuminati got outed for not only abusing her ex-friends and coworkers, but also threatening to basically just slap-suiting them over and over again. Lance made a whole video defending her and attacking the victims that had come out about it. You know, Oz Media, The Click, like basically just attacking them and calling them liars. And then as the Illuminati stuff blew up and everybody realized how awful she was and she became one of the most hated people on the internet, Lance quickly deleted the video, made no retraction or walk back, but since I covered that video before he deleted it, he damage controlled by making a dishonest response where he refuses to play my video because his fans would see, they might see that he had defended her. And he deleted that thing like after 4 hours of it being up. And so he basically just claims that I have a problem with him because he's bi, I think, if I remember right. He accuses me of homophobia, claims that's my issue with him, and just refuses to acknowledge that I was criticizing him for defending Illuminati, which is the kind of take that by that point, he just couldn't own that. You can't bite that bullet, that he could not publicly be known as an Illuminati defender at that point. It got so big. It got so far outside the purview of where he thought it would go. And so basically he deleted that, didn't walk it back, didn't apologize, but attacked me for calling it out. And so I quite dislike Lance from the Surfs. I quite dislike him. Not just because of the mistake he made in defending Illuminati, but that to cover it up, he attacked me with dishonesty. He wouldn't just bite the bullet, apologize, and say he fucked up. He defended a friend when he shouldn't have, because, you know, people do that. They defend their friends, typically as a reaction, as like a reflex. And sometimes it's wrong, and it's okay to apologize and say, oh, my bad. But he couldn't do that. He had to hide it so people wouldn't associate him with that really bad take, because he knew it would harm his reputation. And so he tried to harm mine instead. Wow. I'm glad that nowadays when I mention this, I don't get any hate. For a long time, every time I mentioned this, people in chat would tell me to just shut up and get over it because they like Lance so much. And let's just say for a lot of even my viewers, another lefty content creator doing something really fucked up towards me has rarely been like enough to convince people. It usually takes like months of them continuously proving my point. And then people are like, oh, it's happened a lot. Where's Pastor Dean? I don't know, probably partying about the election results or something. Party while you can, MAGA. Now's the time where you guys get to celebrate that your guy won. And you get to be hopeful that Trump is going to hold up his, well, if you believe in what Trump says, I assume most of you do. But now's the time to hope that Trump keeps his word on all these things he's promised before he takes office, and you don't get to celebrate anymore. Xander Hall, where is your co-host? Wait, I already read. Yes, you guys don't need to keep asking me where Pastor Dean is. It's okay. He's gone. He went missing. The class pet went missing. Okay, he ran off. Hopefully he comes back. They always remember where home is. Don't worry. Wasn't that the girl who had beef with Legal Eagle? Yeah, specifically Legal Eagle's editor. For no real good reason, to be honest. Speaking of Legal Eagle, speak of the devil. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. Due to Trump being elected president, he is now never going to jail. Despite the countless crimes he's being charged with and has even been found guilty of, his multiple felony counts, he will never go to jail. And of course, you've got the chuds in chat saying, rolling on the floor laughing about this, because to them, this is exactly what they wanted. They wanted a president who is a yes man to the insane political ramblings that they believe in and is beyond the law. They have no respect for the rule of law or law and order. They spammed it in all caps on Twitter during the BLM protests because they wanted to frame it as though there was violence that needed to be shut down with even more violence. But when it comes to actually following the law or enforcing order, they don't actually do that. It's just rhetoric they use to win, to convince people that they're the ones fighting to keep a stable society going. Now, Trump is never going to jail. And Legal Eagle, YouTube's premier lawyer YouTuber, is fucking mad. I only watched the first couple minutes of this
Brief
video.
letter saying you're...
Oh, geez. I only watched the first couple minutes of this video this morning. And after about a minute and a half, I decided I was going to save it. And I was going to watch it on stream instead. Because, frankly, Legal Eagle is probably of all YouTubers, the most qualified to talk about this topic, okay? And I don't trust myself, so Legal Eagle is going to give us the full breakdown on all the crazy shenanigans that are about to go down with Trump's immunity, with his ability to break the law, and there's no recourse to go after him or to punish him for it. Let's find out what this means, and let's hear it from a very well-respected and very accomplished lawyer. Plus, we mentioned Legal Eagle earlier, so let's check this out. Trump is never going to jail. Teflon Don lives up to the name once again.
Trump is not going to jail, ever. Sorry, there is no credible path for him to spend any time in prison for the crimes for which he has already been convicted or for which he almost certainly was going to be convicted in the future. He stalled, ran out the clock, and then became the referee again. And Donald Trump is going to be the president again. His credible...
Every single judge that kept on giving Trump passes and refused to give him prison time for every time he was held in contempt of court after using his audience, or his fans, to threaten the judge and the judge's family. The amount of times this has happened, and these judges, all wanting to seem impartial, just kept giving him like easy passes, refusing to punish him for any laws he broke, any substantial punishment, constantly letting him delay the process till the election. All of those judges failed at their job. They all failed. It's like in Spider-Man when Kingpin gets arrested and all of the attorneys and prosecutors in New York just keep failing to keep him in prison for any amount of time because none of them are willing to like play as dirty as he does, you know? Like that is literally Trump, a New York real estate investor mob boss who is untouchably wealthy. I'm pretty sure Kingpin is probably partially inspired by Trump. Like, good Lord. I cannot believe it that these judges had so little spine that they could not hold the most powerful man in the world accountable for breaking the law of the country that he is now president of. Absolutely insane that there is this much like favoritism.
Conviction and the 3 other cases were never really an issue in this election for reasons that boggle the mind. I guess mainly because America loves a bad boy. They're just not usually...
Nah, to me, Legal Eagle is great with the law, maybe not the best political analyst. The reason Trump won was the economy. If inflation was at 2% from the first year of Biden's presidency, we'd have Kamala Harris as president right now. Trump didn't just win the Electoral College, he won the popular vote. And that is because some of the most fundamental things that everyone has to buy, like groceries and things people have to pay for, like rent, like housing, have gotten so expensive. And it started under Trump, but it got especially bad under Biden, and the solutions don't take effect till, well, probably about halfway through Trump's presidency. For example, the infrastructure funding bill, the biggest funding bill to infrastructure, to build roads, fix bridges, fix potholes, rebuild buildings that are falling apart, just basically to fix our famously crumbling infrastructure in this country. That record-breaking high funding bill doesn't take effect till 2026, which will be halfway into Trump's presidency. So once all these bridges start to get built, these buildings start to get repaired, and these potholes start to get fixed, Trump's going to farm the credit off of it. Unfortunately, when we have a bad president, it can take a while for the effect to be felt by Americans. When you have a good president that starts fixing things, it always takes a while for the effect to be felt by Americans. And so, except for rare cases like trickle-down economics failing in 2007 to 2008 to the COVID financial crash at the end of Trump's presidency, it is very rare that the results of Republican economic policy are felt by the people. And so they keep on skating by on this idea that Dems crash the economy, Republicans build it. And that's just as simple as that. It won Trump the election. At least it won him enough votes to win the election. And if he didn't have that going for him, I think he'd have lost by a lot.
This bad. So what happens to Trump's legal cases now? Well, not to bury the lead, but they are effectively over. But I suppose in a morbidly fascinating way, it is interesting how and why each of these different cases is now dead. Now, to understand why, we first have to talk about presidential immunity. We've talked about this on this channel before, so this is a broad summary. But back in 2022, there was a congressional inquiry into Trump's role in the events of January 6th. The House Select Committee gathered evidence for 17 months, and Donald Trump declared his candidacy for the 2024 presidential election on November 15th, 2022, before the committee finished its report. The House Select Committee report was released on December 22nd, 2022. And 8 months later, the Department of Justice filed charges against Trump in Washington, D.C. This indictment, brought by Special Counsel Jack Smith, included 4 counts: conspiracy to defraud the United States, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, obstruction of an attempt to obstruct an official proceeding, and conspiracy against rights. Now, this led to a battle over the nature of presidential immunity. Presidential immunity refers to the legal protections that shield a sitting president from certain legal actions and liabilities while in office, and there are 3 points to remember as we go forward. First is that a president...
The idea that exists at all, because I think it's called like something Unitarian theory. It's some like political theory that you can like justify by using certain wording of our founding documents, is my general understanding of this unitary theory idea. That the president, in this interpretation, has unitary executive theory, thank you, has like total authority to break the law and do everything. And it's basically just a political theory that tries to Americanize the concept of a dictatorship. That's really what it is, that the president should be a politically and criminally immune dictator, is the idea behind it. And that is the thought process that is now controlling Washington in all branches of government, period.
Is immune from civil suits for actions taken as part of their official duties. This was confirmed in the 1982 Supreme Court case Nixon versus Fitzgerald, which held that a president was absolutely immune from civil damages for actions within the outer perimeter of their official responsibilities. Second, the presidential immunity does not cover actions taken before the president took office. This was established in Clinton versus Jones when the Supreme Court ruled that then President Bill Clinton could be sued.
Here's the thing. The Supreme Court decides when it applies and what is or isn't considered an official act. And so, with such a red Supreme Court and 2 more slots that Trump is going to fill with much younger justices, at least 2, because Clarence Thomas and Alito are expected to step down when Trump is in office, and they're going to voluntarily get replaced by much younger people. And so that Supreme Court decides whether or not a crime Trump commits counts as an official act. And if they decide it counts as an official act, then by default, he's allowed to do it and he can walk right out of court. We will have a red Trump MAGA Supreme Court till the end of our lifetimes, most likely, unless you are very young watching this stream, like really young. This is bad.
For alleged misconduct before becoming president. And third, presidents have broad immunity from criminal prosecution. This wasn't always necessarily the case. Before Trump was president, the general assumed rule was that presidents were not immune for criminal prosecution. However, there were caveats. The Department of Justice's official policy, outlined in memos from the Office of Legal Counsel, especially one in 1973, is that a sitting president could not face criminal indictment or prosecution while they were president, reasoning that it would interfere with the executive branch's ability to function. In 1973, Robert G. Dixon Jr., the then Assistant Attorney General, issued the memo called Ray Amenability of the President, Vice President, and other civil officers answers to federal criminal prosecutions while in office. And in that memo, the Department of Justice concluded that an indictment or criminal prosecution of a sitting president would impermissibly undermine the capacity of the executive branch to perform its constitutionally assigned functions. However, it was always assumed that the sitting president could face criminal charges after leaving office once their term.
I assume we're very soon going to get to the point where it's like, but none of that matters because the Supreme Court justices are all loyal to Trump. I assume we're getting to that.
Term ended. Now, we'll talk about this particular DOJ memo later, because in this particular circumstance, Robert G. Dixon Jr. really screwed the American people. But that brings us back to the Trump litigation itself, because in Trump versus U.S., Jack Smith sought to admit testimony and records from Trump and his advisors about the events leading up to January 6th. The Supreme Court ruled, among other things, that the district court could not consider this evidence in proving their case against Trump. And the top line ruling from the Supreme Court was, quote, under our constitutional structure of separated powers, the nature of presidential power entitles a former president to absolute immunity from criminal.
I really think the Mueller report getting completely buried and memory hold should have been the big wake-up call to the Democratic Party that Trump's criminal behavior will not, nor his behavior to overturn our elections or affect our democracy, is not a winning point. That Americans, when voting, do not care about democracy or all that, like, nonsense. They care about which candidate is promising in a way that is the most convincing that their lives are going to get better. Who gives them the best vibe? We've really reached a point where I think it is impossible to deny that elections are entirely vibes-based. Like, it is fully vibes-based now. Americans vote based on who's got the best vibes. We have to find a way to make sure that our next candidate on the ticket has got immaculate aura, immaculate vibes, okay? People need to feel like that candidate is the vibe to vote for. Because this election, Trump was the vibe to vote for. Because, hey, remember when the economy was good? Remember when gas was so cheap? I wonder why. I wonder what made the gas all cheap when Trump was president in his last year. It must have been just his great policy. Maybe let's go back to that. You know, I'm sure the gas wasn't so cheap because the world was falling apart and we were about to enter a massive recession. Here, let's go back to that. It's like, okay, let's go back to it. Celebrate while you can, MAGA.
Criminal prosecution for actions within his conclusive and preclusive constitutional authority, and he's entitled to at least presumptive immunity from prosecution for all of his official acts. There is no immunity for unofficial acts. Now, we've talked at length about this particular decision on this channel, and it is much, much worse than it seems at first glance, but in sum, the decision significantly expanded presidential immunity and also left a lot of work for the lower courts to do in applying this new never-known standard. And the court's ruling will impact all four of Trump's cases. And as much as it was uncharted territory about whether a president could be criminally tried for their actions, it is off the globe uncharted what happens when you prosecute a president and then he gets reelected. Fun. Yeah, so I guess if you're the president, you don't need a good lawyer because everything is just legal. But if you're not the president and you need a great lawyer, you can let my law firm, the Eagle Team, help. If you've gotten into...
Dude, you can tell he's fucking mad about this. Like, when you're... Like, this guy spent decades studying the law, okay? Like, going to school... and then becoming a lawyer, building his own fucking practice, right? And working his ass off to gain a name and a reputation and, like, an actual accomplishment with his own practice. So you can imagine he's got a lot of respect for the law, considering he knows a lot about it. And to just see as America rejects everything that its law is built on, fundamentally, like all the good parts, not the flawed, fucked up parts of our law, it's got to be depressing and outright, like, enraging, you know?
Into a car crash, suffered a data breach, especially if you got a data breach letter saying your social security number has been hacked, or are dealing with a workers' comp or social security issue, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. Because it's so important to talk to a lawyer right away so you can maximize your recovery and get the best representation. So just click on the link.
I love how his own legal network is his sponsor. He's like, this video is sponsored by my own legal network. It's like, holy shit.
The description or call the phone number that's on screen right now for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. So click below. So in looking at the prosecutions, let's start in New York, where a jury convicted Trump on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records related to hush money payments intended to influence the 2016 presidential election. During and after the trial, Trump raged against Judge Juan Merchan and his family. Judge Merchan then postponed his sentencing until after the 2024 presidential election to avoid any appearance of political bias against Trump. Now, these crimes were committed over 8 years ago.
You know, people kept telling me maybe the Dems should have pushed Trump's Epstein connections harder, or the fact that he was found guilty of sexual assault. And then I hear other people say, how could Americans elect someone who's so known for these things? And my answer to you is, hypers in chat if you watched Breaking Bad. Hypers in chat, if you've watched, I hope to the end, because I'm going to spoil something here, Breaking Bad. I promise you this is going somewhere. So, how many of you guys realize that America still rooted for Walt for seasons after he nearly raped his wife? If you love Breaking Bad, I probably just jogged an unpleasant kind of like buried memory for you in the show. But like in like season 1 or 2, Walt almost rapes his wife. Like he last second decides not to, but he like absolutely nearly did that, and he is that kind of person. And we see that happen in like the very early show. Clearly the creator's telling you what kind of person he is out the gate. Because that alone should immediately ruin your perception of any person. No, whatever respect you have for someone, like, to see what Walt did should immediately kill that respect. I noticed that when showing the show to my mom for the first time, because she'd never seen it, from that point on, she hated Walt. There was no point in which she was rooting for Walt after that, only Jesse. For male audience and for a lot of America, they kept rooting for Walt and were afraid for Walt's life for seasons afterwards. This happens early in the show. Frankly, it's one of the most misremembered and unremembered things that Walt did as far as bad things go. And in fact, his victim is the most hated character in the entire show, in a show full of rapists, child murderers, drug dealers, and like just awful people. Skylar is the most hated character, the woman who was early on the show almost raped by her husband, who is seen as like the big hero guy by America. So when I tell you that Trump getting exposed for Epstein connections, rape, anything like that, it's not enough. I mean it's not enough. We live in a rape culture. That's what feminists have said for a very, very long time. It got a lot, that claim got a lot of shit in 2016 from anti-feminists, but man, Dr. Disrespect admitting that he sexted a minor and now being at the peak of his career after he comes back, shortly after admitting it. He's literally at the peak of his career right now after getting exposed for that. It goes to show you where America's priorities are. These things are only deal breakers if you're part of a certain group or demographic, it seems.
And in aid of winning the first election in 2016. And now Trump has won another election. So what becomes of the case in New York? Well, Trump was convicted on 34 counts of falsifying business records, and each count is classified as a Class E felony under New York law, which carries a maximum sentence of up to 4 years in prison per count. But there was no minimum sentence, meaning that the punishment could have been just probation or fines. And while the law permits a maximum sentence of 4 years per count, actual sentencing varies depending on factors like the defendant's prior criminal history, the specifics of the events, and judicial discretion. And in some cases, defendants convicted of Class E felonies might get probation instead of incarceration, especially if they are first-time offenders or if there are mitigating circumstances present. And I hate to break it to you, even though Trump is barred from opening a charity or operating a business in New York, he's still considered a first-time criminal offender. And as of the time of this video, Trump is due to be sentenced on November 26, 2024. However, Judge Merchan gave himself a deadline of November 12th to decide whether the conviction should be overturned because of any of the immunity issues. Now, why would the immunity decision be an issue if the illegal conduct happened before Trump was president? Well, Trump continued to pay back Cohen for the illegal hush money payments after he was sworn in. And Trump's lawyers have argued that the evidence used to convict him includes official acts, and therefore it should be overturned. Now, Trump could in theory be sentenced to prison before he takes office in 2025, but that's simply not going to happen.
If you can't do the time, don't do the crime. Okay, time's up.
But New York procedure is weird, so let's talk to one of the best commentators on New York criminal law, former federal prosecutor Mitchell Epner. Mitch, what's likely to happen here?
Thank you, Devin, for that kind of introduction. My expectation is that there is no world where Trump will actually get sentenced 2 weeks later on November 26th on what is his currently scheduled.
KC123, I've seen this take a lot from lefties and progressives and right-wingers. I've seen like a lot of people on different areas try to claim that it was a mistake to run a woman of color on the ticket. I need to remind you of two things, okay? For one, Obama won in 2008 in a landslide, okay? Like basically a landslide. And he won very well in 2012 as well. America is not too racist, nor even some hard red states too racist to elect a black man, okay? So we know that. But that is a man, to be fair. But There were hard red states that went blue for Obama, okay? It is very clear that being black, or even just a person of color, is not enough to lose you even the middle and right-leaning vote as a candidate. And we know that in 2016, Hillary, while she lost by very unfortunate margins in key states, Hillary won the popular vote by quite a lot. She got a lot more votes than Trump did. Trump just got more votes in the right places, and in some cases by a sliver, by a real sliver. So if it weren't for the Electoral College, Trump would never have won in 2016. Hillary would have won. Hillary got the most votes. The most Americans backed Hillary. I don't believe, I think if a different female candidate than Hillary had ran, if Kamala Harris had ran in 2016, I think she would have won. Unfortunately, I don't know what went down with the primary in 2015, but I can tell you that the best candidate did not win out. It does not seem, based on how Hillary performed. But regardless, despite being a woman, Hillary got the majority of the popular vote. You cannot attribute Kamala Harris's really low turnout and the amount of voters that bled over to Trump to her being a woman or being half black. You can't attribute it to that, because we know both of those things do not preclude you from winning the popular vote, and she lost that hard. So it was not that. America is ready for a female president. America is ready for presidents who are black and brown and whatever, and not white. That is not what lost the election. What lost her the election was the economy. And I will scream this until 2028. I will scream it that while, yes, there were sexists and it will affect the vote, don't get me wrong, it was the economy. The economy is what did it. Xander, I'm going to need you to stop ignoring the sexism that exists in this country. I'm not saying that the sexism as it exists is not, I refuse to vote for a female candidate. It's, I do not care enough about women's rights and their bodily autonomy to vote for the candidate that is running on protecting those rights. Instead, I will vote for the candidate that promises to cut my taxes and lower the prices for things I buy. That is the sexism in this country, Asmon's Wallblood. That this was the election that was, everyone knew, like, you needed to vote for your daughters, for the women in your life that you care about. Vote for their rights. And they didn't anyway. Because they thought that they would be better off financially under Trump. That is the sexism our country faces. I am not denying the sexism. What I am pointing out is that it is not an overt hatred of women and people of color. The racism and the sexism in this country is people don't care about it enough for it to be a deal breaker. And that's scary. It's not that the racism and the sexism is popular. It's that it's not hated enough or unpopular enough anymore to be a deal breaker for someone like Trump. That something as simple as promising lower taxes and a better economy can win a massive proportion of the popular vote over to an openly misogynistic, woman-hating, racist candidate who is also a criminal. The truth is that America has no morals.
Sentencing date. There are three possibilities that may emerge from Justice Merchan's ruling. Possibility number one is that Justice Merchan will hold that the entire prosecution was fine. It comported with the restrictions set forth by the Supreme Court in Trump versus United States. And as far as he's concerned, the case can move forward to sentencing on November 26th. At that point, Trump will be able to stop the sentencing by taking an appeal, because under longstanding United States and New York precedent, when you have an appeal of an immunity decision, that appeal can be taken immediately. It's called an interlocutory appeal, and that will stop everything else in its tracks. Possibility number two is that Justice Merchan would rule that there were problems with the prosecution in the trial evidence that was presented. And on that basis, hope that it was required that there be a mistrial and a retrial. Obviously, if there's a retrial, then all 34 convictions
Any way to
would be
get him
vacated.
out of it.
But that retrial certainly could not happen before January 20th of 2025. And once we get to January 20th of 2025, nothing can happen until Trump leaves office, which, absent death, would mean January 20th of 2029. Possibility number three is that Justice Merchan rules that the indictment itself was fatally defective because it relied.
I think Trump is going to undo the existence of term limits. I really do. I think Trump is going to axe term limits within a year, within 3 years of his inauguration. he will axe term limits so he can run a third time. He's going to start talking about running again in 2028. And then we as lefties and Dems are going to have a big argument about whether or not the Dems should stoop to their level and run Obama a third time. Whether that would be a good idea or not. And I frankly think we absolutely should. I so badly want to see Obama v. Trump. That 2028, Obama v. Trump, let's just watch the ultimate showdown of ultimate destiny. Fuck it, bro. I don't even care anymore. Everything's over. It's all Jover. Let's just see the ultimate showdown of ultimate destiny. I don't even care who wins. I just need to see that election happen, all right? I think Obama could win. I think Obama easily wins. But, bro, Yeah, Obama's got literally immaculate vibes. Like, genuinely, like the aura, holy shit. Obama was possibly the only person to have so much agreement across the aisle that he speaks to the American people, like, phenomenally, like, as much as Trump. Like, Obama, the way he spoke to the American people was received as well as, if not more well, than the way Trump speaks. And there are very few presidents who have that like credit to their name. Obama is an insanely charismatic and like well thought and well spoken public speaker. It's insane. His voice is super pleasant too. So much of being taken seriously and being charismatic is your voice. This is actually something I struggle with, is that I have a high pitched voice. And this means that I have a harder time coming off as charismatic than people who just are exactly the same but have a deeper voice. There's been studies done on this. Having a deeper voice makes you sound more charismatic. Trump sounds more nasally and high-pitched than Obama does. So Obama is going to voice mog Trump. That alone would be insane. Is a third term even possible? If Trump axes term limits so he can run again, which he very well might, because nothing can stop him anymore, then yes. Yeah, they'd be able to run Obama for a third term, presumably.
Upon evidence that could not be used in a prosecution of a former president. And if that were to take place and the indictment were dismissed, that would end this case because District Attorney's Office for New York would not be able to go back and get a new indictment because the statute of limitations on this case, which again goes back to things that happened in 2016 and 2017, would have long since expired. So that is why I think that nobody should be making reservations for a sentencing on November 26th. I believe that this case will, one way or the other, stop in its tracks on November 12th. Back to you, Gavin.
Okay, so that brings us to the special counsel Jack Smith prosecutions in D.C. and Florida. Now, the district court regained jurisdiction of Trump's election conspiracy case in August in D.C. However, because of the Supreme Court's ruling in Trump versus United...
I saw some decent points that, like, all of these pursuits of Trump legally might have been something that pushed the needle in his favor during the election. I have heard from a lot of people who talk about the, I've heard a lot of people say there has been a significant bleed of black male voters from Biden in 2020 to, not Harris, but Trump in 2024. And when that happens, that indicates that Trump is building a appeal in that demographic. And I frankly didn't know where that appeal could come from, considering how racist Trump is. But the way I've had it explained to me is that, like, Donald Trump being under investigation and getting tried and charged, to a lot of Americans, it looks like oppression. It looks like he's being punished for going against the establishment, and that the man is trying to get him, and get him for sticking it to the man, right? And that is apparently starting to have some level of cultural, like, swaying power among specifically younger black men, apparently, according to at least the election results and the stats and what I've heard. Apparently, the framing is much that, like, society is against you if you're a black man in America, obviously. Like, it's one of the... It's not the most ideal situation. You might get, like, harassed by a cop just for walking to the store to get groceries, right? And so if Trump is managing to appeal to that demographic, it implies that that oppression idea that like being put down by the establishment, the law, the institutions that exist now, that Trump is also a victim of that, and that there's some level of like camaraderie maybe. I don't know, but that's something that Trump has been pushing a lot himself, is that like Trump, just like black Americans, is oppressed. He's pushed this idea, and a lot of black Trump supporters also like to claim this, that they're like, yeah, no, Trump is oppressed just like black people in America are, like by the legal system. It's like, no, it's nothing the same. Name one black person in American history who tried to overturn the election results by staging a coup against the U.S. government. I can guarantee you not a single black man in U.S. history has done this, okay? There are no similarities to Trump. He is a billionaire, white, rich, New York real estate investor, cheating, rapist, pedophile, allegedly, who is completely deserving of any legal ramifications that go after him. Okay, this is nothing like the racist and unjust systems that exist in our criminal justice system that have put down particularly black men for so long. But for some reason, it seems, at least the Trump MAGA area, are trying to claim that there is like an actual point there, and that it's actually swaying people, and it might be. I don't know. Yeah, how many black people get off of dozens of felony convictions with a glazing and a presidential win? Yeah, real curious. Obviously. It's complete nonsense idea, but for some reason it's working.
United States, Judge Tanya Chutkan is now weighing whether Trump's immune for actions he took.
Fucking failed. Fail. Tanya Chutkan, I hope she is regretting this shit on her deathbed, bro. This judge held Trump in contempt of court at least twice, I think. Once it was for just like constantly disrupting the court, and another time was for encouraging his fans to harass her family. Neither times was Trump, despite the rarity of this as a concept, neither times was Trump hit with any punishments whatsoever legally for being found in contempt of court. They went unbelievably easy on him. I cannot believe it. Tanya Chutkan fucking failed, and I hope she knows that on her goddamn deathbed and regrets that she did not take the opportunity she had to stop fascism in America when she could have. That she was so dedicated to not looking biased that she ended up being biased and let Trump go scot-free. And now he might destroy our country. I hope she regrets that shit on her fucking deathbed, bro. I hope that this haunts her for the rest of her life. Genuinely. What a massive fuck up. Genuinely.
Took to overturn the 2020 election. Smith filed a superseding indictment on August 24th, 2024, and Judge Chutkan granted Smith's request to file a motion on the immunity determination and allowed Smith to file a redacted version of the public docket. Now, we covered these developments in the past, but the most important thing to know is that as president, Trump will have the power to fire Jack Smith. And Trump has already confirmed, quote, "I will fire Jack Smith in 2 seconds." Sources told CNN that Smith had no intention of quitting and would try to move the case forward between now and Inauguration Day. However, there are already reports that the DOJ will wind down the DC and Florida prosecutions to comply with long-standing policy that sitting presidents can't be prosecuted. Now, we'll talk about that more in a second. But if Jack Smith does stay on the job, does the president have the right to dismiss a special prosecutor? Well, basically, yes, though theoretically he would have to go through the DOJ. The Attorney General has the power to appoint or dismiss a special prosecutor. Now, in practice, the president would typically have to instruct the Attorney General to dismiss the special counsel. If the Attorney General refuses, then the president could theoretically just remove the Attorney General and continue down the chain of command until they find someone willing to carry out that order. This is what happened in Watergate, and this was a full-on constitutional crisis that we called the Saturday Night Massacre. But realistically, Trump is not going to appoint anyone who would refuse his order to sack Jack Smith. And included in the list of the people who've been floated to take over the DOJ from Attorney General Merrick Garland is Trump's favorite Florida judge, Eileen Cannon. Others include Trump's 2020 co-conspirator, Jeff Clark, Senator Mike Lee, who wants to go after the deep state, and Mike Davis, a lawyer who was promised to, quote, bring a reign of...
Are you excited with an entirely MAGA-controlled government for them to keep on blaming the deep state for every problem? Like, I'm pretty sure even if there wasn't a single elected Democrat in the entire government anymore, and they had won every seat nationally, every vote went to the Republicans, and no Dems won any seats anywhere, not in anything, they would still blame the deep state. They would still, like, pretend as though, like, half or more of the government is controlled by their opposition, so they can play the victim and act as though all the problems are someone else's fault. Do you think the new Trump cabinet will fall apart like the last one did? When all this legal shit started to happen in the first cabinet, Trump's entire administration fell apart. You think like Elon and him are going to have a big falling out and he's going to get fired and it's going to be a whole big thing? Because I really hope it does. I hope there's just some point where some of the people in this new administration just can't follow Trump any further and it ends up causing massive turmoil in the party. I was betting that Elon will get fired. Yeah. Elon's going to have a position in government, by the way. He's going to be in charge of our economy. Aren't you guys excited? Elon's going to be the main guy in charge of our economy. Yeah. That's great. Awesome. And anything that Tesla, SpaceX, or any of Elon's like potential criminal charges he could get, or any fines or anything like that, Trump will now pardon him instantly. Elon cannot be held accountable for any laws he breaks now in his companies. You know, like the refusing to have any caution lines in his factories on the assembly line so people know where it's not safe to stand. He refuses to allow that because he says it makes the factory look ugly. He'll never be able to be held accountable for these things. To all the little girls and women out there, you will earn your next chance of becoming the first and next Madam President. I really was worried when there was so much rhetoric about how Kamala's win will be so big for women. Because in 2016, when Hillary Clinton lost, there were so many... I was a teenager at the time. There were a lot of girls that were my age that were also teenagers that got the message that, like, America did not want to see a woman lead from that loss. And when you build this campaign up as, like, women's time to finally be, to finally hold a position of power, to finally be president, to finally break this glass ceiling, and then it falls through and fails, it's really bad on, like, the women of America who were supposed to get the positive message, because then they get, like, the polar opposite worst message from that. And then on top of that, for the Republicans, like, can you imagine how much Trump, like, probably thinks about the fact that he stopped the first female president twice while he jacks off now? That he was able to prevent America from having its first female president twice. He is going to jack off thinking of that for the rest of his life. That was what I so desperately was hoping he would lose in 2024 for, is that if he wins, he will literally nut in his trousers when he finds out for a second time he's prevented America from having its first female president. And that is what happened. And that comes from the fact that the Dems built this up so much as it's women's time to lead. When you lean into that rhetoric, if it doesn't work out, then that leaves you with the massive gaping elephant in the room that suggests that turns out America was very not down for women to lead, which is why a lot of people in chat think that's why Harris lost. It's not, but when you lean so heavy into that rhetoric and then that candidate doesn't win, it seems like that's why, that they're a woman and that the American people rejected female leadership. Are we in a segment? I'm wrapping up a segment right now. Listen, Trump, he's going to be doing some crazy stuff in the coming months, in the coming years. So I highly recommend that you move to a blue state if you haven't already. Stay in one if you're already there. And if you want to keep up with everything going on, and I highly recommend that you do, I mean, feel free to take breaks through mental health, but if we're going to beat the right, we're going to have to dominate them on the internet. And so we are no longer playing fair. We're no longer playing, easy. I'm going to ask that all of you drop a like on this video, comment, subscribe, and ring the bell icon, not only to support my channel, but because we need to start blasting off. I'm going to be going crazy in the coming years when it comes to content production. I hope that you guys meet me halfway with an insane amount of engagement on the videos that you guys watch, because that is how we get big. And do not just do it for me, guys. Do it for all the progressive content that you watch. A rising tide raises all ships. I'm not the only boat that needs to rise. All the boats need to rise, guys. So like, comment, subscribe, and make that a habit. Do that on repeat, ad nauseum. That's the only way. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. Have a good one. Follow my social medias linked down below. Comment, subscribe, ring the bell icon, all that good stuff. If you want to support me directly, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying some merch to the Streamlabs link down below. And on top of that, if you want to join my fan Discord, then please consider doing so. A little later after stream, I'm going to be hosting a gaming event. Or not a gaming event, a call-in stream. Not a call-in stream, a watch party. I completely fucked that up twice in a row. Third time's the charm. I'm going to be hosting a watch party. We're watching the new episode of From and 3 new Walking Deads. Because we're watching through The Walking Dead. We're starting season 2, so it's going to be a grand old time. And I really hope to see a lot of you guys there. But yeah, with that said, thank you for watching, even if you're just a lurker. And as always, have a good one. Just edit it out, no one will notice? I'm not my own editor. What do you mean, just edit it out? I have an editor. I can't, like, tell them the timestamp with that one fuck up. It's gonna be in the video, dog. How long is the From episode? Because I haven't started From yet, but want to continue The Walking Dead. New episodes of From are about 45 minutes long. 45, 50 minutes long. All right. I hope Dems act as obstructionist as the Republicans do. Me too. Me too. Pepper T21, thank you so much for the $5 dues. I really appreciate it. So kind of you. So base said, my channel isn't particularly political, but I hope being a trans VTuber can reach normies. I'm doing gaming streams, and after the holidays, I'll be doing content on culture/folklore and games and anime. Hell yeah, Pepper T21. I hope it blows up. Feel free to link your stuff in chat. Yo, Percy Pendrake, thank you for the Tier 1 membership over on YouTube. I really appreciate it. So kind of you. Thank you. For those who don't know, YouTube memberships are like subbing on the website, but through YouTube. Just don't be another Jessie Gender, please, because she kind of sucks. Oh, yeah, I don't like Jessie Gender either. No, trust me, many here consider me the last one standing insofar as, like, the 2019 era of progressive content creators that sprouted up and are not, like, awful now for one reason or another. So I promise you, I have stuck it out the longest. I will continue to stick it out the longest. I don't know why I ended up being the only one that wasn't fucking, like, awful, but yeah. Percy Pendrake, like I said, I appreciate it. And TSW, the Shadow Wolf, hot damn! Thank you for the Tier 1 membership for a 4th month. Thank you, I really appreciate it. Thank you for the streak. Said, if you ever expand your meeting empire, reach out to me. I wouldn't gladly work under you. I think you mean you would gladly work under me. Nice, okay. I am hoping. I'm hoping and praying that we shall rocket up into the sky in the coming months. I appreciate all of your support. It is how we do it. Your likes and your comments are the fuel for that rocket to get to the moon. Without them, we got nothing. We're dead in the water. There's just nothing there's nothing I can do. Like, no matter how much I upload, if you guys aren't engaging, we're dead in the water. If you aren't engaging with all lefty content, they're dead in the water too. So we gotta grind, guys, on both ends. And then John McKenney, thank you for the $5 reduce. I appreciate it. Said, should we leave the country or should we continue the fight? I would not recommend leaving the country. The most negative effects of Trump's presidency will be felt globally. You're safest in a blue state, where you'll be protected by states' rights, as the right have fought to codify for so long, from the red federal government. But you'll also be in America. You'll have, like, the benefits of being in a blue state. I highly recommend you stay in America, but you go or stay in a blue state. That is the best way. Do not move countries. That's cringe. Don't take your vote out of the voter account or the voter amount. Just make sure, hell, if you're brave enough, go to a swing state that leans blue and help, like, lean things over blue for the next election. That would go hard. Mostly a lurker, but thanks for keeping a level head through what's happening. Absolutely, Percy Pendrake. I appreciate your support so much. Anyway. Minnesota is a sanctuary state. Yeah, Minnesota goes hard. It's one of those few little islands of blue up there near the Great Lakes in the Midwest. Pepper T21, as I said before. I didn't read this one before. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. Said, good night, Zan. I don't feel particularly well energy-wise, so unfortunately I'll have to skip the watch party tonight and head to bed early. It's all good, Pepper T21, but I really do appreciate you stopping by. Thank you. You're so kind. Your support is very much appreciated. Thank you for the dono. Let me update the dono goal really fast. All right. Really fast, guys. I'm going to use the restroom and empty my bladder, and then I'm going to come back, and we're going to do the last couple segments I've got lined up for today, and start moving everybody into the watch party. We're going to be watching the newest episode of From, probably one of the best TV shows I've ever seen in my life. I've been from-pilling as many of my fans as I can, and everyone who checks it out ends up addicted, and binging it in, like, 2 days, despite it being 3 seasons. So, gives you an idea of how fucking awesome this show is. And then after our new episode of From, we'll be watching 3 new episodes of The Walking Dead, starting with Season 2. We're going to be starting off Season 2 and watching the first 3 episodes. And then we'll wrap up for the night. For those that don't know, every Friday I host watch parties in my Discord server. And yeah, where's the watch party going to be? In my Discord. If you're not already in my Discord, make sure you click on the link, Discord join link in the description of the stream on YouTube. You can click that or any of my videos, and then that will get you into the server, and then you want to join the channel called Xander's Theater. It's a stage, actually. It's got a special symbol next to it that doesn't look like a voice chat or a text channel. And, yeah. What is From? An awesome show. All right. I'll be right back, guys. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. I'll BRB. Alrighty, gamers, I am back with a completely empty bladder. I feel so much better now. Alrighty. It's harder to see when my beard grows out. I've got to shave so you can see me mewing. There we go. John McKinney, thank you so much for the $10 dono Reno. I really appreciate it. Said, you say Trump is close to Kingpin. I'd say he's closer to Norman Osborn or Lex Luthor, particularly in the comics. 90 Superman cartoons and 90 Spider-Man cartoons and early 2000s Justice League cartoons. Yeah, you might have a point there, but I wasn't really watching a lot in the 90s because I was born in 99, so, you know. But yeah, I can see what you're talking about. I get an idea of what you're referring to. I think of him more like kind of a Kingpin type guy. You know, New York, real estate, mob tie, billionaire, criminal. With, like, political sway. Trump is definitely like a stereotypical DC Comics villain to it. Yeah, he definitely comes off more like a DC villain than a Marvel villain. To be fair, you're not wrong. Although the goofiness of him does make him like he talks like how a goofy villain is written in a Marvel movie. You got to admit he totally does. Trump talks like a goofily, like the way that Marvel writers write the dialogue for a goofy villain character in the MCU. Absolutely. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Anyway.
$4B movement.
All right, everybody.
$4B.
There we go. Okay. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1. Action. Well, guys, if you're watching this and you're MAGA, if you voted for Trump, you don't even have to be a hardcore Trump supporter, but you voted for him, you should probably know that over 60% of women in America voted for Harris. And they didn't just vote for Harris, but they voted for her on the condition that if you did not vote for Harris, they want nothing to do with you. Primarily younger women. You know, the demographic of women that are the most depicted by particularly grody old men as the most sexually desirable. Women who are like 18 to 25, Gen Z. So, these women are taking up a movement. It's actually one that's existed for a long time, but for men. The Volcel movement. If you don't know, there are incels, who are men that are involuntarily celibate. That is to say that they are celibate of no, like, desire of their own. They just can't get laid. While there are also Volcels. Voluntary celibates. Or just celibates, but, you know. Volcels are incels that are so black-pilled by dating that even though they can totally date and get laid, they're so black-pilled because they become misogynistic and they've grown to hate women that they choose not to date or have sex with women because they are so disgusted by them. It is a newer brand of the incel identity where, like, men who are very sexually active and successful become disgusted by women constantly being open to having sex with them, and they start to gain the view that women are property or they're whores simply because so many of them are willing to date them or have sex with them even when they treat those women like garbage. And so it radicalizes them into hating women in the sense that, like, they see women unwilling to stand up for themselves against guys like them, and it solidifies their beliefs about, like, where women's places are. And so the Volcel movement has been a thing for a while, but now women are flipping that script, and the 4B movement is starting. Basically, women going Volcel, saying, you know what, men, particularly Trump-supporting men, you showed us your true colors, you showed us what we are to you, how much our rights matter to you, and since we know you consider us nothing but sex and baby machines, and in some cases your surrogate mothers, because a lot of these Trump supporter guys just want a wife to mom them, right? We're just not going to date you. We're not going to have sex with you, and we're not going to get into any relationships with you. And this movement actually started, the 4B movement started in South Korea, where it's actually blown up massively because apparently South Korean men are like giga incels, like super giga incels right now. Like the problem with like men turning their incel, like can't get laid hate and their like disrespect of women that are they see as too easy into hate for women, like that has become such a big problem in South Korea that Korean women there were the ones who started this like Volcel, we're not giving these men the time of day to protest them movement. Like if they're so upset about not being able to get laid, we'll show them what it feels like for women to actually do what the incels claim they do, which is just being like, fuck this, we're gonna make sure you're lonely and can't get a girlfriend. And I gotta say, fucking giga-based. If the right and men in this country want to say, your body, our choice, then women can reply, our pussy's our choice. You trying to get some, you're not gonna. Not if you voted for Trump. You better have voted for Kamala Harris. If you want to get laid. Simple as that. So yeah, I've got a video here called Why Are Women in the US Talking About the 4B Movement? Let's check out the video. It's very short. It should consolidate all the points pretty well.
4B movement.
The 4B movement.
The 4B movement.
So what is it? Actually, a fringe feminist campaign from South Korea. The 4Bs, Korean for 4 no's, no marrying men, no giving birth, no dating men, and no sex with men.
There is so much pressure in South Korea for women to have kids, and women felt extremely undervalued. So they have sort of banded together to not kind of give into these societal pressures.
South Korea has the world's lowest fertility rate. Now, Google searches for 4B surging to record levels in the US as one of its top trending searches in the last 48 hours.
This really does need to take off and maintain itself. It needs to be an established standard in perpetuity that if you're a conservative guy, you've got to hide it when you're dating. There should be no significant amount of women in this country willing to date a guy who does not confirm that he is registered Democrat. I am so glad this is happening. You can say, oh, but it's so hateful, oh, it's sexist, oh, it's cringe, oh. Volcels and the incel movement have done this for years now, okay? The men going their own way movement, MGTOW, remember that? There's nothing new about this except the actual oppressed group in our society is the one taking up this idea of disenfranchising themselves from the world of dating, sex, hookup culture, and marriage and relationships in order to protect themselves from what they perceive as a threat, which is rewarding or enabling men for refusing to stand up for their rights. Women are saying, if you will not stand up for your rights, you do not get to fuck us. Simple as that. Bare minimum, if you want to fuck us, you got to be able to stand up for our rights. I think that's a pretty low fucking bar, but I think it needs to be set. I'm fine with this. I think this movement's pog. I hope all the women in my chat are doing this. You better be checking voter registrations before you let any guys be fucking you, okay? You better check their voter registration. You make them show you their Democrat voter reg, okay?
Trump's Supreme Court picks helped overturn Roe v. Wade, unleashing a wave of protests nationwide. His position on abortion access has varied, but during the final stages of his campaign, saying states should decide.
Whether the women like it or not, I'm going to protect them.
4B movement.
The 4B movement.
Whether the women like it or not, I've got to protect them. I've got to protect them whether they like it or not. Listen. The Volcel thing has been around for a while. If this is really nothing new. I know that there's going to be a lot of conversation about this, and everyone's going to be like, what? What do you mean? What do you mean? But Let's see, are there any good videos on Volcells? What is this? High Society Radio. Incels and Volcells. Man, there's not a lot of video about Volcel. Here, let's see. Let's see if we can find something on, like... Oh my god, there's a Volcel subreddit? The subreddit asexual. What in the world is Volcel? Just randomly came across this on Reddit. What does it mean? I mean... I guess you could just say that people who are asexual are like... Because it's not voluntary, but it's also voluntary. I don't know. It's kind of... It's nothing like being asexual. It's choosing to, like, just not get involved in the dating world. Is this a clip that'll work to explain this? Here's a random podcast clip. Let's see if this explains it well.
And incels are like the Crips and the Bloods of the sad world.
That was a great opening, honestly. And frankly, to a degree, especially on Reddit, yeah. Yeah, the incels and the Volcells are absolutely like the Crips and the Bloods. In the sense that, like, the Volcells are like the Bloods, and that they exist purely to spite incels. You know what I mean? Like, Volcells exist as the kind of thing that just genuinely pisses off incels, because incels want to get laid and can't, and Volcells can get laid and don't, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Like rep your set. Like never seen a pussy, never want to see a pussy. All right, rep your set.
Why, like, how this channel has like 4,000 subs? Why do they have a whole ass podcast studio? You see what I mean when I say there's like a million like random like douchey dude bro right-leaning podcasts like this that we need to be able to like contend with this shit? They've got a team in the background managing their fucking podcast, and they've got 4,000 subscribers. What the fuck is this? Maybe, well, oh, it's a radio show, so maybe it's just... Yeah, regardless, though, man, radio's been owned by the right for a long time. We're never getting radio, obviously, but we can win the internet. We can. We can. And I do think a big part of what needs to happen in the coming years is that, as a standard, women are not tolerant of conservatives or Trump voters. And that, like, there's just this massive wave of regret among men that they have fucked themselves in the dating world because they voted for Trump. Simple as that. Anyway, if you agreed with what I had to say here, if you think the 4B movement is based, by the way, I'm curious to see what you guys think of it. If, like, this is going to take off or peter out or really gain a lot of traction. I think women going Volcel against conservative men, or just men in general, is based, you know? Like, sure, do it. Refute, like, any men, frankly. Like, just to be sure. I think that would be reasonable too. It's up to you. You know, you're the guardian of your own genitalia. So yeah, no issue with this movement. If women want to just revoke consent to all men as protest to what has happened, then I think that is actually a poetic and absolutely appropriate response. Based women. Anyway, if you enjoyed the segment, leave a like. Comment down below. It really helps the channel a lot if you do both. I don't know, maybe comment like who up Volcel, I don't know, just type Volcel gang if you watched all the way to this point in the video. It boosts the comments a ton, or boosts the video in the algorithm a ton if you comment that, as do likes as well, so I appreciate all of that. Subscribe and ring the bell icon if you haven't already, so YouTube tells you when I go live or upload a new video in the future. And of course, please consider following my social medias, linked down below in the description, including joining my fan Discord, where just after stream in a little bit, I will be hosting a watch party of the new episode of From and some more Walking Dead. I host events, watch parties, or call-in streams every Friday, every week, so I hope you guys consider joining the Discord, as I am pretty frequently active in my community. And yeah, with that said, if you want to support me directly, financially, and you can afford it and you feel like it, then consider helping me keep the lights on and a roof above my head by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch to the Streamlabs link down below. But regardless of how you support the stream, thank you so much for watching, even if you're a lurker, and as always, have a good one. A bit of a short one, but there's not much to talk about other than women going full sell and how I think it's based. But I am excited to see the men start malding over it. You get what you vote for. Women told you what would happen if you weren't willing to stand up for their rights this election. Enjoy your crashed economy and unsucked dick. It's going to be such a funny 4 years watching the Trump regret bubble up. With so many Trump voters, oh my god, the regret. Guys, you remember how many Trump supporters came out, ex-Trump supporters came out regretting their vote in 2016 onward, right? Or 2017 onward? You guys remember that, right? It was a big thing. The regretting voting for Trump. The regret is going to be so much worse this time. Oh my god. I cannot wait. That is going to be the one silver lining in all of this, is soaking up all of the I told you so energy of people slowly coming to regret this choice. And there are already some that regret. I mean, after 2016, yeah. John McKenney, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate it. It says, do you think Bill Maher will push for a recession again so Dems can win in 2026 and 2028 like he did the last time Trump was president? I don't know. I don't know, man. Let's hope another... I think a recession's happening regardless. Like, we're going to enter an insane... Like, everything's going to get so much more expensive once Trump puts those tariffs in place. Oh, God. Anyway, John McKenney with another $5 super chat. Thank you. Said... Oh, wait, I read that one. My bad. Nice. I read that one. I just saw a French person vote for Trump in France online. What? Like, voter fraud connect habit? 7154? If so, report it to, like, the FBI. Yeah, what is the obsession with the tariffs? Because he believes a tariff is a tax on another country. Trump refuses to hear any explanation of tariffs that is not, yeah, when you put a tariff in place, you make a country pay you for them to import things in your country. And so he seems to believe, or probably doesn't, but says he does, and the American people do, believe that tariffs are taxing other countries, as if that is a thing any country could do to another country. That, you know, they don't own, I guess. It's like, it's just a full lack of understanding of economics. But what they do know, and what can't be denied, is that the inflation is high, and prices are high. Eggs are expensive. Can't deny it. It's true. Lolzan, did you see these stories of people learning what tariffs are because they are losing Christmas bonuses? Oh, no. Send that to me. Send me, like, videos, if there's any videos of them learning that news. That sounds great. See, we're gonna get, like, sick jollies for the next 4 years off of the people who voted for Trump crying and screaming over the consequences finally hitting them. We're just gonna be able to sit back, smile, and laugh, point and laugh at them as they suffer for their vote. I need you to understand, we need to do that. We really need to do that. They need to feel so bad and so regretful for what they voted for. Hey, Evie Gretel. It was this link? Let's see this. So it begins. MAGA is about to find out how tariffs actually work firsthand. Let's go. Forced economic education. Results have already started. This is from an American woman today. My husband works for a small manufacturing company here in Southwest Pennsylvania. That means most employees are Trump voters. When the president of the company sat them down today to tell them their annual Christmas bonus would not come this year because they now need to purchase at least a year's worth of products prior to January 21st due to the proposed tariffs, they did not understand. My husband said that their president had to explain what a tariff is and how it will directly hurt their company. They all thought the foreign company paid the tariff. This is the level of ignorance voting against their own interests here in PA, where we failed the American women and children last night. Too bad, so sad. We need to delight in these people's suffering.
All right, here we go.
But we didn't know. Nope, we tried to tell you. At every turn, we tried to tell you. You wouldn't listen. Y'all wouldn't listen. We tried to tell you what tariffs were. We tried to tell you that wouldn't work. Y'all heard low taxes and tariffing other countries, and Trump told you, no matter how much every expert told you this wasn't the case, Trump told you it meant that they were taxing either the other countries or the other countries' companies, and y'all bought it. And you refuse to listen, and now you're finding out from your bosses they tell you you're not getting a Christmas bonus, and now it's hitting real. Now, oh, yes! Oh, it's already starting. Oh, man. I need you guys to know that I'm like fucking, I'm so happy right now, dude.
Go, folks, we already have multiple complaints from Trump voters about the negative downstream effects of Donald Trump's proposed tariff policies. Number one, they don't even know what tariffs are. Number two, they are just now realizing that tariffs are paid by American manufacturers. And number three, they are not happy. So, of course, Trump does not take all.
It's going to mean that the workers for these companies, by the way, they're going to get paid less. Hey, Trump supporters working in Pennsylvania in factories, by the way, who voted Trump and let him win this election, you guys know that the tariffs are not just going to make the things you produce more expensive, right? It's also going to make your pay lower because the companies are going to raise the price on the things you're producing and pay you less to make up the difference. You get what you voted for. We tried to tell you. Oh, this makes me so happy. You get what you voted for, and we simply tried to tell you, and y'all just wouldn't listen. Y'all just kept yelling, MAGA, 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 Trump 2024, and you're gonna feel it. Oh, this feels so good, dude.
Office for 74 more days. But when we live in a free market, capitalistic society like America, markets are reactive. Markets are reactive to what is coming up in the future. So, companies now know they have to prepare for the potential of tariffs. They now know they need this extra revenue to pay the tariffs.
I love this before Trump even takes office. And I love that the companies are telling their employees, this is why you're going to get paid less. We have to do so and so because of this, and then explaining tariffs to them. I hope there's many more cases of this. Oh my God. This is actually really good because, like I said, the results, the punishment for bad behavior for dogs has to be immediate. That was like like Destiny mentioned this recently, and I thought it was actually a very good point. That the American people are dog-brained. And if you want to make them learn a lesson, the punishment has to be immediate from the fuck up. And so the day after the election, the day after they cast their vote for Trump, coming into work, finding out they're losing out on their bonuses and the guy they voted for lied to them and the economy's about to get wrecked and they're about to suffer for it, that is how you discipline a dog when it does something wrong. Immediate punishment. This is great. This is how you punish a dog, aka the people who voted for Trump. This is good.
Now know they need more in their stock, and we are seeing the effects play out in real time. Make sure you drop a like. Make sure you subscribe so we can build this.
Listen, guys, these people who voted Trump are gleefully and joyfully kicking their legs and their feet, happily thinking about the ways that all of us are miserable and suffering after these results. We have every right and frankly should heavily lean into pulling as much joy out of the fuck around and find out suffering that MAGA is about to go through in the coming years and months. As much as we're going to suffer, we need to make sure our joy comes from Trump supporters, Trump voters who made this mistake, suffering too. We need to make them feel so goddamn guilty, bad, and like the joke's entirely on them. And they will never vote like this again. They will learn their lesson.
This pro-democracy community unless...
The punishment is coming. Let's just make it sting extra bad. Let's make sure we're rubbing salt in the wound as the results of this presidency continue to unfold after the inauguration.
Jump right in. You know, I want to start off with one of my favorite tweets of all time, and this describes what we're going to be seeing a lot of over the next 4 years. This reads, quote, "I never thought the leopards would eat my face," sobs woman who voted for the leopards eating people's faces party. And it's basically illustrating that people will constantly vote against their own interests, undermine their own health and life just to vote based off of vibes. For example, a few months back, there was a woman telling me that she needed healthcare for her autistic son. She needed therapy for her autistic son, but she didn't have access. And I talked to her. I said, "Do you think the government should be able to provide a bare minimum level of healthcare for people in need?" And she says, yes. You know what? I can pull up the video before we break down today's topic. These Trump supporters are voting against their own interests.
Tell me what issues are at the top of your mind heading into this election.
I would say Medicare, Medicaid. Our son's on Social Security. He was diagnosed with autism, and we're having the runaround of trying to get therapies covered and stuff like that.
Voting Trump.
He's not getting anything for the month because we make too much money. I'm a stay-at-home mom, but we have to do one income with my husband or with my son's schedule and everything.
Yeah.
So it's been kind of hard financially, and I'm trying to figure out, you know, the education, the Social Security, all that is...
Okay, so first of all, none of this is meant to undermine this woman's lived experience, this Trump supporter's lived experience, but she just named a few things. She said, "I'm worried about Social Security.
Nope.
I'm worried about Medicaid."
No. Gleefully take joy in her suffering. Absolutely. She voted against her son's best interests. We, absolutely no mercy. These people have no mercy for you. They laughed and they celebrated and they take joy in they make compilation videos of liberal women crying at the results, finding out they're going to lose their rights. They laugh at those women who cry. Look back to 2016, they did it then too. No, they're going to, we know the best case scenario of a Trump presidency from COVID. Now Trump has nothing stopping him. America fucked around, and it's going to find out. And I'm going to laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh in their faces. Absolutely. If you're going to vote to hurt people, take away their rights, and you can't be fucked to educate yourself. Mind you, horrible mother, by the way. Horrible mother. Autistic son, cares about maintaining and ensuring financial support to make sure her son's okay, refuses to actually research the candidate that she's voting for to find out that he is cutting funding and going to destroy the programs that her son relies on. Horrible mother, so bought into the misinformation and the bias that she refuses to actually even find out what is best for her son, and if she has, then she refuses to take those actions. So unfortunately, her son will suffer for her idiocy, but a lot of people are going to suffer. A lot of innocent people are going to. And frankly, we need to still see the silver lining. That is, a lot of these people who voted Trump, who refused to educate themselves, who refused to listen while we tried to educate them, they're going to suffer the consequences, and they're going to cry, and they're going to be miserable, and they're going to hurt from what's going to happen. And we're going to point and laugh at them. And we're going to tell them, we tried to tell you, you should have known. And we're going to be there always to remind them how much they fucked up. And that we are not sympathetic to them, that they made a mistake. That there is no forgiveness. I think we need more division, frankly. No more of this, America is too divided nonsense. We need more division. Anyway, guys, let me check in on all of you. How you doing? You enjoying the stream? I feel like I'm cooking right now. I'm fired up. Listen, guys, this is what I mean when I tell you this Trump win needs to make you angry, and not just angry. Not just angry, but spiteful. I want you to feel spite. Maybe it's just me, but I'm a fairly spiteful person towards people who deserve it. And my spite for those that hate me leads me forward. It drives me. I think about those that I hate or those that hate me, and it makes me want to work harder to make them upset. I want you guys to feel spite for conservatives. When you hit the like button on my streams or my videos and comment, I want you to do it with spite for the right. Not just because you want to support me, because you want to spite the right. Because they don't want you to engage with lefty content. They want you to unsubscribe and dip out. That's why conservative creators are currently making videos gloating about lefty channels losing subscribers after the election, because people are dipping out because they feel burned out. Spite them and push through. Do what they do not want you to do. Laugh at them when they find out what's going to happen because of their vote. The Adam Mockler video, people are learning. It has people learning about Project 2025, and that's real and regretting voting for Trump. It's already started. The regret, for sure. It's already started, but I'm excited to see it really kick into overgear as, man, it's going to be a lot of companies preparing for the U.S. economy getting fucked. A lot of people who work traditional jobs are going to get, like, big company meetings finding out that, like, hey, so we're prepping for the U.S. economy to nosedive. You're all getting pay cuts. No bonuses, by the way. All your vacation time is gone, too. Like, I'm so ready, dude. Oh, yes, man. Oh, yes. Oh. It's going to be so nice. I expect some of this fight to my mom after I heard that news from my mom, and she wasn't a fan. I just said, if you don't care, if it doesn't affect you when it affects me, I don't care when you get yours for your own actions. Exactly. They would not shed a single tear for you if Trump's policies negatively affected you. So when they negatively affect them, you point and you laugh. You know, it's the older people and the Trump supporters that are young who mostly hold shares in the stock market. I would love to see how the stock market is looking right now. I should check it. I haven't checked since the election. I should pull all my money out, frankly. I should probably sell everything. My brother said that they should work hard and pull themselves up by their bootstraps if they complain. I like that. Tell them to work harder. Pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Donald Trump has whenever they complain, tell them Donald Trump has created a perfect meritocracy in America. If you're not succeeding, you just must not be working hard enough. And then hit them with a smug smile. Adopt every single method of spiteful, hateful, sneering, cruel irreverence the right has, and turn it against them. We gotta become the dark Dems, guys. We gotta become the dark Democrats. It's happening, okay? Make these people feel like retards for voting for Trump. And start saying retard, frankly. Because, God, now we know this election result clearly shows that you can be racist to the faces of these demographics and they'll vote for you. It is very clear that political correctness as a concept has failed, at least for this moment. So, yeah, we're going to get a little bit edgier. We're going to get a little bit edgier, and we're not going to be super tone or language policey. Obviously, don't drop, like, the N-word or the F-slur unless you're allowed to because you're gay or something. Or if you're allowed to because you're black. But, you know, like, we're not going overboard with, like, oh, you can't say the R-slur. No, that we're so far from that being the popular opinion that retard is, like not cool to say. That's so far from the popular opinion. We do not need to be pushing that boundary right now. Not after this election loss. Weird wasn't strong enough, so maybe retard will be. I would not recommend that Dem politicians use it, but if you're being like an edgy, over-the-top, like offensive, shock jock type lefty figure, which we need a lot of in the coming years, then yeah, you gotta, like, who cares? Like, if people are mad about it, that's controversy. Like, farm the controversy. Yeah, most people don't even consider saying retard edgy, because it's so far from being a slur outside of the far left. A lot of people don't realize that, but really, outside of the far left, if you said the R slur, they would be like, the what? R slur. And they'd have to think for like a while. You'd have to tell them. Like, I've had to do that before, where I tell people like, oh yeah, I got in trouble with my audience because I said the R slur, and they're like, the R slur? Which one is that? And I'd be like, retard? And they'd be like, that's a slur? Like, whenever I talk to normal people who aren't like hardcore on the left, so that we gotta drop that. It's not a slur. No one sees it as a slur outside of the far left and like very activist-centered areas. Oh yeah, a great example is that Linus Tech Tips clip where he was referring to retard and everyone else thought he was referring, because he kept saying hard R and thought hard R meant like retard, and he kept on insisting that like, yeah, I used to say the hard R, in our old videos, you know, and I'm not really proud of it. And his hosts are like, Linus, what? And he's like, yeah, like it's considered disparaging towards people with disabilities, so I stopped saying it. And they're like, Linus, that is not what the hard R means. Someone find the clip now. Someone find the clip now. It's 2 gold. We have to watch it now. It's so good. It's so good. Canadians not understanding American racism is so funny, dude. I love the critical clip with it. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. I could probably just search Linus hard R. Okay, here it is.
Okay, either
hard
way.
R means ending
I understand.
the N-word
I
with
understand.
a hard R.
No, we need to watch the whole clip.
I mean, it's been kind of eye-opening. I've
thank you, Disky,
just sort of randomly here and there picked up episodes of, you know, old shows that I hadn't watched in a long time from like the early 2000s, and just the casual the casual sort of gay humor, casual use of the hard R.
Oh, really?
It's jarring. Yeah, it's jarring now. And
casual use of hard R.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Like okay, it was an episode of American Dad. And it was just like, yeah, it wasn't for shock value. It was just like used.
Whoa.
Right? Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? That was in 2003 or something, like 2002.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna deny that I dropped my fair share of hard R's back then, because we didn't even, the term hard R didn't even exist. We didn't think about it, right? And it's funny because to me, that doesn't feel like that long ago, but to my kids,
he doesn't know.
Are you talking like N-word hard R?
What? No.
Okay, I'm pretty sure that's how people use that term.
No.
You could tell this co-host was like cringing his way through that whole thing. Like, oh, I didn't know the side. Oh, one of the best clips of all time. Oh god.
That I dropped my fair share of hard R's back then, because we didn't even, the term hard R didn't even exist. We didn't think about it, right? And it's funny because
He's
to
just
me,
in shock.
that doesn't feel like that long ago, but to my kids.
Are you talking like N-word hard R?
What? No.
Okay, I'm pretty sure that's how people use that term.
No.
I think
that's
so.
the N-word. What are you guys talking about? Am I mistaken?
I think so.
No, the one with the for mental disability.
I'm pretty sure people use hard R in a very different way than you just used it.
Oh.
Hard R means ending
I understand.
the N-word
I
with
understand.
a hard R.
I understand what you mean. No, I'm not talking about that. Okay, cool. So I'm glad that
I'm
we have
freaking
cleared that
Neo
up.
over here, dude. We're dodging bullets. That
Yeah.
was bad. All right.
Thank you for that. Right. I forgot about the part where I said, yeah, I just like used a cat. Yeah, no, actually.
That's why I was pretty surprised with American Dad, and then you were like, yeah, me too. I was like, whoa. Okay,
yeah, no, you've known me a long time.
Yeah, that's what, yeah.
And yeah.
Never been a problem.
No.
Yeah.
Anywho.
I can just imagine every team member in the room was just like, I love that clip so much, and I'm fucking dying. That's so good. Quickly updating their resumes. Oh god. Okay. 329 or 392 Mar. Oh. Thank you for the $10 donation. Holy crap-a-moly, I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Says, I'm a supply chain analyst and work for a large telecommunications company. Those tariffs are gonna hurt, and will be almost instant. I love how fast it is. I love that. Thank you, 392 Mar, by the way. Sorry. I always have to burp a lot after I drink these shakes. Anyway. Thank you. I love that you have specialization in this field to speak from. And yeah, I am also starting to see that it's probably going to be an immediate response to Trump's election where the economy is going to crash. And I don't know if Trump is going to be able to fix it in time, or if him doing that at all will be anything he can salvage. Because you got to remember, Trump won almost entirely, guaranteed entirely on the economy. If he loses the economy as that one thing backing him as a, like, political figure, all he has is MAGA. Like, the cult that he has. And it's not that big. It's big enough to always, like, push him pretty far. He could certainly win any Republican primary off of his cult. But when it comes to the American majority, what he pulled off, he could only do because of memory holding of the final results of his presidency that people did remember in 2020 when they voted for Biden. In record numbers. The most anyone's voted for any president ever, mind you. Xander Hall, would you agree that Donald Trump is the strongest he's ever been? Yes, especially with a red trifecta government. Yeah. Yeah. Executive, Supreme Court. I mean, it's not even it's a red quinfecta. Quinfecta. Presidency, Congress, Supreme Court, Senate, and House. Probably the House, too. So it's going to be a quinfecta. Yeah, Shark was right in our debate. I was wrong. I thought that Trump had gotten weaker. I thought that Trump was going to massively underperform. Shark thought that he would overperform. And I was like, no, I think like Harris is going to dog walk Trump. And she did up until the election. I was false. I was incorrect. Shark was correct on that one. You should have taken the bet. You had too much faith in the median voter? I did indeed. I absolutely had too much faith in the median voter. Trust me, though. These results, they're a pretty big wake-up call. We need that median voter meme. Insert chimpanzee suicide meme here. Indeed. Yeah. Anyway, really quickly. Did I read this one? John McKinney, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. It says, I so agree PC culture is a huge problem. It's the reason we got Trump in the first place. Dems definitely need to drop the PC bullshit. Yeah, I think the left needs to in general. Not in the sense that, like, being politically correct is bad. It's more so the forcing of it forward, right? I think that PC behavior should be a thing reserved for, like, the communities of the left and the social spaces of the left, while in the war zone, so to say, political correctness cannot be an ideal we try to aspire for as much. It's clear that being politically incorrect will not lose us votes based on Trump. It's very clear that, like, the right is using this argument that we're in a post-racism, post-sexism world very effectively, and that is they're using that very effectively as a justification for a lot of out-of-pocket humor, quote-unquote humor. A lot of the time it's not even jokes. And to be very clear, anyone who says, it was just a joke, bro, immediately call them retarded. Because the only jokes with any value or real humor in them are the ones that make a point. If it doesn't make a point that anyone can relate to or thinks, yeah, true, like, it's not going to be funny. Like, any humor that is incapable of reaching that, if it's, like, satire is the lowest form of comedy, famous quote, like, if it's not making a real point, it's shit humor. And just call them retarded for doing it. And talentless. That has always been an excuse for people couching real takes as jokes and not being brave enough to stand by those takes as takes and not just a edgy joke, right? Honestly, with how the right has invested heavily in the internet, I think had news sites invested and called out the likes of YouTube, like in 2018 and 2019, it might have made YouTube to either demonetize or remove far-right channels. It doesn't matter. The entire internet is dominated by these people. We can't win by relying on YouTube to do something for us. We have to beat them. We have to grow larger than them. We have to overwhelm our favorite content creators with likes, comments, subs, and support. Hell, we have to give emotional support. Just generally being like, hey, you're doing great, or just giving constructive criticism that's going to help them grow, that would improve their content. It's huge. We all, as an audience and a content creator movement online, need to unite, like, no longer as, like, entertainer and viewer, but as, like, we fully understand each other. I need to keep up my end of making sure I am pumping out content and streaming constantly so that there is always stuff being made covering what the right is doing and explaining why they're wrong to get out there, and you guys gotta always be there to boost it. And if we both hold up our ends and everyone else does this, if we can do our parts as individuals, I think we can make it. I think we can have possibly a landslide blue victory in 2028. If God willing, we have another election. But until then, we've got to throw a wrench into the gears of the right-wing corporate media machine on the internet. It is going to be a Sisyphusian task. If you have not hit the like button and yet, do it. Do it now, okay? And do it with spite for every conservative that voted for Trump. Make sure to watch out for your mental health, too, if you're pumping out content like that. My mental health is fine. I feel pretty good, actually. Particularly because I'm more spiteful than ever towards, like, millions and millions of Americans, tens of millions of Americans, the majority of voting Americans this election. And with the amount of spite coursing through my veins right now, I simply cannot give up. It's not possible. I am just too angry and filled with hate for my fellow American to give up. I want to not hate them again. Zan, you don't agree with Kyle Kalinske? We need Jon Stewart 2028. Zan, don't you agree with Kyle? Yeah, no, I did say Jon Stewart 2028 could be a good run. I do think the left could do with putting forward a big celebrity who's competent at running for office. The Republicans have done it multiple times in history now, very successfully. And if Trump could be president, then Jon Stewart clearly has every qualification. Absolutely. Zan, don't you agree? Oh yeah, I heard that one. Is the 4B movement going to create incels? More so in the sense that I think a lot of men are going to realize that, like, diving deeper into the incel movement is not going to get them anywhere, and they have to change. That women have told them what they want from them as men, that they just want them to be decent people who respect women, and if they ever want a chance, like, there's not going to be a like women are not going to bend the knee. Like, if you want any of the things you want in life as a man, a happy wife and kids and like just a regular sex life, you are gonna have to learn to respect women. I really, really hope. The 4B movement is some war crime grade shit, war crime grade spite right here, and I'm for it. Me too. Me too. I hope it's worth it to all the people who just cast their vote for Trump because they thought it would be good for the economy. I hope you enjoy your wrecked economy in a few months, and I hope you enjoy never getting laid, getting a wife, getting a girlfriend, or having kids. No trad wife for you. Move to a red state. Maybe you'll find one. Good luck. Good luck. Anyway, thank you so much for the $10, 392 Mar. I really appreciate it. You are so based and pog for that. Let me update the dono goal to reflect you guys' generosity. And I want to record a YouTube short really fast. Yo, Mr. Krabs, thank you for the $5 reduce. Says this is what my gut feeling this is what my gut was feeling. Trump will screw the economy up, which means a huge possible new blue wave. So get ready, MAGA, as we will be back. True. Celebrate now, MAGA. Don't forget the Latinos for Trump losing citizenship. They reap what they sow. True. No sympathy for any Latinos that lose family or themselves, their citizenship in this country from voting for Trump. No empathy for them specifically, the ones who voted for Trump. You get what you vote for. Y'all rejected the progressive values of the Democratic Party and the left, saying, no, you have a right to be here. You have a right to be here. You have a right to immigrate. Your family has a right to be here. We fought for DACA. We fought to ensure that immigration is reformed to become easier and like to go through and more streamlined legally. And y'all voted against it. You get what you vote for. Can't control it, but we can laugh at you for getting what you voted for. You fuck around, you find out. You would not shed a tear for any of the trans people in my audience if they were the ones being deported instead. Delancer, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Since Trump won, and RFK Jr. will be in charge of medicine, my medical coworkers have started smoking again. I checked the stock market, and the stocks are up because businesses are mass buying for Tariff. I'm sure Trump is going to take credit and say, hey guys, look, they know I'm going to be president again. The stock market is up. See, I definitely want to sell. I definitely want to sell before Trump takes office. That's huge. If the stock market's up right now, that's a really good time to sell. Based. Thank you, Delancer. I appreciate it. Coke77, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Says, you should play web fishing with viewers one stream. That would be fun. I've heard a lot of good things about it, but it just doesn't seem up my alley. It's kind of like an idle game, and I don't really play idle games. If I was like a more bored person who spent more time at the computer, I'd probably play web fishing, but I don't know. Like, when I am at my PC, I've got other games that I would rather have, like, myself super immersed into and playing, not just something idle, just to kill time, you know? Oh, it's out of stress, Ganger World. Zan, they interviewed an undocumented immigrant who thinks Trump will be good for him, and that he isn't going after him because he isn't doing crimes, laughing emoji. Oh, the wake-up call he will receive. Oh, the wake-up call. Listen, if someone illegally immigrates to America, or immigrates to America at all, and comes here to vote Trump, or to support Trump, I'm not gonna cry over them getting deported. Yeah, Trump supporters getting deported? Sure. Alright. They voted for him. He's the one doing it. Why am I gonna cry? Cry him a fucking river. Who cares? Political correctness ain't one of us shit. Are we in a segment right now, or are we just hanging out? We're just hanging out. I'm trying to build up the mindset I want you guys to have. I need you guys to derive what the right does so well as they've trained themselves to derive the utmost joy from our suffering. It's why they love nothing more than seeking out progressive channels to raid and leave hate comments on, and to go into the streams of to, like, shit talk. Because they derive the most joy from the suffering of progressives. We need to learn to derive no more joy than from the suffering of conservatives and those that are cucked out to their misinformation. I don't care how good their intentions were. The road to hell was paved with good intentions, all right? Pretty sure undocumented immigrants can't vote. Well, Donald Trump said they could. He's president now. Whatever Trump says is true now. Listen, the MAGA claims that they were right. Trump won because he's right, so let's say they were, all right? Apparently undocumented immigrants voted for Trump. Anyway, I am going to make a YouTube short really quick before we start wrapping things up. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So Donald Trump won the US election in 2024, and for one reason alone, at least in my opinion, and that would be the economy. It actually polled as the highest rated issue for Americans in this election. Donald Trump promised an insane change to our entire economic system. For one, he is promising effectively to eliminate income tax and to instead use tariffs to fund the US government and any future programs or projects that they may need to fund instead of through income tax for anybody. Now, on the surface, this sounds amazing to the vast majority of Americans. It's like a parent offering a kid to no longer have bedtimes or to have to eat anything other than ice cream for dinner, right? Donald Trump has promised what appears to be, what he has convinced Americans will be an era of economic prosperity. He's able to ride off of a lot of the economic prosperity that Obama created. In fact, there's a chart that I'll show. Actually, here's a chart that shows the GDP growth from Bush's administration all the way to Trump's 2020 administration. You can see that, obviously Bush, with trickle-down economics, crashed the economy from 2007 to 2008. Then Obama took things over, and 8 years later, while the GDP continued to grow, it's a lot harder to recognize positive change in the economy. And when a populist comes along after 8 years of establishment and promises an even better economy, it's easy to fall for it, possibly swinging the margins enough to win Trump the election in 2016. This time around, Biden has been recovering and trying, I should say, to recover the U.S. economy from the era of COVID and the effect it had on the entire world's economy, not just America's. In fact, it's the #1 contributor to the 12.5% inflation rate average that Biden oversaw during his presidency. Trump has taken all the credit for the good job Obama did. Biden has taken all of the fall for the horrible handling of COVID that ruined the economy by Trump. And now, people who voted for Trump, well, they think that we are about to see an amazing, amazing economy. And I have a wake-up call for the MAGA voters out there, and even just the normies who voted Trump because they thought it would be better for the economy. I want you to remember this video. You don't have to believe me when I tell you you're going to regret that vote, but I want you to remember this video. Many of you have already been called into work meetings, if you work in factories like in PA, for example, where you've been told that you're not going to get your Christmas bonus this year because the company you work for has to start mass buying as many resources before Trump takes office as they possibly can. Because once he takes office and he puts those tariffs in place, well, everything produced in America is going to get more expensive to make. And the workers in those factories and those the ones doing the manufacturing, they're going to suffer, the ones who voted for Trump. My favorite is the story that came out after Election Day of the Pennsylvania factory worker who voted for Trump, whose boss told him the next day after the election what tariffs are, along with the whole rest of the factory, and let them know that they were about to enter some really rough times. And the regret is already starting. So you don't have to take my word for it. Just remember this video when you have that meeting with your boss and you find out that your company is about to make some big changes, some scary changes. You get what you voted for, MAGA. Let's see how that goes out as a short. That's going to get clipped down and edited. It's going to have, like, visuals on screen and stuff and music playing. But that is going to be my first, like, YouTube short of the 2024 election result. Nah, shorts are 3 minutes. Well, I mean, it's going to get cut down, so it's, like, super smooth and well put together, and it's just, like, the important stuff, and there's things on screen. Don't worry. Yeah. YouTube shorts, it's pretty meta, and so I figure I might as well make a short. Why not? Make sure you add the womp womp. Yeah. That was not 1 minute. Like I said, you can't record a short that is only a minute long. You have to record yourself, and then you have to do editing work to produce a 1 minute long clip down, cut down version of that video, and then that can go up as a short. Believe it or not, Stella, YouTube is hard work, and you have to use editing software and render a video out after editing it in order to get something worth uploading. You can't just throw it up raw. Shorts can be 3 minutes max now. I get that, but it still needs to have, like, my pauses, my repeats, my, like, scratching my nose cut out, all that. Yeah, don't worry about it. What platform is your chat on, Lamau? Look up in the top right of the screen. Look at the pinned thingy on the YouTube chat. It's there on every single stream. I type that and pin it at the very start of every stream. It has been there the whole time. I can confirm, trying to become a content creator, vids need editing. They need editing. They need a nice custom thumbnail made. You have to figure out tags and metadata. You have to add, like, you have to come up with a real clean title that reads well to your subs when it comes up in their sub feed and rolls off well and attracts new viewers. God, there's so many factors. Shorts get a fuck ton of views, though, so they're worth it. Yeah, we're going to be pumping shorts hard. I've been doing YouTube this whole time without leaning into shorts. I really should just do shorts. It's like a whole... It's like I stream, I upload, but I don't do shorts. It's a whole third of YouTube's, like, entire meta that I'm not taking advantage of. So... that's changing now. Xanderhall, political content and high information stuff does need to be edited. Edited Beyblade content, not so much. I can record several battles, pause my recording in between, post it. Yeah, but like, for what that needs to be really smooth, and it needs to be the kind of thing that people are like completely cool, copy pasting and sending to their family. Oh yeah, I am, Jill S. Don't you guys worry. I'm making so many shorts. So many shorts. Listen, guys. I really want to thank you all for your overwhelming support today. You guys have been amazing. My mom just messaged me saying Keanu Reeves and Dolly Parton ticket. Do you guys think if we ran Keanu Reeves, we win the presidency? Landslide victory, Keanu Reeves? If actors and celebrities are on the table now, legitimately, we should just try to, like, convince the most well-loved Democrat voting celebrity to run. Like, dude, Keanu Reeves, I feel like has to vote Democrat, dude. Arnold? Oh, Arnold would be crazy. Dude, imagine if Arnold debated Trump. Like, Trump axes terms and he runs for a third time, and then we run Arnold against him, and Arnold debates Trump shirtless and covered in oil. And just constantly like,
I am telling you, you don't know how to run a country. Tariffs don't work that way. The native companies have to pay the tariff, Trump. You don't understand. I could bench press you. I'll be back.
Yeah. John McKinney, thank you for the $5 reduce. I appreciate it. Says, how about Nicolas Cage as president? That would be fucking hysterical. Yeah, if we could resurrect George Carlin and run him, that'd be a landslide blue victory easily. That needs to be turned into a short. That does not need to be a short. I can't wait until I can bench press Trump's weight. That will be such a vibe. That'll be a lot of weight to bench press. But yeah, I would love to be able to bench press like 500 pounds too. Chris Bass. Also, we should, like, just fat shame Trump. I hate fat shaming, so you guys know that this is, like, fucking biting the bullet for me. But we need to lean heavy into that. Like, Trump, we just need to be calling Trump, like, a fat piece of shit all the time. Just all the time. Hard, leaning into it. Like, man, Trump needs to work out. They got a whole-ass gym in the White House, and bro can't get off his ass? Like, what the fuck? Bro's probably fucking congealing himself to the Oval Office chair right now. They did it with Biden. We gotta get mean. We gotta get mean. And the people who might get caught in the crossfire by the left getting meaner need to grow thicker skin. I'm sorry, but you have to. Like, you have to. It is very clear that the majority of the country is bought by rudeness and meanness. Like, you have to be able to insult the other side harder to bring people over. That would be hilarious, Midwest Lefty. I hope so. I hope so. Anyway. Chris Bass, thank you for the $5. As I said, I was a bit behind on stream, but hashtag bring back retard. Be spiteful when Trump supporters eventually have buyer's remorse. Exactly. 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 Love to hear it. They deserve nothing but our cruelty for what they did. And the message they've sent with their votes. Bro needs to stop sending McDonald's to the White House. Yeah, you know Obama was, like, based as fuck when instead he was bringing Five Guys. How were you able to keep your composure when you would stream high, Zan? Oh, a ridiculously high tolerance. Yeah, back when I would smoke weed while streaming, I just had, like, an insane tolerance. So I was, like, hardly buzzed, despite taking blinkers. Pretty much just that. John McKinney, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Says, do you think Trump will arrest comedians who make fun of him? I doubt it, but he has tried. He did run in 2016 in expanding libel and defamation laws, so it'd be easier for him to sue people that talk shit. So he might follow through with that, but you got to remember, Trump's like a very in-the-moment guy, right? Anything he claims he's going to attack or ban, if it was like a year ago, he's probably totally forgot he said he was going to do that. Like, if it's not currently beneficial to do a thing, Trump won't do it. If it was like a thing years ago, he probably won't do it. It's got to be like one of the big popular things right now, because he's just a people pleaser. Xander Hall, Kamala should have called Trump a pedo every time he called her a Marxist. Yeah, that is something that she should have done. She should have, every time he's like, she's a Marxist, she should have been, and you're a pedophile. You should be sitting in a chair shitting your pants right now as I tell you you're spending the next 20 years in prison for fucking kids, Trump. She should have said that on stage. That is the next Dem nominee that we need. The kind of presidential nominee that would say that to Trump in front of the entire country. No, not pedophile, fascist. Fascist doesn't sell people. People don't hear the word fascist and think, oh, that's bad. They think, oh, you're crazy. Fascism's not real. No, you don't call you call him a pedophile, and you leave it at that. just leave it there. Yeah, that would have gone crazy. The Democrats should push the 34 felonies every chance they got. Nope, RPG lovers. As it turns out, one of the also highest polling issues on the ballot this election was democracy. And it's turning out that was one of the things that made people believe it was a high chance that Dems would have insane turnout and a large amount of votes would go to Kamala, because it would obviously be the Dems that care about democracy. But as it turns out, based on the results, it seems that when polls asked voters in exit polls what was one of their most important issues, and they voted democracy on that, they were referring to them considering it undemocratic that Trump is being pursued legally. Something that a lot of Trump supporters and Republicans have said for a while, and it turns out, based on the polling results and the highest polling issues, the voters in America who voted in Trump saw the criminal charges on him as a threat to our democracy, far more than they saw him doing J6 and trying to overturn the results. Jupiter Quake, thank you for the $10 super chat. I really appreciate it. Said, I'm not coping with Kamala's loss, and I can admit that, but you know what? Hashtag Tammy Baldwin. Tammy Baldwin. True. I will say, we really do need to lean heavy into deriving joy from the inevitable suffering of the conservatives who are going to really regret their votes very soon. What if it turns out the reason Biden won in 2020 was because he told Trump to shut up? I really think that people just undercredit how popular Biden was. I think that it's possible no Democrat could have won this election, and I think it's possible that, like, people without a primary and with all the narrative about how Biden's too old and age is a big factor in this election, notice how Trump still won despite age polling as, like, the biggest factor in the election before Biden got ousted. Remember how it was, like, a huge worry that Trump would win because Biden was older? And yet they all voted Trump for the older guy. Because it was never about age. It was never about that. It was just an excuse to attack Biden because they couldn't attack his policy. Biden's policy was unassailable. Literally unassailable. You could not attack Biden's policy. Not from a right-wing or left-wing perspective. Well, I guess you could from a left-wing perspective, but not from a right-wing perspective. It was unassailable. And so they couldn't engage with his policy. They couldn't criticize his presidency, his administration, his actual things he did as president. So they had to criticize him on, like, a vibes level. He's old, he's slow, he stutters. And yet, for all the talk about how Biden couldn't have won and he was so unpopular, in 2020, Biden received the most votes any president has ever gotten in the history of America, and by a lot. Y'all gaslighted me into thinking Biden was more unpopular than he was. Biden is the most popular president by vote that has ever been elected. His approval ratings were not fantastic, but Trump had record low approval ratings when he left office and just got reelected. Approval ratings don't matter. The approval ratings themselves are probably not reflective of the general sentiment in the country. The votes are based largely on vibes, and I think people massively underestimated how popular Biden was. I genuinely do. I think people massively underestimated how popular Biden was. And I think ousting Biden could have been a big mistake. I would love to crystal ball see into the world where Biden stayed and ran against Trump a few days ago. I would love to see into that world with the crystal ball. I genuinely wonder, would Biden have, like, gotten on some, like, amphetamines or, like, Vyvanse or some shit like that before the second debate, and then, like, just trounced Trump, said some, like, old man insults at him, said some shit that would get memed, because almost everything Biden would say would get memed when he was running for president. Like, I don't know. Biden is even more associated with the inflation, though. That's the thing, though, Coke77. It was either that the Democratic Party couldn't have won this election, period, regardless of who they ran, or that Kamala was a particularly weak candidate. And I think it was probably a bit of both. You got to remember, Harris lost the primary, like, only a little over 4 years ago. She lost the primary. Biden won that primary. Biden was popular among Dem voters. He caused the largest Dem voter turnout ever. And then we replace him after he has a legendarily progressive administration, and the candidate we replace him with loses. It's fair to think, man, what if we had kept Biden? Like, after the results of 2020, it's fair to say that he might have had a better chance. It's hard to say he would have gone from having, like, record turnout to the worst turnout a Democrat has had in decades in 4 years. That's a hard thing to believe, but maybe. I think Kamala didn't have enough time to campaign. I don't think she was popular enough to begin with because she didn't win the primary to begin with. Like, I think that Kamala might not have been the best pick in hindsight. She was great as a politician. Her policies are great. I would love if she was president right now. But as a pick, I think Biden might have been safer to stick with. I think the Dems were too hasty. And I think, if anything, they should have done it sooner, like a year ago, if they really wanted to do it. But waiting until 100 days before the election was genuinely horrific. COVID won it for Biden. There's a case to be made for that, but at the same time, it doesn't explain the voter turnout. Yes, COVID won the election for Biden, but it was record voter turnout. The economy under Trump was also going under. It was, but Chris Bass, it wasn't as bad as it got later on. It wasn't as bad. It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. Like, I want to say that the Dems couldn't have won this election no matter what, just because Americans voted based off vibes. I want to say that, like, Biden had better vibes, maybe, but we don't know. I think it's a worthwhile hypothetical to entertain. I think it's fair to say never again should the Dems, 100 days out from an election, swap out their candidate and give and force, like, a hyper-rushed campaign. That should never be done ever again. That was massively rookie mistake. COVID was divine intervention for Democrats in some fucked up way. Although, to be fair, the like 1.6 million Americans who've died of COVID since 2020, quite a few of them were probably Kamala voters or Dem voters in general. I think the main reason why Biden could have been seen as too old and demented could be the presidential debate. Well, that was the first debate. There was going to be a second one. Who knows how Biden could have done there? Maybe he would have learned his lesson from the first one and come in, like, massively blowing expectations out of the water in the second. But the debates didn't end up mattering in the end. I don't think the debates matter at all. I really don't think the debates matter even in the slightest. Harris, like, destroyed Trump in the one debate they did, and it had no significant result on the outcome. I hope this is a big wake-up call that, like, yeah, that debate performance would have had no impact on the result. People forgot that Harris steamrolled Trump, like, 3 months ago, like 2 months, a month and a half ago at this point. Like, it was that far out from the election. A month and a half is too much. People forgot they voted for Trump. The debates have no like there's no benefit to winning or losing the debate. It doesn't hurt you. It doesn't help you. It's all vibes-based votes. Most Americans who are gonna vote probably don't even watch the debates. Let's be real. Especially not the primary debates. Debates don't matter. Narratives do. Exactly, Jalen Alexander. Well, I mean, like, the presidential debates. That debate cemented a delusionally false sense of security. Indeed, it did, Thanatos. I think all debates are a waste of time. Not really. I think it's very entertaining content that conservative blood sports lovers love to watch. And if you can just bully and trounce, like, not so much a debate as a bullying conservatives for their political opinions and making them look stupid. That needs to be the meta for all debates on the left from now on, and only debate in front of an audience when you know that you can bully them and make them look stupid. What about the 20 million votes not counted yet? That's a myth. There's no way there's 20 million votes left to be counted. It's just not true. We've heard a lot because it's like, oh, but this election's supposed to have record voter turnout, and there's like 20 million less Dem votes than last time. It's like, well, apparently there just wasn't. Apparently that was a lie. But yeah, there's no evidence that there are like 20 million votes left to be counted. It's 20 million people who did not vote compared to last time. Because once again, Michael A., those 20 million missing votes are 20 million people who voted for Biden last time because Biden had the highest amount of votes any president has ever gotten in American history. Because he was just that fucking popular. COVID probably helped him a lot, but man, he was just that fucking popular. Anyway, every debate should start out by asking both participants to point out Sicily on a map without cheating. Well, that's cheating in my case, because I'm from Sicily. My family is, at least. It's a little soccer ball that the boot of Italy kicks. And it's very pretty. Yeah, my Italian heritage comes from Sicily. Fellow Sicilian, yes. I'm not from Sicily, but my heritage, my Italian heritage is Sicilian. Ugh. Zan, if you check the current count, the margin is narrowing a lot. That's good to know. Yeah, the popular vote margin is going to continue to narrow. She probably won't pull ahead or anything or flip any states, but yeah, I expect the popular vote margin to be a lot closer once all the votes are tallied, because good lord, were those election night results horrific? But it's still a big problem. Zan, are you a made man? Like I'm set financially? Is that what you're referring to? Certainly not, no. No, I practically live paycheck to paycheck. Speaking of paycheck to paycheck, John McKenney, thank you for the $5 reduce. Is not gonna lie, Donald Trump also reminds me of Judge Frollo in Disney's Hunchback of Notre Dame. Yeah, he kinda does, low-key. He's asking if you're a gangster, Zan? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Bloods for life, guys. Bloods for life. No, but unironically, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't the lore behind the Bloods and the Crips that, the Crips were originally called the Cribs because they would, like, find kids and, like, bring them in to their gang and use kids to do, like, illegal crimes, do their dirty work. And then one guy, they eventually rebranded to, like, Crips, but then one guy, like, left the gang and started, started a rival gang called the Bloods. It's the entire point of the Bloods is to kill Crips. And it's like, well, if the Crips was a gang that regularly practiced coercing kids into committing crimes for them, risking their lives and their futures, and, like, endangering them and shit, and that gang exists purely to, like, retributively take the lives of that gang, it's like, man, if I have to pick a side, I mean, if I gotta pick a side, I gotta say the Bloods are probably the more sympathetic, if that story is true at least. That's what I was told, so I haven't dug into the history myself, but listen, I don't wear purple or red when I walk through the hood, okay? I'll be alright. I could picture you in the 50s with a pinstripe suit and cigar. Hey! Hey there, see? You're trying to roll up into my turf now, are ya? Now I'll have you listen here. I've got a... I got a Friday night special here with your name on it. And your kneecaps are gonna be a lot less useful after I kneecap ya. You got my money? That's a good voice impression. I'm sorry you got messed up in this scene, kid. From where you're standing, it must look like a 14-karat run of bad luck. But the truth is, the game was rigged from the start. You being Italian explains the high metabolism? Damn right it does. I got that metabolism of an Italian, motherfucker. I got that Witcher metabolism. What in the goddamn? You come to me days after an election and you ask me a favor? Old Frankie, he's sleeping with the fishes. Hey now, you listen to me here, capiche? I'll kneecap you if you don't pay me by Saturday. Okay. Now we're done. We're done with the Giga Autism, guys. I'm being a little too autistic on stream right now. Okay, I got to go back to masking. Grazza Triton, thank you for the 4 tier 1 subs. 4 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate it. I hope Unknown Gloria Meow, Augusta Nora, Supreme Peasant, and Audio Tour all appreciate the free blue names. Thank you so much for the $20 dues. You're so kind. Thank you. Said nothing. Just dropped the dono. Thank you. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you. All right, everybody. I think here's where I'm going to wrap up stream for tonight. But guys, Chillin' with Zan does not have to be over for today. You see, in my Discord server, which is linked down below in the description of the stream on YouTube and all my videos, I am about to be moving into my Xander's Theater chat in my Discord, where I'm going to be screen sharing and hosting a watch party of the new episode of From and The Walking Dead. We're going to watch together. We're going to have a grand old time. It's fun. I give a few people speaking perms, and everyone else talks in the live VC chat. And we all hang out and we watch the show and we react to it, we talk about it, we theorize, we just have a great time. And you guys get to hang out in VC with me while we watch stuff. So if you want to join the watch party, come on over. We're watching the new episode of From that came out last Sunday. And we are watching the first 3 episodes of Season 2 of The Walking Dead, continuing in our watch through of the show. And it's going to be a grand old time. Even if you haven't watched the shows before, it's worth showing up. You have to hang out with me and a bunch of other fans in a big weekly event, and on top of that, you might even find yourself falling in love with a brand new show that you never even thought to try yourself before. So, who knows? Maybe you'll have your eyes open to a whole new hyper interest, or like, what's the term for it? Not hyper interest. It's, Special interest. Maybe I'll have a new special hyperfixation, special interest type thing. Anyway, thank you so much for all the kind support. Y'all are so pog and based and epic. I hope to see you all at the watch party in a few moments. I love you all very much. And as always, have a good one. Are you actually autistic? I don't know, but everyone's pretty sure. Doo-doo fart.
Hello. Welcome, chatters. Yay. Good to... yeah.
Oh God.
See, you guys could hear the watch party. See how fun it is? Come join it. You can be a part of this. You can be a part of this watch party here. It's a great time. But if you don't show up, then you're square. Yeah, I had my Discord audio. Okay. Come join everyone in the watch party. Say hello to chat and tell them to come join the watch party because they can hear you now.
Come to the watch party.
Please come
Come
to the
join.
watch party.
The watch party is mandatory.
Join the
True.
watch party or you're cringe.
So what do we want?